Meet Maria, a vampire who locked herself away for 100 years to avoid some big bad monster. But her century-long nap gets a rude awakening when someone opens her coffin. Her eyes flutter open to a strange cave, and standing over her is an adorable silver-haired girl with fluffy ears. This little nugget somehow knows her name, and our vampire is not amused. The girl, a werewolf, just points to the note Maria left. She's completely unfazed by the whole waking a vampire thing. Maria tries to be intimidating, asking if she's not afraid of becoming a snack. But this fluffball just wants a travel buddy. Maria leans in, going for maximum spook factor. She asks if the werewolf is ready to be her carry-on bag. And this chaotic child just grins and agrees. She even says she's heard werewolf blood is delicious and offers herself up. Maria is floored but plays along, grabbing the girl's wrist. Our little wolf finally shows a flicker of fear. She trembles but still agrees to the bite. Seeing her terror, Maria has a change of heart and bites her own finger instead. What a softie. The werewolf is just confused, saying it only tickles. Our adorable wolf girl introduces herself as Xingling. She wants Maria to travel with her to the capital city. Maria is hesitant, after all it's been 100 years. But she agrees, and Xingling is ready to bolt out into the daylight. Turns out Maria is a special vampire who doesn't fear the sun. Xingling is completely starstruck, absolutely fangirling over her new friend. They set off on their journey, one an ancient vampire, the other a ball of pure chaotic energy. That night they set up camp. Xingling is literally taking notes on vampire lore. Maria is so flustered. Xingling says she's just documenting her clan's first ever friend, Owa. But when Maria asks for directions, Xingling cheerfully admits she has no idea where they're going. Of course she doesn't. So Maria takes charge. She transforms, sprouting massive bat wings, and she scoops Xingling into the air, who screams her little head off. As they fly, Maria remembers the fine print on her note. Whoever woke her is bound to her for 1 year. But there's a secret tragic catch. After that year is up, all of Xingling's memories will be erased. Let's rewind to see how our little nugget got here. One day, Xingling found a weak spot in the barrier around her home. While everyone was distracted, she made a break for it. She was Freya, but completely and utterly lost. Then she stumbled upon a cave and found a mysterious coffin. The note mentioned a vampire and a 1-year contract. Her reaction sounds fun. With zero hesitation, she cracks it open. And there she is, our sleeping vampire princess. Xingling is instantly mesmerized. Back in the present, Xingling admits she might have been a little too bold. Yeah, offering to be dinner is a bit much. But she remembers how gentle Maria was, and she can't help but swoon. They finally arrive at a massive modern city. Maria is exhausted from flying all night. She wakes up to find a fluffy werewolf using her as a pillow. And our icy vampire doesn't mind at all. Xingling's little ears twitch in her sleep, adorable. She wakes up totally confused. Then she sees the incredible view of the city. She's buzzing with excitement, ready to explore. Maria, with a rare, soft smile, agrees to go with her. They walk through the bustling streets, a truly odd pair. It doesn't take long for them to attract attention. Maria stays on high alert, sensing that modern humans can be just as dangerous as monsters. Her instincts are right, as some creep immediately asks to touch Xingling's ears. Maria snaps, no. She pulls Xingling behind her, shielding the poor girl from the crowd. Her glare is so icy it freezes everyone in place. But then her eyes lock onto a woman in the crowd. She feels a strange, powerful presence. This woman is not human, and she's smiling right at them. The girls head to a local restaurant to talk things over. Things are tense as the woman with glasses gets straight to the point. She introduces herself as Kinyu, a novelist, and a witch. A witch, both our girls are absolutely floored. Xiaolin asks if she's the asterisk witch who guards her village's barrier. It's a happy reunion. They become instant besties while our poor vampire is just there. Kinyu then asks why Xiaolin is in her half-werewolf form. It's a sensitive topic. Apparently she can't fully transform into a human. Kinyu gushes over how cute she is, which just makes Maria more suspicious. The witch finally turns to our girl, introducing herself properly to Maria. She calls Maria cute too, and our vampire is ready to throw hands. Kinyu insists she's not here to make trouble. She warns that news of a vampire will spread fast and people might catch her. Maria scoffs, reminding her that witches are her natural enemies. But the witch admits she never learned attack magic since vampires have been gone for centuries. Maria reluctantly agrees to a truce for now. The witch looks like she's just had a brilliant idea. Later, over a delicious meal, she asks Maria if she has a place to stay. Our girl bluntly answers no. Then she drops a bomb. She's been asleep for 200 years. But she's not worried. She'll just read some memories from random people to catch up. Casual. The witch makes a crazy offer. Come live with her. She has a spare room. Xiaolin is all for it, happily volunteering to help with chores. Maria is having an internal crisis. Is it really okay to live with a witch? Xiaolin snaps her out of it, getting adorably close. She offers Maria a bite to eat, and our stoic vampire actually looks flustered. They arrive at the witch's apartment, and Maria's mind is completely blown. She face bombs, trying to process 2 centuries of human progress all at once. Maria tries to play it cool, but Xyalin is totally impressed. The little werewolf admits she doesn't get modern life either and wants to explore the streets. She asks Maria to go with her, and our girl gives a rare, genuine smile. She sees a bit of her old, trapped self in Xyalin's longing for freedom. But the witch returns, interrupting their bonding moment with a favor. They are both completely speechless at her unique choice of shirt. It was a gift, okay, anyway she has something for them to try on. She asks them to try on some clothes for her. School uniforms, and wow, they both totally rock the look. The witch is practically drooling over her real-life character models. She thanks them profusely, looking absolutely thrilled. It's all for inspiration. She's writing a good girl/bad girl story. And Maria is the perfect fit for the bad girl role. She gets into character a little *2*, well, striking some savage poses for the camera. The witch directs the chaotic photo shoot, and Maria casually mentions this is a pose she uses when she hunts. She's actually smirking, enjoying the attention while the witch goes feral taking pictures. Xyalin innocently asks what hunting means. Maria bluntly says she'd tempt humans to drink their blood, but she quickly clarifies that she only went after women. Xyalin blushes furiously. The witch teases her, and Maria snaps back with some savage commentary about her own preferences. She gets right in the witch's face, defending her hunting habits. Xyalin wonders if she ever caught feelings for her prey. Of course not. They are nothing more than food to her. The air suddenly goes ice cold. Our poor Xyalin is having an existential crisis. She wonders if she's just a burden or worse, just food. Suddenly, a hand grabs her wrist. Her friends aren't about to let her spiral. They bring her into a room filled with piles of clothes. And then comes the ultimate girls' day proposal, let's go shopping. But Xyalin admits she doesn't know the way, and neither does Maria. Our red-headed vampire looks a little hesitant, but she immediately gets defensive when called out. Xyalin insists she really wants to go for herself. Then she hits Maria with the ultimate guilt trip, didn't you say we were friends? Maria is absolutely shook. Flustered, she confesses she has no idea how to hang out with friends. The room goes silent. This ancient vampire has never had a friend before. Xyalin's eyes sparkle. She gets to be Maria's very first friend. Maria begrudgingly agrees as their other friend jumps in, claiming second place. Xyalin is ecstatic. She can teach Maria everything. The girls decide it's settled, time to go. But first, they need to give Xyalin an illusion so she can pass as human. Xyalin asks about a barrier, piquing Maria's curiosity. It's a protection spell for the werewolf village. Xyalin decides to share her people's tragic history. Turns out werewolves weren't born, they were made. Bitten humans would go through a painful transformation every full moon. Maria listens, finally understanding how their numbers grew. After a quick lore dump about supernatural essences, Maria tells her to continue. She is completely invested in the story now. The tale continues. These new werewolves became mindless beasts under the full moon. Unlike natural-borns, their state lasted a full day, making them easy prey for hunters. In their desperation, they sought out a powerful witch. They begged her to help end their suffering. The witch struck a deal. She would help them, but in return, they had to become her personal vampire hunters. The tribe agreed and moved east to hide from their own hunters. Back in the present, a light bulb goes off for Maria. A vampire massacre, is that why you fled to the east? Maria's eyes flashed, remembering the chaos of her past. Xyalin walks right up to her. She gets closer and closer. Maria quickly says that the past is the past. She declares their people's history won't affect their friendship. But when asked how she knew, Maria gets flustered again. Their friend reassures them the alliance has been peaceful for years. She and the other witches maintain the peace enchantments now. Then she drops another bomb, announcing this is Xyalin's room. Maria is horrified they have to share. She argues their schedules are completely different, but then she leaves the final choice up to Xyalin, who gives a very mischievous grin. Maria is totally confused by this reaction. A poor vampire has no idea what she's gotten herself into. She jolts awake, drenched in a cold sweat. It was just a nightmare. Her roommate Xyalin greets her good morning. Maria is still too dazed to process anything. Xyalin explains she took her hair out of its braid while she slept. She thinks it looks good, and Maria gives her a gentle head pat. The compliment makes the little wolf girl blush. Maria splashes water on her face, trying to forget the dream. Seeing her new friend right after that nightmare, it calmed her down so quickly. Is this what friendship feels like? She shakes her head, deciding it's time for dinner. But they are interrupted by another girl who demands to know who Xyalin is. Maria is instantly annoyed. She declares they're going out right after eating. But her stomach has other plans, rumbling loudly. Suddenly, Xyalin pins her to the table, her eyes intense. Maria shoves her off, completely flustered. Not the neck, Xyalin whines, blushing furiously. Oh, so the neck is a sensitive spot? Maria gets a wicked idea. She grins mischievously and goes straight for the ears. Xyalin freaks out as Maria apologizes, saying she went a little overboard. The three of them head out for a shopping trip to cool off. Their friend suggests clothes, but Zayalan has only one thing on her mind: food. And so, to the food street they go. Their friend points out a corner, but Zayalan has already vanished into the crowd. Maria calls out, telling her not to get lost. But then, our girl gets distracted by an adorable little corgi. She's completely captivated, not noticing Zayalan is long gone. While their friend is on the phone, Zayalan is happily enjoying some snacks. She's in her own little world of deliciousness. When the call ends, the friend turns around to find Maria is gone. Zayalan immediately panics, but their friend tells her to calm down. Maria is a powerful vampire, she wouldn't just disappear. But with no phone, how can they find her? Then an idea strikes. She asks about Zayalan's keen sense of smell. The little wolf girl realizes her mistake. They need to get away from the overwhelming food sense. Meanwhile, our lost heroine is following the corgi. The little dog leads her down a quiet alleyway. It stops and barks, looking up expectantly. Maria follows its gaze and sees a beautiful white cat stuck in a tree. She doesn't hesitate, immediately climbing up to rescue it. She gently coaxes the scared cat into her arms. With the kitty safe, the corgi looks very pleased with itself. Maria wonders why the dog chose her for this rescue mission. She gives the good boy a well-deserved pat on the head. He clearly has an owner, he's too well-groomed to be a stray. Suddenly, Zayalan calls her name, having finally tracked her down. Maria starts to explain, but Zayalan admits she was at fault too. She then shocks Maria by perfectly understanding the corgi's barks. Zayalan takes her hand, promising to help the pup find its master. She holds on tight, telling Maria not to leave her side like that again. Later that night, a warning is given about the approaching full moon. A sinister figure smirks, saying he'll take care of Zayalan's matter himself. With her schedule finally clear, Maria announces they can go see her friend today. Her friend immediately asks if Kinyu is also a witch. Nope, try again, she's a nine-tailed fox. Maria is absolutely shook. Our girl is picturing some ancient god-tier demon. This is way above her pay grade. They arrive at a very modern, very expensive-looking building. And who opens the door? A cute little fox girl named Kinyu. She welcomes them inside, all smiles and sunshine. But Maria is still trying to process the whole legendary beast situation. They all sit down to chat about our poor heroine's predicament. Turns out, Kyankian's job is helping non-humans with everyday problems, like getting an ID. Zayalan's ears perk up. She asks if Kyankian can help her find a job since her savings are gone. The mood gets a little tense. Maria just watches, concerned for her little wolf. Kyankian tables the job talk to sort out Maria's ID first. She asks for name. Our girl hasn't even thought about it, so she just sticks with Maria. Her friend is totally judging her. With that sorted, Kyankian calls over Zayalan for her turn. Maria can't believe her new identity was decided in less than 5 seconds. Kyankian works her magic, but to the naked eye, nothing seems to have changed. She explains it's an illusion that only works on humans. The official ID will be ready in a couple of days. Maria just stands there, a little lost in her own world. Later that night, the apartment is quiet. It's just our girl and Zayalan sitting in an awkward silence. Zayalan seems to be deep in thought, looking so troubled. She's remembering how Maria looked at her that day, and she wonders if that soft, gentle expression is one Maria only shows to things she truly likes. Meanwhile, Maria is also spiraling. She feels like Zayalan has been avoiding her ever since the shopping trip. Just then, Zayalan's eyes sparkle as she sees a smartphone on TV. A girl watches her reaction, a thoughtful look on her face. An idea begins to form. Maybe a gift is exactly what they need. Later, Zayalan is quietly reading while munching on a snack. Maria is passed out on the couch, completely exhausted. But Zayalan can't focus. She keeps glancing over at our sleeping girl. She quietly gets up and walks over to the couch. Leaning down, she whispers, "Would you even care?" Her heart is breaking. She stares at Maria's sleeping face, lost in her feelings. Suddenly, Maria stirs in her sleep and grabs Zayalan's tail. She groggily wakes up, having no idea what just happened. "What time is it?" she mumbles. Zayalan stammers that it's 10 o'clock, and Maria promptly falls back asleep. That was way too close. Zayalan clutches her book, her heart pounding. A few days later, the friend calls to say the idea is ready. Maria insists on going to get it herself. Her friend asks how, and our girl just says flying, of course. What a savage. She gets permission for Zayalan to come along too. But as they're about to leave, Maria's expression turns serious. She points out the window, it's a full moon. Zayalan quickly reassures her that she's a special case and only transforms once a year. Maria still looks worried but tells her she's leaving. And with a quick goodbye, she's out the balcony doors. Now that they are alone, the friend turns to Zayalan with a serious question. She asks if it's really okay for her to be here. "Won't your parents or villagers worry about you?" Zayalan forces a smile, saying she doesn't have parents. The friend is instantly mortified, but then her expression hardens. "Let them come," she says. "I don't want to contact them." Meanwhile, Maria arrives at her destination with incredible speed. Kian is waiting with the brand new ID card. She can tell our girl is in a rush. She asks if there's something else she needs, and Maria has a very specific question. She wants to know where she can find a job that she can do at night, and she needs to keep it a secret. Kian teases her, asking if she wants to be a secret model. Our flustered girl admits she just wants to buy a gift for someone. Oh, the drama is just too sweet. Our girl gets straight to business, asking Maria what she's good at. The fox girl Xiolian suggests some jobs for monsters, and Maria is shocked this is even a thing. Apparently, a lot of monsters run their own businesses now. Xiolian then gets right to the point, are you penniless? Maria admits she is, and Xiolian can't believe a noble vampire is broke. Our girl sadly explains she's only ever survived, never really lived. Xiolian's expression softens for a moment, but business is business. She tells Maria to pay the agency fee after she gets a job. And don't get it twisted, this fox girl isn't working for free. Maria is properly intimidated as Xiolian pulls up the job listings. She then uses some kind of magic to literally print the list out of her laptop. Maria is completely bewildered by this display. Xiolian hands her the list, telling her to come back when she's made a decision. Later that night, Maria takes flight, planning to check out the jobs tomorrow. But when she gets back to the apartment, she's in for a surprise. Xiolian has passed out on the couch. Maria spots her fluffy tail and is instantly mesmerized. The urge is too strong, she reaches out and touches the magnificent floof. Okay, playtime's over, she decides to be a good roommate and move her to bed. She gently scoops her up princess style and carries her toward the bedroom. But just as she's about to lay her down, Xiolian wakes up. The poor girl screams in terror, completely disoriented. Startled, Maria trips and they both go down in a chaotic heap. They land in the most classic, compromising romance trope position ever. Maria scrambles up, apologizing like her life depends on it. A blushing Xiolian says it's okay, she just dozed off. Maria makes a hasty retreat, wishing her good night. Alone, she feels a strange new emotion stirring inside her. It feels a little like she's hunting, but different. Meanwhile, a mysterious wolfman looks at the moon, mentioning Xiolian's name. Back in bed, Xiolian's heart is pounding out of her chest. How is she supposed to sleep now? The image of Maria so close is burned into her brain. Her heart is going absolutely wild. She buries her face in her pillow, trying desperately to calm down. But her traitorous tail just keeps wagging uncontrollably. She grabs it in embarrassment, trying to make it stop. The next evening, Xiolian asks their other roommate, Kinyu, to hang out, but she's busy. Kinyu has a brilliant idea, though, a fireworks festival. Xiolian's eyes light up. Two people watching fireworks. She decides to ask Maria. She peeks into Maria's room, calling her name, and then walks in. Bad timing, she accidentally catches Maria changing, revealing a strange symbol on her back. Xiolian slams the door, mortified. She stumbles back to the living room, a blushing, flustered mess. But then she remembers the mysterious pattern she saw. Just then, Maria comes out and asks what's up. Xiolian shakily invites her to the fireworks. With a little encouragement from Kinyu, Maria agrees to go. Xiolian is still dying of curiosity about that pattern. Maria gets flustered by the attention and makes an excuse to leave for a walk. As she goes, Xiolian stares after her, realizing she wants to know so much more about this mysterious vampire. Out in the city, Maria looks over the job list. There are so many choices, from construction to waitressing. Then one listing catches her eye, a place called the Lost Devil Bar. A bar for non-humans. The address is weird, but she decides to go for it. She follows the directions down a quiet side street. A little confused by the location, she finally spots a small shop tucked away in an alley. Suddenly, a massive man with a bull's head pushes past her. A minotaur, this must be the place. She looks up at the sign, her destination confirmed. Our little wolf girl is practically vibrating with excitement for the fireworks. Xiolian tells her to calm down and be careful as they head out into the night. They plan to walk around a bit since there's still time. Maria thinks this is the perfect chance to get closer to her mysterious roommate. But her plan hits a snag. The streets are absolutely packed with people. Suddenly, she feels a hand slip into hers. Xiolian has grabbed her hand tight. Our girl is completely flustered, but Xiolian just deadpans that this way they won't get separated. Maria's heart swoons, she remembered. But Maria tries to refocus, she can't get distracted. Xiolian asks what she's interested in, trying to get to know her better. Maria blurts out small animals and immediately feels like an idiot. Xiolian then asks if she can talk to all canines. Maria puffs up her chest, proudly saying she can talk to more than just dogs. A vampire is genuinely impressed, but Maria is just confused by the questions. They finally get closer to the festival, but the sheer number of people is just too much. Maria feels a squeeze on her hand and looks over. Xiolian looks absolutely horrified. Her vampire senses are going into total overload. Her fangs are out and her eyes are glowing red. This is bad. She apologizes to a confused Maria and says they have to go somewhere else. She starts pulling her away from the chaos. Maria is so concerned, she thinks Xia must be really disappointed. Xia drags her into a creepy, dark alley. Before Maria can even process what's happening, Xia yanks her close. She tells her to hold tight as massive bat wings sprout from her back. And just like that, they are airborne, leaving the crowded streets below. They get a perfect private view of the fireworks bursting in the sky. Soaring over the city, they have the best seats in the house. Maria is completely stunned, clinging to Xia as they land on a rooftop. She can only say, wow, completely mesmerized by the view. They watch the beautiful display together. Maria is lost in the moment, thinking it's so beautiful. But Xia isn't looking at the fireworks. She's looking at Maria, thinking how at ease she looks. This peaceful moment triggers an internal crisis for our vampire. She realizes working with humans is going to be a massive problem if she can't even handle a crowd. This reminds her of the night before when she went looking for a job. She enters a secret bar through a mirror in the commissary. A slinky bartender with a snake tail greets her. The snake lady asks what she needs at this hour. The manager explains that Xia is here to apply for job. The bartender offers her a spot as a waiter or security. Xia says either is fine, which seems to surprise the snake. She gets flirty, saying Xia is too cute to be a waiter. Xia gives a savage comeback, asking when being cute became a job requirement. The bartender decides to test her, slapping her tail on the bar and saying, "Try me." She whips her massive snake tail right at Xia arm. But our girl doesn't even flinch, she stops it cold. The snake lady is impressed, but Xia isn't done yet. Her vampire eyes glow with menace. She grabs the tail, a wicked grin on her face. Then she yanks the bartender over the counter, getting right in her face. "Is this an invitation," she purrs, "for me to taste the blood of a snake?" The entire bar freezes. What a power move. Back in the present, Xia is still fuming about that damn loach. That bar requires human contact, which is a problem. But she sighs, whatever, she'll give it a try. Just then, the fireworks show ends. As she asks if they should go back, Maria suddenly grabs her. She cups Xia face, pulling her close. She looks so worried, asking why Xia didn't tell her she was uncomfortable. Maria scolds her for enduring it until she couldn't take it anymore. Xia is stunned, admitting she's just used to enduring things. Maria's expression softens. She asks if something unpleasant happened before she became a vampire. Xia freezes, thinking Maria must have seen the brand on her back. She deflects, asking how old Maria is. She's only 16. Xia immediately pinches her cheeks, telling her to wait until she's grown up to ask about her past. Our poor wolf girl is indignant. She yells that she's hundreds of years older than Xia. They bicker playfully for a moment before deciding to head back. The next day, Xia has made her decision. She shows her roommate the paperwork. She's taking the job at that bar. They'll contact the supervisor and head over tomorrow. Our girl is sleeping peacefully after a long night, but a sudden cold jolt rips her from her dreams. She wakes up completely bewildered. What was that? It was her chaotic roommates, of course. Her friend Kinyu notices the two have gotten a lot closer since the fireworks show. She asks our girl what's wrong. She looks exhausted. Maria just brushes it off as staying up late for work. She insists it's fine and that she loves having them around, but even Xia can see the stress in her eyes. Suddenly, the vibe shifts. Maria remembers she has a big job interview today. She arrives at what looks like a very fancy establishment. Her friend Xio Kang greets her at the door, ready for their joint interview. And there she is, the supervisor, a stunning woman with a tiny snake companion. Maria is floored, not another snake person. The supervisor, Xianlin, welcomes them warmly. She asks what position Maria is applying for. Our girl confidently says security. She's ready for any test they throw at her, but Xianlin just smiles, no test needed. A redhead vampire is perfect for the job. Xio Kang asks what the big deal is. Xianlin explains it's like the difference between a cat and a tiger. Our girl gets suspicious. How does this woman know so much about her? Xio Kang is just impressed by the cool new office. Xianlin then apologizes for her bartender's behavior the other day. Maria starts to say it's fine when the door slams open. Speak of the devil, it's the chaotic snake bartender Xio Jiu. She peeks in, a little less confident now. Her sister orders her to come over and apologize immediately. But Xio Jiu refuses. She claims it was Maria's fault for being so aggressive. Our girl just smirks, completely unbothered. And then she drops the most savage comeback. "I won't hold a grudge against a little loach." Oh, she did not. Xio Jiu absolutely loses it. The gremlin starts shaking our girl, screaming about being called a loach. While this chaos is happening, Xianlin just hands Maria the contract. She then drags her bratty sister out of the room. She warns her not to cause any more trouble. Apparently their boss is also a redhead vampire, and they might be related. Xio Jiu gets the message loud and clear. Later as they walk home, Zio Kang asks if Maria has any hard feelings. Her face says it all, she is beyond annoyed. Zio Kang can't help but laugh at her expression. They both agree that the loach is completely nuts. But Zio Kang thinks she knows what's really going on. She claims Zio Jiu is just acting out to get her sister's attention. Our girl is shocked by her insight. Zio Kang then gets a mischievous glint in her eye, teasing Maria about buying gifts for Ziolan. Maria denies it, but her eyes betray her when she spots the wolf girl in the crowd. We flash back to a few hours ago. Ziolan is just chilling on the couch when Kinyu bursts in full of energy. She wants to go grocery shopping and asks where Maria went. Ziolan explains she left earlier. Kinyu is getting worried about how much she's been out. Our little wolf girl doesn't know what's going on either. She puffs out her chest, ready to help with the chores. Don't underestimate her. So the two head off to the supermarket together. They return victorious with their haul of groceries. Kinyu offers to buy Ziolan some milk tea as a treat. Ziolan is thrilled with all the food she bought. But then a grim reality sets in. She's almost completely out of money. Our poor girl realizes she needs to find a job, and soon. As she's lost in thought, her ears perk up. She sees a familiar face. Her eyes go wide with disbelief. Who could it be? Meanwhile, back at the bar, Zio Jiu gets a text. It's a request to find a girl with a photo attached. And the picture is of Ziolan. Zio Jiu thinks about her night shift, wondering how she'll find her. The mysterious texter tells her to just keep an eye out. And we see who it is, a dark, cloaked figure hunting for our wolf girl. He's contacted everyone he knows to track her down. This guy looks seriously dangerous, and he's furious that his tracking abilities are weaker in his human form. He watches them from a distance, his mind racing. Suddenly, a dark memory surfaces. A desperate voice begs her not to go. The voice warns her about meddling in her friend's business. It all started when she was little. She was just trying to be helpful and make a friend at school. Being a wolf, no one ever talked to her, so she cherished this new friendship. But then her friend started pulling away, making excuses. She would lie and say she wasn't doing anything important. Our poor girl felt a little concerned watching her leave. So she peeked out the window and saw her friend meeting up with someone else. Shocked, she immediately gets up to confront her. She catches her friend red-handed, who had clearly lied about her plans. Our girl just wanted to know why she lied. But her so-called friend snaps, calling her annoying and clingy. The harsh words hit her like a ton of bricks. The girls walk away, laughing at how weird she is, leaving our poor heroine completely heartbroken. Back in the present, she clenches her fist, the painful memory resurfacing. She realizes if she keeps acting so clingy and jealous, she'll just push everyone away again. She's terrified that she'll only be hated. She finally arrives home looking defeated. Maria is surprised to see her back already. She asks about all the bags, but Ziolan just brushes it off as snacks. Maria offers to help carry the heavy-looking bags to her room, but Ziolan immediately shuts her down, saying no thank you. She quickly disappears into her room, leaving her roommates totally confused. She dumps the bags on the floor, her mission a failure. And then our girl has a full-on cringe attack over her awkward behavior. Suddenly, her roommate is at the door, asking if she's been off saving the world. She pops up, startled by the question. Her roommate asks why she's been going out so much lately. Maria admits she's been looking for a job. The others are completely floored by this revelation. She smugly announces that she already found one. Kayan helped her, but she refuses to say where she's working. Hearing this, Ziolan is flooded with relief. It was all a misunderstanding. As punishment for her secrecy, they sentence Maria to dinner duty. Maria is absolutely not thrilled about this development. Her roommate is shocked, asking if she even knows how to cook. Ziolan just smiles and leads the reluctant chef to the kitchen. She asks Maria what she needs help with. Ziolan thinks for a moment, then tells her to wash the veggies first. Maria agrees, and our girl flashes a sweet, triumphant smile. Watching her, Ziolan realizes she needs to get a job too. She tries to focus on the task at hand, getting to work. Suddenly, Maria is right behind her, grabbing her hair. She tells her not to move and gently starts tying it up. And wow, she looks absolutely stunning with her hair in a ponytail. Even their roommate, peeking in, thinks she looks great. Flustered, Ziolan shoves her away and tells her to get back to work. 30 minutes later, they've prepared a delicious-looking feast. But before they can serve it, Maria starts eating right from the plate. She says she just wanted to try Ziolan's cooking. Then she drops a bombshell. She can't taste anything. A girl's heart has been on a chaotic roller coaster all day. She suddenly grabs Maria's hand, her eyes filled with determination. Then she says, "You can try something more flavorful." And with that intense promise, the air crackles with tension. A girl grabs the vampire's hand, who is still confused by this chaotic werewolf. She whispers that she's the only one who lets her drink her blood. The vampire wonders if it's because of that mysterious note she left. Then she goes right in for a bite on the leg. Absolutely savage. But our wolf girl doesn't even flinch, just gives a cheeky little wink. "Smells good," she says. "Girl, what?" Just then their roommate walks in on this situation. She gives the vampire a total side-eye, asking what she means by eating. The roommate complains she can't taste the amazing food and has to go to work. As she heads for the shower, our wolf girl calls out to her. She timidly asks for help finding a job. Her friend immediately agrees and starts texting, asking where she learned to cook so well. Turns out it was at the school cafeteria, and just like that, she gets a reply. There's a job opening at the bar where their friend Maria works. But Zio Lan panics she's underage. Don't worry, it's a bar for monsters. They hire people who are a few centuries old. Meanwhile, in the shower, the vampire lets out a huge sneeze. Someone's talking about her. A little later, a vampire is at her new job, looking sharp in her uniform. Maria compliments her new look. She is absolutely slaying it. Then she's introduced to her new supervisor, Sir Niu, a literal bull man. He grunts for her to follow him. But just as she's about to leave, she turns back to Maria with a question. She asks about the batwing hair clip she's wearing. Maria explains it was a gift, a little confused by the sudden question. The vampire plays it cool, saying it just has a lot of personality. But as she walks away, Maria gets a little suspicious. The vampire's eyes narrow, she's onto her. She thinks Maria knows asterisk that person asterisk. And she's right, Maria immediately pulls out her phone. A call is made, boss, it's me. And we see the boss, a chaotic-looking vampire girl named Kang Kang. She smirks, telling Maria she'll be back in 2 days. 3 days later, our vampire is getting ready for work, glad that nothing crazy has happened yet. She opens her door to find Zio Lan totally zoned out on the couch. She startles our poor wolf girl right out of her thoughts. The vampire asks what she was thinking about, but Zio Lan plays dumb. She doesn't buy it for a second. As she heads out, she says her goodbyes. But Zio Lan stops her. With big puppy dog eyes, she asks if she can come with her to work. She's just curious about what a bar looks like. Our vampire can't resist and agrees. She slams the door maybe a little too quickly. Is she flustered? They arrive and Zio Lan's eyes are sparkling. The place is magical. The vampire tells her to wait at the bar while she gets changed. Suddenly, a smooth voice is heard flirting nearby. It's Loach, the resident playboy bartender. She immediately spots the cute new girl sitting all alone. She slides up to Zio Lan, trying to work her magic. But just as she offers to buy her a drink, a dark aura appears behind her. It's our vampire, and she is not having it. Loach tries to play it off, saying she's just being friendly. Yeah, right. Zio Lan tries to keep the peace, but the tension is thick. And then the entire atmosphere of the bar changes. A figure sits in the shadows, phone in hand. It's Kang Kang. She calls out to Mary. Loach is shocked, it's the boss. Kang Kang ignores her and approaches our vampire. Do you not remember me? She grabs her hand. How could I, master? The two shake hands as everyone looks on in absolute shock. And our poor Zio Lan is completely floored by this revelation. The ancient vampire greets her subordinate Maria, but she's got no time for ancient etiquette, going straight for a high fives. Maria is not having it and just pats her on the head. The master tries to make small talk about the last few hundred years, but Maria is all business, telling her to just read the memory directory. A bit dejected, the master agrees. Her eyes land on our fluffy heroine, who is absolutely shook. Our girl is panicking. She can read minds. What is this chaotic being? The master bursts out laughing, roasting Maria for hiding from monsters for 200 years. Maria is so over this, the master dismisses her to get back to work. Maria turns to our girl, Zio Lan. She asks what Zio Lan's plans are, and she sweetly says she'll wait for her shift to end. She gives Maria the most adorable smile, but the master slides in, getting right in our girl's personal space. She asks if Zio Lan is afraid of her, and you can practically feel the tremble. Who are you? Our girl stammers, completely intimidated. She can feel an inexplicable, primal fear just by being near this woman. The master is amused. She invites our very nervous heroine into a back room to talk. Zio Lan hesitantly follows, not sure what she's getting into. Meanwhile, Maria shields the little bat demon's eyes. This is not for the kids. Inside, Zio Lan gets straight to the point. How can she see Maria's memories? The master smirks, revealing a shocking truth. She can read the memories of all species because she is the first vampire. The horrifying realization dawns on Zio Lan. She's the one who turned Maria. The master confirms it with a smug little smile. That's me. When asked why, she reveals Maria asked her to do it. Zio Lan is floored. The master adds that Maria didn't want to tell her about her past. The vampire's eyes narrow. You care about her very much. She pushes, asking if they're asterisk really asterisk just friends. Our girl is speechless. Lost for words, Zio Lan admits she doesn't know what her feelings are. She just knows she cares about Maria more than anyone else. And she confesses she's always happier when she's around. Oh, the drama. Outside the door, Maria hears every single word and freezes. She just stands there, unable to move, processing this bombshell confession. The master grins, having stirred the pot perfectly. So you want to know Mary's past? Our girl shyly admits that she does. I can tell you, the master offers with a wicked glint in her eye. Maria listens from the doorway, conflicted. Should she intervene? The master seems to sense her, practically taunting her to come in and stop this. But Maria stays silent, her expression unreadable. The tension is killing us. The noise of the bar fades away. Zio Lan gets nervous, but the master proposes a deal in exchange. She'll tell Zio Lan everything about Maria's past if Zio Lan lets her read her memories. The master knows our girl isn't just a normal werewolf. She frames it as a safety check for her valuable clan member. After a tense pause, Zio Lan agrees. Then it's a deal, the vampire says, her smile turning predatory. Look at my eyes, and just like that, the mind reading begins. We're thrown into a memory. A little girl holds her mother's hand. Her mother tells her they're going to a nice man's house to play. This has bad vibes written all over it. The master explains she's transferring Maria's memories directly into Zio Lan's mind as they watch a man greet them. The mother abandons her daughter and the man's kind facade instantly drops. Come in, little brat. He gives young Maria a plain dress, telling her this is what she'll wear. When she asks about her mother, his words are pure ice. Your mother will never be coming back. The devastating truth hits her as a cold metal collar is locked around her neck. Her fate is sealed, she is now a slave. The horrifying images flash by chains, brands, and unspeakable cruelty. This is the past Maria wanted to hide. Our poor girl is chained up in the dead of night. She gets a crust of bread for dinner, barely enough to survive. But a cruel guard appears, telling her she's too slow. He slaps the food from her hands, telling her to get back to work. Just as he raises his whip, a panicked man runs in screaming. The old master has been attacked. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the camp. Our girl looks up stunned as smoke fills the air. Through the haze, a figure appears, holding a man by the throat. It's a red-haired woman with a wicked smile, a vampire. She tells the terrified slaves not to be afraid, she's here to save them. Our girl asks why, and the vampire simply says she hates this awful system. With a click, she breaks the collar, setting our heroine free. Our girl can only whisper the word vampire in disbelief. As the vampire turns to leave, our girl calls out. She makes a bold request, take me with you. The vampire is intrigued, asking why she wants to become one of them. With a desperate smile, our girl says she just wants a different kind of life. The vampire agrees but says there's a test involved. Before they can leave, another slave grabs a knife, wanting revenge. But the vampire just says, let's go, and our girl follows, ready for her new beginning. And that's the story of how Mary became a vampire. The vampire Harry finishes her tale to a shocked wolf girl named Zio Lan. Harry tells her to take her time processing the chaotic story. She then recalls how Mary got her revenge on the slave driver. She put the man in chains herself. Harry found the whole thing hilarious. Zio Lan remarks that Mary is so gentle despite her past. Suddenly, a red-haired man appears, making a cryptic comment about his memories and feelings. He asks Harry when she plans to talk about them. The man continues to press her, asking when she's going to tell Zio Lan the truth. Harry just says it's Zio Lan's choice and gets up to leave. She casually offers Zio Lan a job on her way out. Zio Lan watches her go, thinking the boss seems to know everything. Harry smirks to herself, knowing Zio Lan will find out soon enough. The red-haired man, Lang, calls her out for eavesdropping. Harry just shrugs, saying it's fine since they don't know many people. Lang seems concerned, but Harry brushes it off. It turns out they are in a fancy lounge. A bartender nearby decides to text Lang about the new arrivals. She messages that the person he's looking for is here and knows an employee. She then snaps a quick picture to send as proof. Lang gives Harry some advice, telling her emotions are hard to suppress. He looks at her with concern, but Harry just waves it off, declaring it's time to go home and play games. A true gamer queen after she leaves. Lang goes to check on Zio Lan. He finds her fast asleep at a table. The sight feels strangely familiar to him. He leans in and whispers, let's go home. They walk out together into the quiet nights. Under a lonely street lamp, Lang stops her. Zio Lan immediately starts apologizing, thinking he's upset she knows about his past. But he quickly reassures her, saying he didn't want to burden her. He tells her they can put it all behind them now. He doesn't mind that she knows. Just think of it as a boring story, he says, trying to act cool. The air is thick with unspoken feelings. Suddenly, she wraps her arms around him from behind, calling him a dummy. Lang is left completely speechless. Our girl wakes up to Zio Lan staring intensely at her. Maria mumbles that she has to go to work, but Zio Lan leans in close. Today's a day off. She's already prepped the bathroom for her, toothpaste and all. What is this, a 5-star hotel? She even offers to make her food later. This is getting suspicious. Maria can't help but wonder what's going on. For the past few days, this wolf girl has been acting way too nice. Later that night, Maria is looking for some entertainment. Zio Lan pops up and invites her to watch a movie. But there's a catch. It's a horror movie and Zio Lan has a devilish grin on her face. Our girl tries to play it cool, saying she'll give it a shot. They get comfy on the couch, snacks in hand. But the spooky atmosphere immediately gets to her. She tries to calm her nerves by petting Zio Lan's super fluffy tail. A sudden noise on screen makes her yelp, so much for being brave. Zio Lan asks if she's scared and Maria's face is a dead giveaway. She shamefully admits she is, feeling totally embarrassed. Seeing her chance, Zio Lan scoots closer. The tension on screen builds as a terrifying hallway scene begins. The footsteps get closer and closer. Then bam, a horrific monster jumps out. Maria completely loses it, screaming her lungs out. As you can imagine, she couldn't sleep a wink. Every creak and shadow has her seeing monsters. A small noise makes her jump, but it's just Zio Lan checking on her. Maria tries to laugh it off, saying the movie was just intense. Zio Lan then makes an offer she can't refuse. If you're scared, wanna sleep in my room. She gets surprisingly forceful, insisting Maria needs her rest for work. Maria caves, completely flustered by the whole situation. And just like that, they're sharing a bed, all according to plans. Zio Lan watches her with a worried expression. Maria lies there wondering why she's still so afraid of this stuff. But she has to admit being next to Zio Lan feels safe. She looks at the peacefully sleeping wolf girl and feels an urge to get closer. She scoots in, gently taking her hand. This is a moment, people. But then a dark memory surfaces. A voice from her past reminds her, in a year she'll have forgotten everything. She remembers being told not to get close to Zio Lan, her supposed food source. Her original plan was to just play along and then disappear. Coming back to the present, she knows she has to control herself. Relying on this feeling is a terrible idea. With a heavy heart, she pulls her hand away, determined to keep her distance. The next morning, her roommate Kinyu is laughing hysterically. The gossip is out, the big bad vampire is afraid of monsters. Maria is furious, but then spots Zio Lan innocently reading a book on persuasion. The little sneak. Maria claps back, mocking the witch for not knowing any magic. Oh, it is on. Kinyu accepts the challenge and casts the spell. She tells Maria to hold a mirror. Suddenly, Maria's hair is in pigtails. Kinyu thinks it's adorable, but Maria is about to throw hands. Just then, Zio Lan pops up and agrees she looks cute. The genuine compliment completely short-circuits Maria's brain. She gets all flustered, blurting out, "Nowhere as cute as you." Overwhelmed by the cuteness, she starts aggressively petting Zio Lan's ears. Zio Lan is a blushing mess, and of course the writer roommate is taking notes, pure gold. Later that night, Maria is walking home after a long day of work. But she's not alone. A cloaked figure is watching her from the shadows. A sinister smile spreads across his face. It's her. The peace is shattered as we flash back to that quiet morning. A stark contrast to the danger now lurking. Our girl is happily humming to herself, her fluffy tail wagging in delight. She just finished a masterpiece and is admiring the city lights. It's a cute doodle of Maria being terrified of a little ghost. Hee hee. She feels like she's finally getting to know Maria better. Our poor heroine is totally smitten, blushing at her own drawing. She gives the little ghost a poke before letting out a massive yawn. It's been a long day, so she just flops right onto her bed. But as she stares at the ceiling, a sudden realization hits her. The full moon is coming, and that means only one thing. She starts stressing out about her upcoming transformation. Deciding not to burden her friends, she'll handle this mess herself. She has to find a solution where nobody gets hurt, especially Maria. Meanwhile, a certain redhead is walking home alone under the moon. Maria is complaining about her long day and getting paid late. But then she feels it, a presence is following her. And whatever it is, it's definitely not human. A mysterious hooded figure stalks her into a dark alley. But in a flash, Maria is gone. The stalker is confused. A voice cuts through the darkness from behind. "You looking for me?" Maria smirks, totally unfazed by her would-be attacker. The figure doesn't waste time and pulls out a sharpened wooden stake. They launch it with blinding speed, straight for her heart. But Maria dodges it like it's nothing, a wooden stick pathetic. Her attacker flees, leaving Maria wondering who they could be. She decides to head home before any more weirdos show up. The hooded figure watches from the shadows, knowing they were outmatched. That redhead is way too strong for a head-on fight, but they might have a chance during the full moon, when Zio Lan transforms. The next day at school, our girl is on the hunt for her favorite person. And there she is, target acquired. Some rando is trying to talk to Maria, who clearly isn't interested. Zio Lan swoops in, wrapping a protective arm around her. "What do you want with my cutie?" She pulls Maria in even closer, who mutters a quiet thanks. Zio Lan gets bold. "I've helped you so many times, how will you thank me?" Maria blushes. "I'll give you whatever you want." Our girl points to herself. "You," Maria completely short-circuits. She grabs her wrist, leaning in close. "I wasn't joking." And it was all a daydream. Our girl is beat red at the dinner table. Her friend starts wondering what Maria would look like with a ponytail. The thought alone is enough to send Zio Lan's heart into overdrive. Her heart pounds in her chest so hard she can't breathe. Oh no, she clutches her chest in pain. She quickly makes an excuse, saying she has to head out for a bit. Her friend is confused. It's pouring rain outside. But Zio Lan is already gone, grimacing in agony. She clenches her fist as her nails sharpen into claws. It's happening now. Just then, the front door creaks open. It's Zio Lan, drenched from the rain and looking terrified. Her friends rush over, totally shocked. "Where did you go?" They can't believe she ran out without an umbrella. Our girl is panicking. She couldn't find a safe place in time. She grabs Maria's arm, desperate. "I have to tell you something." But Maria just pinches her cheek. "That can wait, go get changed." Her other friend agrees, worried she'll catch a cold. They push her into the bathroom before she can protest. Zio Lan stands there, soaked and shaking with nowhere left to run. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our poor girl finally decides to spill the tea. On the next full moon, she's going to transform. And when she does, she completely loses control. She becomes a violent beast and needs to find a place to be alone. Her friends are confused, asking about the suppressant medicine, but Zio Lan sadly explains that she's different from the others. That medicine has absolutely no effect on her. Her friends are getting seriously worried now. They ask her what makes her so special. She trembles, her eyes filled with a secret pain. Then she drops the biggest bombshell of their lives. She's not just a werewolf, she has vampire blood too. Her friends stare, absolutely stunned into silence. Our girl apologizes for hiding such a massive secret for so long. Her friend is trying to process this chaotic revelation. She asks how Zio Lan used to handle her transformations. Turns out her old school just locked her in a reinforced metal cell. Brutal. So why doesn't she just go back there? Her red-headed friend immediately shuts that down. She escaped that prison once. There is absolutely no reason for her to go back. Zio Lan is so touched by their fierce loyalty. Her friends have a cute little moment, calling each other morons. Honestly, who wouldn't be a moron in this insane situation? But they're smiling, they're in this together. Our girl apologizes again, feeling like a burden. But her friends are having none of it, they're here for her. They immediately jump into action, splitting up to find a solution. Soon it's just Zio Lan and Kinyu left. The air is thick with unspoken fears. But Kinyu gently pats her head, promising they'll find a way. Zio Lan looks up, startled by the simple, kind gesture. Kinyu gives one last determined look before leaving to get help. She heads straight to her boss, who's in the middle of a gaming session. Her boss immediately asks if she's taking time off for Zio Lan. Kinyu is shocked. Turns out the boss read our girl's memories. She confirms that vampire-werewolf hybrids are incredibly rare. Kinyu asks the big question, will she have vampire powers too? Her boss isn't sure but saw some vampiric signs in her memories. The abilities could manifest at any time. The plot thickens. Kinyu realizes things are way more complicated than she thought. She heads back, her mind racing. Her boss gives her one final chilling warning, try not to get bitten. A few days later, the dreaded night arrives. The friends lead a terrified Zio Lan deep into the woods. They begin chaining her to a massive rock. This is heartbreaking. She looks so small and helpless, all tied up. The chains were custom made by a metal smithing friend. Our poor girl thanks them for everything. They tell her not to worry and leave her to face the moon alone. For extra safety, a magical barrier is cast around her. Kinyu makes sure her friend kept the whole vampire hybrid thing a secret. It's better if fewer people know her dangerous situation. Then her friend hands her a mysterious object. It's a glowing, icy blue cube. She explains it's a last resort smoke bomb that can paralyze werewolves. But it has serious side effects. This is a worst-case scenario plan. Kinyu is not thrilled about this sketchy magic item. As the sun sets, she knows she can't rely on anyone else. She clutches the cube, ready for whatever comes next. Night finally falls, dark and silent. But wait, elsewhere, another werewolf is watching the same moon. He takes a pill, the suppressant that doesn't work on our girl. This mysterious man seems to have his transformation under control. Who is he? The transformation begins. Inside the barrier, our poor girl starts to change. She screams in agony as wings tear from her back. The onlookers can only watch in horror. This looks bad. She's gotten bigger and now she has wings. Her friend desperately tries to reinforce the barrier. But the beast thrashes wildly against the glowing cage. Her massive claws grip the magical chains. With a final surge of power, the chains snap. Her friend collapses, coughing up blood. Maria screams that she's the weakest witch she's ever seen. The barrier shatters and our girl stands alone against the beast. She faces the monster that was once her friend. It broke through the barrier in a single instant. The beast lunges, ready to tear her apart. But our girl pulls out a glowing crystal, a last resort with severe side effects. She remembers Zio Lan's smiling face, telling her to be careful. With no other choice, she activates it. Boom. The beast collapses, coughing and choking. Pinned to the ground, our girl presses the crystal against its chest. The beast bites its own arm, trying to fight the crystal's power. Suddenly, its eyes clear, it recognizes her. The transformation reverses. Zio Lan asks why she did that. She gets a good look at her friend, asking if she's okay. But then she warns her to stay back and stumbles away into the woods. She collapses moments later, but someone else is here. A mysterious hooded werewolf has finally found her. Our girl notices the stranger is wearing Zio Lan's clothes. She realizes this is the werewolf who was stalking her. She confronts him and he admits he was using her to get to Zio Lan. Her eyes flash with anger. This guy has some nerve. He demands to know what she's planning to do. She shoots back that it's none of his business. He sneers that Zio Lan is his food and has nothing to do with werewolves. Our girl just smirks, tossing a glowing cube into the air. The werewolf is disgusted. Food. He lunges with his claws out, but she's ready for him. She unleashes a blast of magic. The werewolf is caught in the smoke, choking. She grabs him by the collar, don't interfere. The smoke overwhelms him and his eyes glaze over. He collapses, feeling dizzy. He wakes up to their friend looking over him. He's completely lost. What's going on? He asks why Zio Lan is black. Oh wait, that's just him. He asks where the real Zio Lan is. Our girl points. But she's gone, only her clothes are left. Wait, something's moving. A tiny, fluffy head peeks out from under the shirts. It's the most adorable little fluff ball they have ever seen. Everyone is completely stunned by the cuteness overload. Our girl kneels down, Zio Lan. The tiny creature sniffs her wounded hand gently. Maria wants to pet it too, squealing about how cute it is. But the little fluffball turns on her with a ferocious growl. The werewolf warns her to be careful. In this form, she only recognizes her own kind. Maria is still confused, asking why they were fighting and if she knows the werewolf from somewhere. A memory flashes of Zio Lan smiling brightly. The little werewolf boy looks up with hopeful eyes. You remember me. Our girl Kinyu is deep in thought, barely noticing as she walks past him. He gets in her way and suddenly she spots it, a single strand of light hair. And a scar. It all clicks. You're the werewolf kid from the village, she exclaims. Wow, you've grown so big, she says, grabbing his blushing face. But Maria is not impressed. I don't care if you know each other, just don't take Zio Lan. He admits his main objective is to make sure Zio Lan is safe. In other words, you were going to force her? Kinyu deadpans. Maria just glares, the little fox on her head looking just as serious. Suddenly, Kinyu notices Maria's arm, her hand's been bitten. Deciding priorities, she says they need to head back immediately. She invites the werewolf Zio Hai to tag along. He shyly agrees. But he's injured too, stumbling as he tries to stand. He nearly collapses onto her, whispering that he's a bit weak. Maria has a chaotic idea. Could it be that you used that? And just like that, she sprouts giant bat wings. I'll fly you all back. Zio Hai is left dangling helplessly. It's not like I use my hands to fly, so it's fine. Back at the house, Kinyu carefully bandages Maria's wounded arm. Maria figures it'll take about a month to heal, a whole month. Our girl is shocked by how long it will take. She tells Zio Hai to rest up on the couch. He tries to tell her his real name, but she just pats his head and calls him Zio Hai anyway. He's too flustered to correct her. She asks about the side effects of the smoke bomb they were hit with. Apparently it causes dizziness, fatigue, and a decline in bodily functions. Lovely. They decide to just rest for the night. Maria is sent to take Zio Lan to her room. In her room, Maria stares at her bandaged wrist. It's been one heck of a day. She wonders about the enemy who attacked them and what their relationship is to Zio Lan. The little fox tugs on her blanket, asking if she wants to sleep. The cuteness is too much. Maria's tough girl facade cracks for a second. But then she suddenly gasps, clutching her arm. What's going on? She wonders, looking at her bandages in confusion. The pain is getting worse. She's definitely not just imagining it. Meanwhile, Kinyu brings a glass of water to the werewolf boy on the couch. He immediately asks why a witch is living with a vampire. Don't witches hate vampires? Our girl admits most do, but she doesn't really care about that stuff. She actually finds talking to Maria and teasing her pretty fun. He points out that Zio Lan is her food, but she insists they get along quite well. He's confused. He realizes the village totally misunderstood the situation. She explains the village was probably scared. Everyone knows witches don't like vampires. If word got out that Zio Lan was a hybrid, they'd never receive help from the witches again. She admits it would be troublesome if her own clan leader found out. But she gives him a reassuring head pat. You can relax. She tells him to rest and heads off to her room. The next day, her alarm goes off, waking her from a restless sleep. She couldn't find any info on the bite last night. Time for plan B. She pulls up the contact for the clan leader, also known as Mom. She takes a deep breath and makes the call. Mom, I want to ask you something. If a werewolf bites a vampire, how do you heal it? She quickly lies that it's for a story she's writing. But her mom cuts right to the chase, demanding to know when she's coming back to her duties. Kinyu sighs, annoyed. Didn't I tell you? It's not to interfere as long as I'm in charge of the barrier. But her mom just hangs up. It's always like this, but she got the info she needed. She has to tell Maria now. She burst into the living room shouting, I have some bad news. Only to find Maria holding Zio Hai by the scruff of his shirt. What is this chaos? Selling the misunderstanding, Maria says flatly. Kinyu asks if her injury felt worse last night. Maria says it did. That confirms Kinyu's worst fears. The wound won't be easy to cure and the pain will get worse, especially at night. The others are shocked. Is it really that serious? For newborn vampires, it's fatal. Kinyu declares she's going to find a way to fix this. Maria and Zio Hai both immediately volunteer to go with her. But she shuts them down. No, you two just rest. I'll be back soon. Maria tries to argue, saying she can take it. But Kinyu is firm. That's just unacceptable. A wave of guilt washes over her. This is her fault. If she had just been able to hold out a little longer, maybe no one would have been hurt. Our girl is on a mission walking through a sun-dappled forest, but she is not happy about it, complaining about having to deliver food to grandma. She figures taking a shortcut is way faster. What could possibly go wrong? Suddenly, she feels a menacing presence from the bushes. A wolf has found its prey. She continues on, unaware she's being stalked. A rustle in the bushes finally gets her attention. But instead of a big bad wolf, it's the tiniest, fluffiest wolf pup ever. The little guy immediately starts begging for attention, and our girl's heart melts. She kneels down to pet the adorable creature, but then it gently bites her hand, trying to lead her somewhere. Curiosity gets the best of her, and she decides to follow the little fluff ball. It leads her to a bizarre house built into a massive tree. The pup woofs and she peeks inside, only to find a silver-haired wolf girl waiting for her. The wolf girl gives a terrifying grin, time to eat. She lunges forward with a mighty howl, but Red Riding Hood is completely unfazed. In fact, she looks intrigued. In a shocking power move, our girl pulls the predator into a romantic embrace. Back in the present, Maria is saying her goodbyes. The door shuts, leaving our girl alone with the injured black wolf. Suddenly, the little white wolf dashes in carrying a bag of snacks. Our girl asks the big wolf if it's okay for the pup to eat them. The pup needs help opening the bags, looking absolutely pathetic. Never mind, she's an independent woman who rips it open herself. The black wolf apologizes for all the trouble. She then asks if Zio Lan is important to Maria. Maria confirms they're basically sisters. As Maria explains their history, the pup gets suspicious of a snack. It tries one and immediately has a chaotic reaction, smacking Maria right in the face. Maria is completely bewildered by this tiny agent of chaos, but the pup just starts begging for the snack on her leg, and she can't resist its cute face. She asks how long until the wolf returns to normal. Just a few days. Maria wonders if it's because she's a hybrid. The wolf then warns Maria not to tell Zio Lan about the injury, because she'd feel terribly guilty. Meanwhile, late at night, Zio Hai is wide awake. It's 4 a.m. and she's starting to worry that Kinyu isn't back yet. She sits on the couch, exhausted and anxious. She missed her chance to see Kinyu last time and thought she'd have to wait years. The fact that she's here now in Kinyu's home, it feels like a dream. Just then the door creaks open. It's Kinyu, who's surprised to see Zio Hai awake. Kinyu is also surprised to see she's back to her human form, and Zio Hai gets super flustered. Kinyu asks if the sofa is too uncomfortable to sleep on. She then drops a savage roast, saying only a 200-year-old hag would be used to it. Zio Hai can't help but smile, thinking Kinyu is so interesting. Then Kinyu makes a bold proposal with a sly grin. "Wanna sleep in my room?" Zio Hai's brain completely short-circuits at the suggestion. She's blushing furiously, unable to process the offer. Aurelia G looks completely drained after her ordeal. Her friend asks if she's okay, but she tries to play it cool. Her body immediately betrays her and she nearly collapses. Her friend is not buying this weak act for a second. She gently helps Yaji up, ready to play nurse. Yaji just needs a little help to the library. But her friend is already in full-on caretaker mode, and then a casual ab check. "Impressive," she says, totally not being weird at all. Yaji is flustered beyond belief. Her friend just laughs and runs off to get supplies. She dashes away, a mischievous grin on her face. A new plaything has been acquired. The chaos has just begun. Suddenly, she hears a noise from the other room. A tiny white fox appears, looking lost. The little fluffball just waltzes right in. She's completely stunned and calls out for someone named Maria. And just like that, a mysterious red-haired girl appears, looking guilty. Maria's wound is acting up, so her friend tells her to hold on. She rushes off to grab some herbs for the pain. A while later, she returns with the medicine. She hands Maria a warm drink, telling her it'll heal her right up. Just then, Yaji peeks out of her room, wondering what's happening. She spots Maria and is instantly on high alert. "Who are you?" Yaji introduces herself, her eyes locked on Maria. She demands to know what's in that suspicious-looking mug. "Oh, it's just some healing medicine that looks exactly like poison." Her friend cheerfully says she made a cup for Yaji too. How thoughtful. They say their goodbyes, leaving Maria and the little fox alone. Maria apologizes to the little one for the commotion, but the fox isn't scared at all, it just wants cuddles. It hops right up onto the bed and gets comfortable. She pulls the tiny creature into a warm hug, finally feeling safe. The little fox looks up at her with pure adoration, and then it lands a tiny, innocent kiss right on her lips. Maria is completely frozen. What just happened? The fox just wags its tail, having no idea of the chaos it caused. Our girl is a blushing, stuttering mess. The cuteness is just too powerful to handle. Meanwhile, Yaji is having a terrible time with her own medicine. It looks even more like poison than the last one. Later that night, her friend returns in a unique shirt. She proudly shows off her new pajamas. Surprised they're matching, Yaji is speechless. It's getting late, so they decide to call it a night. Her friend turns off the lights as Yaji processes the shirt situation. They say their good nights. But our poor heroine can't sleep, thinking about her friend. What did she want to talk about? Overcome with curiosity, she scoots a little closer. Her heart is about to beat out of her chest, and then her friend turns over, facing her directly. Busted, they're inches apart, and Yaji is panicking. Elsewhere, the little white fox begins to glow. It's transforming into a silver-haired girl with fox ears. She wakes up in bed, wrapped around Maria. The realization hits her like a truck. She's human again. Maria wakes up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. The fox girl Zio Lan spots the bandages on Maria's arm. The memories come flooding back, the attack, the blood. She remembers losing control and hurting the one person who showed her kindness. She breaks down, apologizing over and over for the wound. Maria listens silently, her expression unreadable. Zio Lan is filled with regret, saying she should have never left her cage. But Maria stops her, admitting she could have stopped the attack but didn't. So it's my fault too, she says, pulling Zio Lan into a hug. She tells her that only morons stay in cages. And you're not a moron, are you? The intensity is off the charts. If she still feels guilty, there's one way to make it up to her. Help me recover, Maria says with a sly look. And also, she's starving, so Zio Lan can help with that too. Zio Lan is baffled. Is she serious right now? Suddenly, Maria clutches her head, looking unwell. She asks Zio Lan to let go for just a moment. Zio Lan looks on, concerned. In a swift move, Maria flips them. Let's switch positions this time, she declares. Zio Lan is now a blushing, towel-clutching mess. The tables have turned. Our little wolf suggests they switch positions this time. She says a neck bite is painful, but she can take it. What a trooper. Suddenly, our girl is sweating bullets. Why is she so nervous? She leans in, trying to get it over with. But something feels wrong, terribly wrong. Her instincts are screaming at her. Her eyes start glowing as she doubles over in agony. She collapses right on top of our poor wolf girl. Even Zio Lan feels the backlash from the bite. She calls out to Maria, completely bewildered. But our girl is lost in a haze, panting heavily. She wonders why she couldn't control her hunger, then she hears her roommates. They're just chilling in the living room, and they spot Maria peeking out of the bedrooms. But they also spot the silver-haired girl right behind her, busted. It's Zio Lan's older sister, and she does not look happy. She's here to take her back to the village. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Zio Lan looks absolutely panicked. She finally speaks up, refusing to go back. Her sister sighs, admitting she expected this. She reveals the village wanted to send a whole squad to drag her back, but she called them off, thinking it was too much. Then she drops the big question, what about next year's transformation? Maria interrupts, explaining the bite seemed to help her regain consciousness. Everyone is shocked by this new information. Zio Lan flashes back to her feral state. Could it be in Maria's blood? Her sister considers the possibility. The resident genius says it's likely, but they can't be sure for a year. She tells the sister to go back and let everyone know Zio Lan is safe. The sister looks torn but seems to agree. She seems to carry a heavy burden. Zio Lan watches her go while Maria looks on in support. Maria's roommate gives her a subtle "you're welcome" nod. Later that night, the two are finally getting a moment of peace. Our girl decides to ask something that's been on her mind. She asks why Zio Lan and her sister seem so distant. Zio Lan sadly admits that it's all her fault. She begins her story starting from when she was born. Back then, she and her sister were inseparable. They were the happiest kids in the world. But everything changed when she turned 5. She ran to her big sis, worried. She asked why her fingernails were suddenly so long and sharp. Her sister just checks her hands, seemingly unconcerned. She explains that the full moon is coming, and since she's turning 5, she'll have her first transformation. Little Zio Lan was so excited, she was finally going to grow up. She hugged her sister, absolutely beaming with joy. She thought she would finally be like everyone else. But when the full moon rose, something went horribly wrong. The medicine wasn't working, and she was crying in agony. He calls out to his little sister, Zio Lan. Their parents aren't home yet, and he's getting worried. He pulls her into a comforting hug, promising they'll find them later. But instead of comfort, she sinks her teeth right into his shoulder. She shoves him away with a wild look in her eyes. The memory of that attack still haunts him. And we see why. The older Yaji is recounting the whole tragic tale. She explains that because her healing wasn't fully developed, the bite left a permanent scar. After that, everything changed between them. Her father sent Zio Lan away to the dorms because Yaji was terrified of her own sister. She admits that she started avoiding Zio Lan at school. Our poor Zio Lan understood it was because of fear, but the rejection still stung deeply. So she started avoiding Yaji right back. Zio Lan confesses to her new friend that she shouldn't have run away. Meanwhile, Yaji is drowning in guilt, convinced it's all her fault. She tells her friend that she completely abandoned her own sister. Her friend asks if they ever made up after all that time. Yaji admits they never did. She took this dangerous mission just to help Zio Lan, calling it her atonement. But her friend is having none of that melodrama. She calls her out, asking if this atonement is just to make herself feel better. Oof, savage, the friend sighs at how complicated they are. She tells Yeji to just use this as a chance to finally talk to her sister. She then gets closer, gently touching the scar on Yeji's cheek. She whispers that the scar actually suits her. The sudden closeness makes Yeji flinch back, a blushing mess. Her friend smirks, grabbing her arm and leaning in close. "Are you worried I'll pin you down?" she teases, voice low and dangerous. Our girl is completely flustered, stuttering that it's not like that at all. Her friend just laughs, calling her an easily flustered kid. Yeji puffs out her chest, insisting she's 19 years old. Hearing she's on summer vacation gives her friend an idea. She offers to let Yeji stay longer and even offers to dry her hair for her. And just like that, Yeji realizes she's falling hard for this woman. Back in the other room, Maria is processing the whole story. But she says something isn't right. She doesn't think Yeji is afraid of her sister at all. In fact, Yeji was the one who told Maria to comfort Zio Lan in the first place. She remembers seeing Yeji watching over her from a distance. Maria looks at Zio Lan, waiting for her to connect the dots. Zio Lan just sighs, saying she's bad at mending fences. Maria just watches her, a thoughtful look on her face. She tries to think of what to say, but Zio Lan suddenly rests her head on her shoulder. Maria completely freezes up as Zio Lan thanks her for listening. She stammers that she's not used to being so close to someone. Zio Lan is utterly confused, asking if this is how you hunt prey. She then asks what a cabe-don is, saying Maria did it to her earlier. She innocently explains that it must be a special hunting technique. Apparently, she learned it from some other vampires. They told her it was a great way to catch prey. Hearing this, Maria absolutely loses it and bursts out laughing. She can't stop wiping tears from her eyes as she calls Zio Lan cute but dumb. "Who are you calling dumb?" Zio Lan protests. Maria's responds a full-on tickle attack. But their cute moment is interrupted by a creak at the door. It's Yeji and her friend, who asks what kind of roleplay they've walked in on. They quickly cover, suggesting a midnight snack. Zio Lan's eyes sparkle at the mention of food. Soon they're ordering a mountain of barbecue. The friend teases Zio Lan's love for meat, and Yeji grumbles that she used to steal hers all the time. Zio Lan looks shocked at the accusation. Yeji admits she likes meat too, but Zio Lan just eats too fast. The friend notes they must have gotten along well, and Yeji offers to take her sister home for lamb sometime, but Maria isn't smiling. She just watches them, a strange feeling twisting inside her. Zio Lan notices her quiet mood. Maria just says she's not hungry and gets up to leave. She says she'll go rest in her room, shutting the door behind her. Alone in the hallway, she feels a pang of jealousy. Why does seeing those two talking bother me so much? She wonders. Several days later, our girl is feeling much better. She unwraps the bandage from her hand, finally healed. Time to get back to work and forget all the supernatural chaos. But as she looks over at her bed, she remembers the little wolf girl who stayed with her. Shaking it off, she heads out for her shift. But who does she see the second she walks in? It's Zio Lan. Dressed as a maid, she asks for our girl's order, the absolute audacity. Our poor heroine is completely stunned into silence. She's having a full-on system error. What is going on here? Zio Lan smiles sweetly. She's working here now too. Apparently, she heard our girl mention work and decided to get a job herself. And just like that, she's the new waiter. This is just too much. Of course, she's already the office favorite. Her coworker can't stop gushing about how Zio Lan memorized the entire menu in one day. Okay, that's impressive. Our girl is a little shocked. But she has one very important question: why the secrecy? Suddenly, the resident troublemaker appears. It was all a surprise. It's a maid-themed party, and guess who has a matching outfit? Oh heck no, our girl is absolutely not wearing that frilly nightmare. The chaos is immediate as they try to force her into it. But the commotion stops when the manager arrives, also in a maid outfit. Her coworker immediately starts teasing the bullheaded manager. She even magically turns her ears into cute bows. Zio Lan is absolutely amazed by the trick. Unfortunately, our girl lost the fight. She's stuck in the maid uniform, looking furious. She is not paid enough for this humiliation. Zio Lan watches her, a thoughtful look on her face. The pink-haired gremlin decides something is missing. She calls over the resident witch for a little magical makeover. With a sparkle of magic, her hair begins to transform. Zio Lan gasps, her face turning bright red. Our girl's hair is now long and flowing. She looks like a goddess. The transformation is absolutely stunning. Our heroine is just confused. What just happened? Her friend is already snapping pictures. The new look is a total success. Even the resident tsundere has to admit, it actually looks good. Our girl just wants to know when this magical hair goes away. Turns out the magic is tied to the bar itself. As long as she's here, she's stuck with the princess hair. Time to get to work. Her coworker wishes Zio Lan good luck on her first day. Zio Lan spots a hairband and asks to borrow it. Our girl ties up her new, impossibly long hair. And somehow she looks even more intimidating and gorgeous. Zio Lan is totally frozen, just staring at her. Her heart is pounding. The ponytail is a critical hit. Our girl warns her to be careful. The customers here are a bunch of weirdos. And just like that, Zio Lan is called away to her first table. She gets to work, navigating the strange patrons of the bar. It doesn't take long for a foxy guy to try and get her number. She politely shuts him down with a professional smile. A coworker swoops in to run interference, savagely rejecting the guy for her. A girl watches the whole scene play out from the bar. The snake girl sits beside her, sipping her drink with a smirk. She notes that Zio Lan is quite the charmer. Our girl feels a strange, annoying pang. Zio Lan bounces over, curious about the drink. Our girl offers her a taste, a mischievous glint in her eye. Zio Lan thinks it's sweet. Taste, I only taste blood, our girl deadpans. She asks how the first day is going. It's going great, so great she's chugged the whole glass and wants more. Her coworker is shocked, that stuff is almost 60 proof. But Zio Lan feels amazing and says it's delicious. The bartender is impressed and happily pours another. Our girl just watches, wondering if letting the wolf girl get wasted is a good idea. Her coworker mixes up a special drink with more ingredients and less alcohol. Maria decides it's time to head back, leaving the others to their fun. But as she walks away, a voice calls out to her. It's a foxy lady, literally, and she's looking right at Maria. She smirks, saying she's been watching our girl for a long time. She even noticed Maria was gone for a few days. And apparently she started to miss her. Maria is just thinking, and who the heck is this weirdo? The fox introduces herself as Ayan, but our girl tries to shut her down, saying she's on the clock. Ayan tries to get her to stay, but Maria is suddenly called away. It's her co-worker, and she's annoyed about something. Turns out Zio Lan is completely wasted. As Maria approaches, Zio Lan suddenly gets up with a crack. She grabs Maria and pulls her towards the back room. The fox lady watches them leave with a very satisfied smirk. She is not hating this development at all. In the back, Maria tries to get Zio Lan to just sit and rest. But Zio Lan suddenly grabs her arm, pulling her off balance. Our poor heroine tumbles right into her lap. Zio Lan leans in close, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Maria is completely frozen, telling her to hold on. I'm gonna tell you a secret, Zio Lan whispers, her voice husky. She gently caresses Maria's face. Then she drops the bomb, you're really beautiful. So this is what she's like when she's drunk? Maria's heart is about to beat out of her chest. The air is thick with tension as she stares, completely flustered. Zio Lan leans in closer and promptly passes out cold on her shoulder. Maria is just left there, holding the sleeping girl. Why was I so nervous? She wonders, completely bewildered. The next morning, Zio Lan wakes up with a jolt. She's back in her room and has no idea how she got there. Then she hears a voice, it's Maria. Our girl explains that she got drunk, so she stayed to watch over her. Zio Lan nervously asks if she did anything weird. Maria gives her a deadpan stare. She lies right through her teeth, saying she just fell asleep. She quickly changes the subject, asking if Zio Lan can still make it to work. Then she bolts, saying she'll wait outside. But Zio Lan is no fool, judging from that reaction. She definitely did something. She dives into her pillow, completely mortified. Outside the door, Maria is also having a full-blown panic attack. She can't believe she just ran away from the awkwardness. She then wonders where her other two roommates went. Turns out they're at the grocery store. Kinyu thanks Zio Hai for helping, but our girl is clearly overwhelmed by the crowd. Kinyu cheerfully says she'll be counting on her for future shopping trips. This seems to make Zio Hai happy. They find themselves in front of a giant pile of durians. Kinyu suddenly grabs Zio Hai's hand, pulling her closer. Zio Hai is completely flustered by the sudden skinship. Kinyu decides they should get a big one. And Zio Hai is surprisingly into it, saying it smells great. Kinyu points to a massive one and asks her to carry it. As Zio Hai holds the spiky fruit, Kinyu says she thinks she's quite special. Zio Hai blushes, asking if she means especially pretty. Kinyu's reply is savage, I feel like you usually look nothing like a witch. Ouch. She says it's nice to see her blending in without all the stress. She just wants to do what she likes. Zio Hai seems to take her words to heart. Kinyu snaps her out of her thoughts, asking how long she plans to just hold the durian. The only thing on their minds now is getting home and eating it. Our poor girl is just trying to get through her shift, but her mind keeps flashing back to the night before. Her coworker Lemon snaps her out of it, asking what's up. Zio Lan is completely flustered, trying to play it cool. Lemon just jokes around before sending her to clear a table. And who does she see? The fiery redhead Maria and a very flirty fox lady. The fox is getting way too close for comfort. She whispers that she's just so glad to be near Maria. Maria is clearly not having it, but lets the fox wrap her tail around her anyway. The fox looks way too smug about this whole situation. Meanwhile, some absolute creeps are eyeing our girl from across the book. Maria overhears their gross comments and immediately tenses up. The fox lady reveals these two are well-known kidnappers, and our girl is their next target. That's all Maria needs to hear. The scumbags are laughing it up when a hand slams down on their table. It's Maria, and her eyes are glowing with pure rage. The goons demand to know who she is. But the fox steps in, dropping a casual threat about pissing off the owner. That single sentence is enough to make them sweat bullets. They know when they're outmatched and make a quick exit. Maria gives a curt thanks for the backup. The fox can't help but notice how fiercely protective Maria is of that little wolf. And in that moment, Maria makes a decision. Zio Lan cannot work here, it's just too dangerous for her. Her mind is made up. Later that night after work, they walk home together. Zio Lan is happily chatting away, completely oblivious. Maria suddenly stops her. She looks her dead in the eye and says this job doesn't suit her. Our girl is completely blindsided. Maria goes for the kill, saying she never wanted her here to begin with. Ouch, that's savage. Zio Lan is just confused, asking what's gotten into her. She thinks she did something wrong while drunk and starts apologizing. But Maria isn't having it. What were you thinking working at a place like this? She demands. Zio Lan is speechless. Why is Maria being so cold all of a sudden? She asks what she means. Maria asks if she really wants to know why. And then our girl just explodes. It's 'cause you're here. The confession hangs in the air, stunning Maria into silence. The tension is unbearable. Overwhelmed, Zio Lan turns and runs away. Maria is left alone, drowning in instant regret. What am I even saying? She thinks, realizing she's messed up badly. The next day comes. Maria wakes up immediately looking for Zio Lan. But her room is empty. Her roommate Yage tells her she's already gone to work. Maria starts to panic, blaming herself for her inability to communicate. Yage asks her what's wrong. She correctly guesses it's about Zio Lan working at the bar. Yage admits she was worried too, but tells Maria not to underestimate our girl. Don't look down on Zio Lan, she says. She'll find a way to take care of herself. She asks if Maria is just scared something will happen to her. Yage offers some comfort, reminding Maria that she's there to protect her. Maria asks why she trusts her so much after their rocky start. Yage just smiles, saying it was all a misunderstanding. They've already made up after all. She admits she thought Maria was scary, but now she knows she's actually kind. I'll leave Zio Lan to you, she says, putting her faith in Maria. With renewed determination, Maria agrees. She knows what she has to do now, have a proper, honest talk with Zio Lan. Maria opens the door and the mood is instantly frosty. The boss tells her Zio Lan's transfer is delayed. Our poor girl's ears droop, she's clearly heartbroken. Maria can only stare as Zio Lan turns away in silence. She slams the door, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Maria curses under her breath, but her friend already knows something's up. This girl is an empath. She asks how Maria knew something was wrong. She points out that Zio Lan has been really down lately. Maria finally admits it. She said something awful and needs to apologize. Even the big scary bull guy has advice. He suggests giving her a gift. Her friend is shocked. Who knew the big guy was so empathetic? Maria plans to use her paycheck, but her friend has a secret to share. Meanwhile, our poor Zio Lan is spiraling. She wonders if she was wrong, but her thoughts are interrupted. A handsome fox calls her over and our girl is confused. He gets straight to the point, asking if she's friends with Maria. He wants to know if there's anything the security guard likes. Zio Lan is completely caught off guard by the question. And then he drops the bomb. He's totally into her. The world just shatters for our poor, sad wolf girl. She quickly says she doesn't know and tries to escape. But the fox isn't giving up. He tells her to find out for him. She walks away, but a horrible feeling makes her stop. She turns around, needing to see for herself. And there he is, already making his move on Maria. Suddenly, our girl's heart clenches. What is this feeling? It's getting hard to breathe. Oh, honey, that's called jealousy. Later that night, the work shift is finally over. Maria gets an update on Zio Lan's phone situation. A new friend interrupts with some bad news. She tells Maria that Zio Lan looked even more depressed when she left. Maria just feels worse and worse about the whole thing. Her friend calls her out for crossing the line in their fight. But she also offers some comfort. Sometimes good intentions go wrong. She knows Maria was just worried about her. That's all the motivation Maria needs. She runs out the door. Her friend smirks. She's never seen Maria care this much. Our poor girl is walking home alone, lost in her miserable thoughts. Everything is just so annoying. But her night is about to get even worse. Some creeps block her path. This bird and goat duo want her to play with them. Ugh. Zio Lan is having none of it. She tells them no thanks. She says she's not interested, but they don't listen. They make the massive mistake of grabbing her, and our girl unleashes her full pent-up rage. She absolutely wrecks the bird guy with a satisfying crack. He's left coughing on the pavement. That's what you get. She looks down on him, completely unfazed, savage. His buddy is trembling, asking if his boss wants a turn. She dismisses them with a wave. Stop bothering me. She actually feels a little better now, nothing like punching creeps. And look who it is. Maria was about to play hero from the rooftops. She's completely stunned. Her little wolf is that strong. She realizes the hybrid powers make Zio Lan a total powerhouse. Wait, does that mean she's even stronger than a demon? Maria facepalms. What was I so worried about? Our girl is all alone on the couch and her stomach is rumbling. Suddenly, the door creaks open. It's Zio Lan finally back home. She finds Maria passed out on the sofa. She hesitates for a moment. She knows ignoring the problem won't solve anything. She can't let them end up estranged like her and her sister. She walks over, looking down at our sleeping heroine. But instead of waking her, she just gently pulls the blanket up. She turns to leave, letting her rest. But plot twist, Maria was awake the whole time. She clutches the blanket, her heart a mess. Earlier, Maria had picked up their brand new phones. After thanking the clerk, she was ready to head home. But a foxy lady stops her, asking why she's still at the closed bar. Turns out this vixen was waiting for her. Maria is not in the mood for games. The fox insists it'll only take a few minutes. Our girl sighs, fine, but make it quick. And this fox does not waste time. She gets right up in her face and confesses she's interested. Maria is stunned for a solid second. But then the savage queen comes out. She shoves her away and hits her with a swift, "I refuse." The fox is shocked by the lightning-fast rejection. Maria lays it down cold. She's not getting into a relationship ever. She explains that for an immortal vampire, romance only leads to pain. That's why she's always been alone. Back in the day, all the species were enemies anyway. Now she has a few friends, and that's all she needs. The fox seems to finally get it. Meanwhile, Zio Lan is at home, worrying herself sick. Maria still isn't back yet. Suddenly, a knock at the door makes her jump. It's Maria finally home. Zio Lan is speechless. Her tale gives away just how relieved she is. She was just about to go searching for her. But Maria speaks first, immediately apologizing for her aggressive behavior earlier. Zio Lan just wants to know one thing: why? Maria admits the truth, her voice soft. She was just worried that those monsters at the bar would hurt her. She feels foolish and apologizes again. The tension between them is thick. Then Maria changes the subject, revealing she has a gift. She hands Zio Lan a small package. Zio Lan opens it and her eyes go wide. It's a brand new phone. She's completely flustered, asking why Maria bought her something so expensive. Maria plays it off, saying she was always planning to. She saw Zio Lan staring at phone ads and wanted to get her one. The two just look at each other, a new understanding passing between them. Zio Lan is so touched. Maria was watching over her this whole time. Our girl just smiles and pats her head, saying she got one for herself too. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zio Lan drops the box. She lunges forward, wrapping Maria in a tight hug. She whispers that she'll tell her a secret. A quick flashback to some very useful advice. Canine types love having their ears rubbed. So Maria does just that, gently stroking Zio Lan's hair and ears. And oh my god, it's working. Zio Lan's heart is pounding out of her chest. She feels so light, like she's floating. Maria uses the tender moment to lay down a new rule. She needs Zio Lan to keep her distance from the customers. Zio Lan is so blissed out, she happily agrees. With that settled, Maria tells her to get some rest. As Maria leaves, Zio Lan sits on her bed, clutching her new phone. Our girl lets out a sigh of relief. She can't help but smile, watching Zio Lan play with her gift. This is the first present she's ever given her. A warm feeling spreads through the room. Our little wolf girl is just so happy. Our girl bolts awake in a panic. She overslept. Meanwhile, her roommates are trying to figure out a phone. And the resident vampire, Zio Lan, has that signature smug smile. Suddenly, our girl is in a flowery dreamscape as Zio Lan asks if she's awake. She's like, what was that weird background? The author roasts Zio Lan for being a 200-year-old hag who can't use a phone. Savage. Our girl can't help but giggle. Zio Lan tells the author to scram and asks Maria for help. She needs our sweet wolf girl to teach her the ways of modern technology. And of course, she gets way too close for comfort. Our poor girl's heart starts doing the cha-cha slide. Zio Lan points to the screen, completely oblivious to Maria's internal meltdown. Maria is spiraling. Why is she so nervous? This feels different. Zio Lan shows her how to tap a button. Our girl is amazed. Wow, magical. Then Zio Lan discovers the most dangerous app of all, the camera, and immediately snaps a picture of our unsuspecting heroine. Maria is shocked. Why would you just take a picture of me? But Zio Lan is focused on something else. The photo doesn't have her wolf ears. The author explains it's a filter, it can do that. She admits the photo is cute, then reaches out to pet Maria's real ears. That's the final straw. Our girl is a blushing, stammering mess and runs off to take a bath. The author watches the whole chaotic exchange, smirking like the shipper she is. She notes the growing tension between them. This is perfect reference material. Later, the author is exhausted and craving coffee. Just then, her other roommate Kinyu returns from a workout carrying dinners, a true hero. And hello, Abs, the author is definitely taking notes now. Kinyu casually mentions she was just jogging and plans to do it daily. The author asks if she's a big sports person. Turns out she's a sports major with physicals coming up. No wonder she's so fit. The author gets curious about her specialization. Kinyu laughs it off, saying she just plays for fun. She reveals she plays basketball, nothing special. The author immediately asks if she can go watch her play sometime. smooth. Kinyu is totally flustered but agrees, instantly regretting it as the nerves kick in. Fast forward to basketball practice. Kinyu is completely distracted, thinking about her crush coming to watch. She's having a full-blown gay panic on the bench. So distracted, she doesn't see the basketball flying right at her face. Wham, right in the kisser. She jolts awake in bed. Oh, thank goodness it was all a dream, and she's sharing a bed with her crush. She sighs, thinking about how often she gets woken up by the author's chaotic sleeping habits. She's even been kicked out of bed before. She thinks she can take it, she might even be used to it. Until she opens her eyes and realizes the author is cuddling her super tight. Never mind, she takes it all back, not used to this at all. Her heart is pounding, this is testing her very soul. But it's also kinda nice, she gives in. Whatever, she decides to just go back to sleep like this. Meanwhile, at the cafe, our girl Maria is hard at work. Her shift is almost over, and she notices Zio Lan looking absolutely wiped. The vampire lets out a huge, fang-filled yawn. And for some reason, Maria finds it incredibly cute. She quickly hides her face, trying to stop staring. What is wrong with her today? She realizes that getting close to Zio Lan makes her nervous. It couldn't be as this. Could this feeling be? Snap, her thought is interrupted by a familiar sound. Not again, Zio Lan took another picture of her. The vampire just grins, saying she was testing the angle and loves how her ears look. She wants another one, but Maria is not having it. A cute little struggle ensues over the phone. Maria finally gives up and runs away, flustered. Zio Lan just looks at the photo she managed to snap. A perfect picture of an adorable wolf girl. Our girl is in awe, the boss has a whole secret photo collection. She scrolls through her phone, blushing at every single picture. But she's been caught, the boss demands to know why she's her background wallpaper. Our poor heroine is totally flustered, unable to form a sentence. The boss sighs, fine, then she gets serious, I have something to tell you. But our girl's stomach rumbles loudly. She's starving and can't wait to get home. She apologizes for being a burden, but the boss just smirks. We can do it right now. And just like that, she grabs our heroine's hand. The sudden contact makes our girl's heart pound in her chest. Her mind starts spiraling. Oh no, is she developing feelings for her? If she falls for her now, how is she supposed to face her in the future? The boss just leans in, checking to see if she has a fever. So close, our girl is about to short circuit. Why didn't you say you were hungry yesterday? The boss asks gently. She admits she was a little embarrassed to bring it up. The boss tells her she doesn't have to follow the agreement, trailing off about after a year. After a year, our girl asks, but the boss just waves it off. She pats her on the head and tells her to get back to work. But when she's alone, the boss's face darkens. This curse, it's getting worse. She knows it's inevitable, a fate she can't control. The next afternoon, we switch scenes to a cafe. Someone is being served a very fancy-looking matcha donut. We meet Zio Hai out shopping with her friend Kinyu. Kinyu is in heaven, absolutely loving the sweet treat. She offers a bite to the very stoic Zio Hai. Zio Hai hesitates for a moment before giving in. She takes a bite and Kinyu smiles, asking if it's good. Turns out Zio Hai has a secret sweet tooth. Kinyu gets a brilliant idea, she can make some sweets for her. Their friend is shocked. Wait, what is going on between you two? Kinyu just plays it cool, saying she only knows the basics. Suddenly, two girls from school run up, calling for Yage senpai. Zio Hai just stares at them, completely confused. The girls greet her again, a little more nervously this time. And Zio Hai hits them with a savage and you are, ouch. Kinyu jumps in, explaining they are from the volleyball club next door. She even introduces herself as basically Zio Hai's older sister. Zio Hai's expression sours, she does not look happy about that. The girls gush about how popular Zio Hai is. Kinyu quickly shoos them away so they can have some peace. As the fangirls wave goodbye, the mood at the table is tense. Kinyu tries to tease her about being so popular with the girls. She asks if there's anyone she likes and gets a cold, hard nope. Kinyu realizes she's crossed a line and asks if she's uncomfortable. She immediately apologizes and takes it back. As a peace offering, she gives Zio Hai the rest of the donut. Zio Hai accepts, but she's still lost in her thoughts. She takes a bite, her eyes filled with a new resolve. Her inner voice is screaming, I don't think of you as an older sister. Later that night, she's sitting on the couch, stewing. Kinyu comes in, cheerfully offering to get more donuts another time. Zio Hai finally speaks, calling her by her name. She gets straight to the point. Have you been treating me as your younger sister this whole time? Kinyu is completely thrown. Of course, how else would I treat you? She reminds her that she's 7 years older. Zio Hai just looks down, defeated. You're right. Kinyu can tell something is deeply wrong. Then in a sudden burst of chaos, Zio Hai grabs her. You want to be my older sister? It's not impossible. And right at that moment, Zio Lan walks in on the incredibly awkward scene. She's just looking for Maria, totally oblivious. Zio Lan explains that it's their day off today. Apparently, the boss kidnapped Maria to go play video games. What a workplace. Completely mortified, Kinyu decides to make a run for it. She says she's going to go make coffee and work. But Zio Hai calls out to her using the formal title One-san. She asks quietly, can I come with? Kinyu agrees, but then Zio Hai adds, I have something I want to ask you. Zio Lan looks between them, sensing the sudden shift in the air. The unspoken question hangs between them, ready to change everything. After a good run, they take a much-needed water break. Our girl is all smiles, but her friend looks deep in thought. She finally speaks up, saying she has a big question. Then she drops the bomb, do you like Kinyu? Her friend nearly chokes on her water, completely caught off guard. Our girl says it's super obvious when they're together. There's no use denying it, she blushes and admits it's true. Our little fox is shook, it's really true. She presses for details, asking if it's the asterisk romantic asterisk kind of like. Now in full-on gossip mode, she asks for the whole origin story. It all started a long time ago when Kinyu came to inspect the village barrier. But here's the kicker, Kinyu has absolutely no idea about her feelings. And to twist the knife, Kinyu just sees her as a younger sister. Ouch. Our girl asks the million-dollar question, then why not just tell her? But it's not that simple, and she quickly changes the subject. Turns out our girl had her own reasons for asking. She was looking for an answer, too. She nervously builds up to her own confession. She admits she has developed feelings for Maria. Our poor heroine is a nervous wreck. She asks if these feelings are normal, her voice trembling. She's trying to play it cool, but her tail is wagging like a helicopter. Her friend gives her the most reassuring smile. Don't worry, she says. It's like your mother's. Wait, what? A casual bombshell. Our girl is completely lost, mother's plural. The friend immediately realizes her massive slip-up. What are you talking about? Our girl demands. She panics, knowing she just spilled a secret decades in the making. She decides it's time to just come clean. I guess it's time I told you the truth. And then she drops it, you were born from two mothers. To prove it, she pulls out her phone. She shows her a picture of the three of them from way back when. In the photo, two women are clearly a couple. They look so deeply in love. Her friend explains that they were all close. The white-haired woman was a werewolf just like our girl. Her name was Xingyu. The one next to her was a vampire named Jing, and they were inseparable. Our girl needs to know what happened next. Her friend braces her for a truly tragic story. Back then, their kind of love wasn't accepted in the werewolf village. They were cast out, forced to leave everything behind. But Xingyu's health was already frail, and soon she contracted a rare illness. They searched everywhere, but there was no cure. Xingyu knew she was dying. Her final wish was to have a child, someone who could stay by Jing's side when she was gone. So behind Jing's back, she used a secret technique and miraculously became pregnant. Of course, Jing eventually found out. She was terrified, knowing Xingyu's body couldn't handle the strain. She begged her to reconsider, but Xingyu was glowing with happiness. The thought of having a child with the woman she loved was a dream come true. But their joy was shattered. The pregnancy took a heavy toll. After giving birth to our girl, Xingyu passed away. Utterly heartbroken, Jing made a decision. She showed up at her friend's house late one night. She looked like a ghost, her eyes empty. She refused to even come inside. She made an impossible request. I want you to take care of this child. Her friend immediately agreed, taking the baby into her arms. She could see the pain in Jing's eyes, knowing she couldn't let go. Jing confessed that it hurt too much to even look at her own daughter. The baby was an innocent, adorable little pup, but Jing felt she had no right to be her mother. She said her goodbyes, leaving the crying baby behind. Before she left, her friend asked for the baby's name. Zio Lang, Jing whispered. A beautiful, sad name, meaning when the stars go dim, the night slips by. With a final, sorrowful look, she transformed and flew into the darkness. She stood on a cliff, overlooking the world she was leaving behind. Tears streamed down her face as she grieved for the life she lost. I thought we'd have a lifetime together, she sobbed. As she faded into dust, her last words echoed, if the stars have disappeared, so has my night. Her friend reveals the sad truth about her parents. Our poor girl can barely process the news. Her friend tries to comfort her, telling her it's all in the past. But the weight of it all is just too much. A comforting hand lands on her shoulder. Her friend asks what she's going to do now. Our girl is totally lost. She confesses she doesn't know, her world just got turned upside down. They sit together and her friend gives her some much-needed advice about her crush. She suggests just testing the waters first. Just spend more time together and see what happens. She offers to be her wingman just like old times. Awa, what a supportive friend. Our girl finally cracks a genuine smile. It's getting late, so they decide to head back. Later that night, she's alone in her room. She can't stop thinking about everything. Looking at a picture of her mom's, the grief hits her like a truck. Damn it, I feel awful. She drops her phone in despair. Suddenly, her door creaks open. It's Maria. Our girl is startled, admitting she can't sleep. Maria comes in and our girl tries to act normal. Just seeing her crush makes her feel a little better. As Maria turns to leave, our girl panics and grabs her. In a moment of pure desperation, she asks her to stay the night. Maria is shocked but agrees, telling her to scoot over. Our girl is ecstatic. She immediately makes room in the bed. Once they're settled, Maria asks if something happened. Our girl tries to play it cool, saying everything's fine. But Maria isn't buying it. You don't look fine at all. She pulls her into a warm, comforting hug. Our girl suddenly squeezes her tight. Maria is a little surprised by the sudden hug attack. She whispers that she just wanted to comfort her, but this is all too much for our heroine. The floodgates open and she just starts sobbing. Maria is completely stunned. "You're crying," she offers to get a towel. But our girl grabs her arm, refusing to let go. "Don't go," she pleads. So Maria stays, holding her close. She gently holds her as she cries. Maria wonders what could be troubling her so much, but she decides now isn't the time to push for answers. The next morning, our girl is having a full-blown panic attack. "What have I done?" Total regrets. Her friend finds her and she quickly plays it off like nothing happened. She changes the subject, asking where Kinyu is. Turns out Kinyu is in work mode and you do not disturb her. Our girl then asks to visit her mother's grave. Her friend agrees to take her next week before she has to leave for school. "You're leaving already." The friend promises to visit often, but as she walks away, she's lost in thought. She doesn't want to give up on her own crush, Kinyu. She remembers a conversation they had, and suddenly it clicks. Was Kinyu hinting that she was okay with girls liking girls? She rushes over to Kinyu's room, only to find her completely defeated by writer's block. She just watches her, a wave of affection washing over her. An hour later, she comes back with a peace offering. A homemade cupcake in a mug because she's resourceful. Kinyu is delighted and takes a bite. It's perfect. She thanks her, telling her how glad she is that she's here. Her friend blushes, promising to always be there for her. The air gets thick with unspoken feelings. Our girl is panicking, completely lost for words. She blurts out that she needs to go back soon. School is starting again, and she asks if she can visit on the next break. Her friend immediately says yes, and our heroine is overjoyed. But she quickly decides to leave, not wanting to be a bother. She waves a cheerful goodbye, wishing her friend luck with her work. After she's gone, Kinyu feels like something is off about that girl, but she shakes it off, thinking she's just overthinking things. Meanwhile, at a classy bar, Maria looks a bit overwhelmed. She stands there looking completely lost in thought. Suddenly, Zio Lan approaches her. "Thank you for yesterday." She asks if Maria is feeling better now. Then she gets right to the point. "So, what happened?" Maria hesitates, unsure if she should talk about it. But Zio Lan gently encourages her, saying she saw how depressed she was. Maria leans in close, a blush on her cheeks. She whispers a secret. "Don't tell anyone that I cried yesterday." It's just a little embarrassing for her. Zio Lan gives a soft, understanding smile. "Yeah, I got you." But their moment is interrupted by a new voice. It's a blonde girl flanked by a tall, intimidating fox woman. The two groups are shocked to see each other. Turns out the blonde girl is the fox woman's student. What a ridiculously small world. The student immediately gets down to business, asking Maria about paying her fees. Maria, ever the smooth operator, just smiles and says they'll apply for discount. The fox teacher watches our girl with an intense gaze. She can't seem to look away. The student goes to find a seat, but the teacher is lost in a memory. She remembers her student confessing something important. She said she likes Maria. The plot thickens. Later, the student asks her teacher about Maria. She wants all the juicy details. The teacher cuts right to the chase. "Is she the one you like?" The student admits it, but says she was rejected before she even had a chance. Just then, Maria arrives with their drinks, completely oblivious. The student isn't giving up, though. She thinks she still has a shot. But the teacher is about to drop a savage truth bomb. Maria might be a tough catch. She's working here to buy Zio Lan a present. The student is absolutely crushed by this revelation. Maria really cares about that little wolf, damn it. She downs her drink in one go. At the end of the night, Maria and Zio Lan are about to head home. But they find a fox passed out drunk on the waiting chairs. It's the student, of course, chaotic. They confirm she's definitely drunk. Hearing Maria's voice, the fox student blushes furiously. She mumbles that she really wants something. And then she pounces, clinging to Maria and asking to be taken home. Maria, bless her heart, agrees. The fox gets extra cuddly, glaring possessively at Zio Lan. But Zio Lan isn't having any of it. "I'll tag along," she declares with a devilish grin. The fox tries to get Maria to leave without her, but Zio Lan is firm. "No way, our red-haired girl is just pure confusion." Later, they walk the fox home through the dark woods. They stop outside a small wooden door. The fox is devastated. Her master plan to get close to Maria has been foiled. She turns to go inside. With a blush, she manages a small thank you. As she leaves, Maria stands there, wondering if maybe she was being a little too hostile. But then again, maybe not hostile enough. The night sky is quiet as our girls fly home. But our poor wolf girl's mind is anything but calm. She tells Maria she has no right to stop others from pursuing her. Then she randomly asks about Ayan, the fox from the forest. Why doesn't she just live in the city, she asks. Maria is completely lost. But our girl knows exactly why. She's jealous. She thinks Maria is still hung up on that sly fox. So she does something a little chaotic and gives Maria a little bite to get her attention. Maria is completely flustered, demanding to know what's going on. Our girl just plays it cool, leaving Maria to wonder. A few days later, our girl is at her part-time job. She has to deliver a drink to table 9, and of course, guess who's sitting there? The fox herself. The fox lady stops her before she can leave. She wants to talk about that incident, and then she has the nerve to apologize. Our girl is just trying to keep her cool, but the fox keeps teasing her, telling her to hold back a bit next time. Our girl decides to go on the offensive. She needs to know why the fox got rejected, so she just comes right out and asks her. The fox finds this hilarious. Could it be we like the same person? She purrs, our girl says yes, she pushes for an answer. So the fox decides to drop a little hint. She tells our girl that she is Maria's biggest hurdle, leaving our poor heroine utterly confused. Later that night, she's moping on the couch, overthinking everything. Does Maria only like men? She wonders. Suddenly, Maria appears right behind her. Our girl is totally caught off guard. She scrambles for something to say. She announces she's going back to her village next week, and then she musters all her courage. She asks Maria out on a date. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. A week later, Kinyu is all packed up. Her friend mentions that Zio Lan is also coming along. They go to check if she's ready, but before they can go, Kinyu stops. She suddenly pulls her friend into a tight hug. She admits she doesn't want to leave. This is so sweet and so sad. Kinyu looks her straight in the eyes and says, "Wait for me." Her friend is just stunned into silence. It's finally time for them to go. They say their goodbyes, leaving her completely bewildered. She is spiraling, trying to figure out what just happened. She's trying not to get her hopes up. Maria asks what's wrong, seeing her friend panic. She's worried about Zio Lan going back to the werewolf village, but Maria calmly reassures her that she's handled everything. Her friend gets a text about a monster, but she brushes it off to go get some food. Now alone, Maria can't stop thinking. She stares at her phone, wondering about Zio Lan. She finally sends a message asking when she's coming back, and then immediately regrets it, feeling like a fool. She decides to go for a walk to clear her head, but hours pass with no reply. She worries that Zio Lan is already asleep, and just as she's lost in thought, a familiar fox appears. It's Ayun asking what she's doing out so late. Our girl is chilling on a bench when a familiar fox appears. He looks way too smug for his own good, and he immediately gets down to business, asking a very loaded question about his feelings. She's completely caught off guard. I mean, it's a talking fox, give her a break. She tries to let him down easy, but he's persistent. This fox is smoother than a fresh jar of peanut butter. He goes after what he wants. Our girl is left speechless, trying to process this sudden confession, but he can tell something else is on her mind. He promises to keep her secret, so she decides to spill the tea. She starts talking about a certain wolf girl and the rules she's been breaking. The fox listens intently, already knowing where this is going. He calls her out immediately. "You're talking about the wolf girl, aren't you?" She admits that Maria's presence just throws her feelings into total chaos. And the fox drops a truth bomb, "So you like her?" Our girl is shook. He literally calls her dumb for not realizing it sooner. What a savage. He explains that caring for someone and feeling safe with them means they're important. The realization hits her like a truck. The fox is right. She's actually relieved to finally understand her own heart. But the fox just gets up to leave, acting totally unbothered. "Plenty of fish in the sea," he says. "This is the most chaotic rejection ever." He even apologizes for not being able to return her asterisk feelings. The audacity. Our girl is left alone to think about her newly discovered crush. She quietly accepts his departure. Back in her bathroom, she tries to wash away the confusion. Her mind is racing. She knows getting closer to Maria is a bad idea. She looks in the mirror and calls herself selfish. But her reflection starts talking back, and she does not look friendly. Her darker self taunts her, saying Maria will just forget everything anyway. "But what about you?" it sneers. Her reflection calls her a coward, afraid of getting hurt. Our girl snaps, denying it furiously. But the vision in the mirror reaches out, showing a terrifying image of a chained and broken Maria. Wanna know what'll hurt more? Meanwhile, our poor wolf girl is also lost in thought, believing she has no future. Suddenly, she's pulled from her dark thoughts by a gentle hand petting her head. She melts into the touch for a second, before her instincts kick in and she gets defensive. She shows her fangs, ready to fight. "Stop touching me," she yells. And just like that, she wakes up. It was all a dream. But wait, she can still feel a hand on her ear. It feels way too real. She turns and finds our girl kissing her. The dream has become reality. Our heroine wakes up with a shriek, realizing she was sleep assaulting her roommate. Total pervert mode activated. Maria is just sitting there completely baffled. She explains she came in to tidy up and found our girl sleep talking, and then sleep groping. Our girl is so embarrassed she wants the floor to swallow her whole. But then Maria's attention turns to a picture on the nightstand. She explains it's a photo of her mother's, whose graves she just visited. She offers to tell our girl more about them. Our girl, eager to change the subject from her pervy dream, immediately agrees. Maria reveals that both of her parents were women, which shocks our heroine. She also learned that her name has a beautiful meaning. Our girl thinks their story is incredibly inspiring. She offers her own sweet interpretation of Maria's name. Maria's eyes light up. That interpretation makes perfect sense. She gives our girl a genuine, heartfelt thank you. Our girl finally understands why Maria had been so down lately, but she's still curious about her parents' relationship. Elsewhere, a different drama is unfolding. A woman is woken up by a late-night text. She's clearly not in the mood for a midnight chat. She sees who it's from and decides she's too lazy to reply. Cold. She puts her phone away without a second thought. The sender is this shady-looking dude in sunglasses at night. He sees he's been left on read and smirks, wondering if she's still holding a grudge. Oh, the plot thickens. Our girl is just trying to chill after a long day, but her fluffy roommate emerges looking absolutely drained. Maria, ever the gentlewoman, offers to help dry her hair, but Wolf Girl gets a serious look in her eyes. She asks if Maria likes sleeping on the bed. Our girl gets busted immediately, stammering like a fool. So Wolf Girl lays it on thick, inviting her to share the bed from now on. She says she doesn't mind, giving her a look that could melt steel beams. Maria is short-circuiting but manages to squeak out a sure. Suddenly, Wolf Girl grabs her towel and in a chaotic twist starts drying Maria's hair instead. Our girl is completely bewildered. She's just helping, apparently. But our heroine is no pushover. If you're doing mine, I'll do yours. She launches herself at the Wolf Girl in a flurry of towel-rubbing chaos. Maria quickly shushes her, remembering they're not alone. The little wolf pouts, saying it would be Maria's fault anyway. The whole situation is so ridiculous that Maria just bursts out laughing. Wolf Girl is completely lost now. Maria tenderly cups her face, admitting she just looks really cute. The mood suddenly gets super soft. Maria sees that intense look in her eyes again and decides it's time to actually blow dry her hair. Wolf Girl quietly agrees. Then she remembers their plans for a day out. She's decided on a location and tells Maria to look forward to it. Our girl can't help but smile. Life is just better with her around. The next day, they're out in the city for their date. Maria is dying of curiosity, wondering where they're headed. She's so nervous her little bat wings are twitching. Out of nowhere, Wolf Girl grabs her hand so she won't get lost. Our girl is frozen, heart doing the cha-cha slide. Just a casual, world-stopping handhold. Finally, they arrive. It's a pet cafe. Maria is absolutely floored. She's blushing so hard you could fry an egg on her cheeks. A stampede of adorable dogs rushes to greet them. Our girl is convinced this must be heaven. She's literally melting into a puddle of cute aggression. Wolf Girl mentions she bought cake, and the doggos immediately perk up. The moment the cake appears, it's on. But Wolf Girl's eyes start glowing with demonic power. She unleashes her inner alpha, warning the dogs not to even think about her food. Then she pulls out a bag of dog treats for them instead. She hands the treats to Maria, letting her be the hero. They settle down to enjoy their cake, surrounded by a sea of fluff. Wolf Girl is just happy seeing Maria so happy. Maria starts playing with a sweet dog with different colored eyes. Watching her, Wolf Girl realizes Maria is just a normal girl who loves animals. So she asks a simple question. Have you ever thought of getting a pet? Maria's smile falters. She explains she once found a stray cat she used to feed. But she didn't take him in, and when she went to find him again, it was too late. The memory is clearly still painful for her. She's afraid of that loss, of not being able to accept their deaths. Wolf Girl just tells her it's fine. Maria gives her a reassuring head pat. Just then, two cats approach them, seemingly drawn to Wolf Girl's aura. They can totally see her true form. Maria leans in close to get a better look at a pretty white cat. The sudden proximity makes Wolf Girl's heart go haywire. Maria then asks why she brought her here. It's because she remembered Maria like small animals. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wolf Girl pulls her into a tight hug. The sweet moment is interrupted by a phone call. It's the sister asking where they are. She gives them a chilling warning. The monster hasn't been caught yet. She hangs up, looking at a text confirming the monster is heading straight for their city. Kinyu sighs, rubbing her temples in frustration. She just can't figure out what her new little friend is thinking. Suddenly, her phone dings with a new message. It's Zio-hai, sending a picture of the most ridiculous mugs she's ever seen. Kinyu literally spits out her water, cackling at the text. Meanwhile, Zio-hai is panicking at the super-fast reply. She quickly gets an idea and asks when Kinyu's birthday is. Kinyu plays along, promising a different gift, and our girl is totally hyped. Kinyu just smiles, thinking what a child she is before getting back to work. Elsewhere at the witch's headquarters, things are less wholesome. Some guy in shades is whining about being rejected by a heartless woman. His fiery subordinate asks when they're finally moving out. The captain is ready to settle a score. This is all about revenge. The hothead starts trash-talking another team for failing their mission. The medic team arrives with supplies just in time. The captain prepares to unleash some serious dark magic. Her team is ready for action. Across town, Zio, Lan, and Maria are leaving a pet cafe. They had a great time and promised to come back. Maria teases Zio Lan, saying she seemed like a different person today. And then they both realize they have no idea where they're going. A truly chaotic duo. They overhear people talking about a fireworks show tonight. Zio Lan groans about the crowds, but Maria is determined to go watch them. She reminds Zio Lan they still need to take a picture together. Our girl blushes and immediately agrees, but their date night is interrupted by a massive blast of purple energy. A terrifying monster appears, roaring in defiance. The witch clan captain watches as the beast escapes her grasp. Her team is struggling, complaining about the rain of fireballs. They need a new strategy fast. Of course, the team members immediately start bickering. The captain shuts them down, saying they at least learned its attack patterns. She smirks, guessing it has a fatal flaw. All they need is one perfect opening. As fireworks light up the sky, she orders them to get ready. Meanwhile, our girls found a rooftop spot. Zio Lan is a little on edge, remembering Kinyu's warning to be careful. They watch the beautiful fireworks and Maria snaps the perfect photo. Zio Lan is just happy that Maria is happy. And in that moment, she realizes maybe she really does like her. But a nasty voice in her head reminds her that Maria will just forget her existence anyway. The voice cruelly taunts her, saying she's just terrified of getting hurt. Suddenly, fireballs rain down from the sky. The building explodes as the monster lands right in front of them. It roars at Zio Lan, telling her to get lost. Our girl isn't having it. She sprouts her wings, ready for a fight. She shoves Maria out of the way, protecting her. "Go hide quickly," she yells. The monster is furious, snarling that she almost hurt Maria. Zio Lan's eyes glow with rage. "You still dare to run." She unleashes a massive blast of power. But as she stands victorious, she notices something is wrong. The fire on her wing feels different. Maria screams in horror. Zio Lan collapses, her wing burning. She hits the ground hard. Maria rushes to her side, but Zio Lan insists she's fine, even though her arm is numb. Maria doesn't listen, desperate to check the wound. The monster gloats, revealing the burn is right on top of her old brand. Just as all hope seems lost, a barrier cracks through the sky. The witch clan has arrived. The captain orders her team to clean up the mess. She coolly approaches our girl, introducing herself as an executive. Maria asks if Zio Lan knows these people. The captain just smirks, realizing they must be friends with Zio Yu. Maria quickly asks for burn medication. The captain reveals Zio Lan has also been poisoned and hands over an antidote. Then she drops a bombshell question. "Now that you know who I am, are you still going to treat me the same?" She promises not to hurt them as long as they stay out of trouble. She tells them to apply the medicine and leaves. Back at the office, Kinyu gets one last text for the night. It's from the witch clan captains. "Hey, when did you befriend that vampire?" The captain gives his subordinate a casual sure, letting him leave for the night. But the second he's alone, he's on the phone with a smug grin. He's got Kinyu on the line, taunting her about her friends. He says she doesn't need to report our girl since she hasn't done anything. Yet, he twists the knife, bringing up her mother and her supposed hatred for vampires. But Kinyu isn't having any of it, savagely clapping back about his workaholic nature. She tells him to back off and let her handle it, then hangs up like a boss. She can't shake the feeling that their meeting was no coincidence. She's left wondering what really happened. Meanwhile, Maria is tending to our injured heroine. She asks if it hurts, and our girl tries to play it cool, saying she can take it. But Maria's heart breaks seeing the raw wound on her back. After patching her up, she finally asks the question on her mind. "Maria, why didn't you just move out of the way?" Our girl grabs her, demanding to know why she's always protecting her. Maria's answer is devastatingly simple. "I just didn't want you to get hurt." Our poor heroine is completely stunned silent. She tries to brush it off as instinct, but her body betrays her. She leans in and gently kisses Maria's forehead. The fireworks in the sky have nothing on the fireworks between them. Our girl pulls her into a desperate hug, whispering that she doesn't want Maria to get hurt because of her. She clutches her tight, the emotion overwhelming. Maria just breathes her name, Lan. Our girl asks to just stay like this for a moment, and Maria holds her right back. In that moment, our heroine decides to stop fighting it. She's going to let herself be happy with Maria, even if it's just for 1 year. A few minutes later, they're explaining the chaos to Kinyu. Our girl's arm is okay, and Kinyu is just relieved she's fine. But she's more concerned about the sudden appearance of 3 witches, and she immediately roasts their fashion sense. The girls share a much-needed laugh. Maria asks if Kinyu has one of those witchy outfits too. And oh, does she ever. With a literal snap of her fingers, she transforms. She's rocking a killer suit and shades, looking like a total boss. "Looks good, right?" she asks, striking a pose. She is absolutely feeling herself. Maria is losing her mind over how cool she is, asking for a picture. But our girl only has eyes for the green gem on her jacket. Later, she gets Kinyu alone and asks her about it. Kinyu says the emerald is standard issue but seems suspicious. So our girl switches tactics, asking if the witch clan has a problem with them being friends. Kinyu admits that if her clan knew she hadn't reported them, it would be a huge problem. How strange, our girl muses. Then why did you help me? She points out that Kinyu even took her home on the first day they met. Kinyu finally comes clean. To be honest, I was supposed to keep an eye on you. She was a spy, she couldn't let her guard down at first. But seeing our girl protect Maria changed everything. She realized our heroine wasn't the monster she'd been told about, so she took a risk and smugly pats her head, saying she won the bet. Our girl is not amused, but asks why she trusted her enough to take her home. Kinyu's savage answer, because I knew you weren't a threat to me and you're an idiot. Our girl remembers another kind witch with an emerald. And Kinyu is shocked, I thought you had no friends, the roast is real. Later that night, as our girl is changing, Maria is happily texting on the bed. But then our heroine comes out of the closet and freezes. Maria, your burns are gone. She rushes over to look, and it's true, the witch's medicine worked a miracle. The brand that haunted Maria for so long has finally vanished. Maria is in disbelief, explaining that even becoming a vampire couldn't remove it. Our girl feels the phantom pain of her own mark, a permanent scar on her back. But she smiles, glad the medicine worked for Maria. The mood gets soft as our heroine calls her name. Maria gets adorably flustered, trying to ask something important. See, can I call you Mary? Our girl's heart melts, she takes Maria's hand and gives it a gentle squeeze. MHM, of course, she says with the sweetest smile. They hold hands, ready for sleep and a new day of work. In a cute side comic, they joke about being forever 18, but a dark thought lingers. We're actually old enemies. Her roommate tells her the bath is free. Our girl is lost in thought, remembering her crush. She wanted to give her a gift, but has no idea what. Suddenly, a memory hits her so hard she gets a nosebleed. She faceplants right onto her desk, startling everyone. Her mind flashes back to her childhood. She was just a kid, thinking about how pretty Miss Kinyu was. It all started back in the werewolf village when she was just 11. Our little wolf was trying to learn how to skateboard, and failing miserably, of course. That's when she saw her, a beautiful woman in a sharp suit. It was love at first sight. Our girl was absolutely starstruck. Distracted by the pretty lady, her skateboard wheel hits a rock. And there she goes, flying through the air. She takes a nasty tumble, scraping up her palms. The woman rushes over, full of concern. Our girl tries to act tough, but the woman insists on helping. Turns out she's a witch and the new guard for the village. She gently takes our little wolf's hand to heal the wound. Our girl's heart is pounding and her tail is wagging like crazy. The witch finishes up, telling her to be more careful next time. So our girl, being a helpful pup, asks if she needs help finding the chief. Perfect timing, the witch was looking for his house. The next day, our girl is on patrol, hoping to see her again. She really wants to be friends with this new, kind witch. Speak of the devil, Miss Kinyu appears and our girl panics and hides. She has no idea why she's hiding, but her heart is a mess. But then Miss Kinyu suddenly collapses. Our girl rushes out, totally freaking out. The witch explains that using too much magic makes her dizzy. So our heroine offers her some candy as a thank you. It's her favorite kind, a special gift for yesterday's kindness. Miss Kinyu looks at the candy, a little surprised. And then it clicks, she finally recognizes the little wolf from yesterday. She mentions she'll need to stay a few days to recover her magic. A few more days, our girl is absolutely over the moon. Back at school, her friends ask her to go pick berries. But she's got other plans, wondering where her witch is. She spots her by the bridge, but something's wrong. Miss Kinyu looks really upset. Our girl wonders if she should approach her, then gets a brilliant idea. She timidly calls out to her and presents her with an adorable, fluffy puppy. The witch calls her Zayo Hai, and our girl gets flustered, claiming it's a neighbor's dog. She just wanted to show her something cute to cheer her up. And it totally works. Miss Kinyu breaks into a huge smile. She even asks if she can play with them. From then on, they met every day after school for a whole series of chaotic adventures. They walked the dog, picked vegetables from the garden, found worms, and even went fishing. This witch wasn't just powerful, she was fun. She'd cast beautiful spells, like creating glowing butterflies at night. Half a month flies by, and one day the witch has a surprise. She casts a spell, and suddenly they're floating on a giant leaf. Our girl almost falls off, but Miss Kinyu catches her just in time. The romantic tension is off the charts as they stare into each other's eyes. They sit down together, watching the sunset from their magic leaf carpet. It's an absolutely perfect moment. Miss Kinyu talks about how peaceful the village is. Our girl bravely asks if she was upset before she came here. The witch admits she was, and that she brought our girl here to help her relax too. She saw the same sadness in our heroine's eyes. Our girl is completely stunned by her kindness. The witch pulls her into a warm hug, calling her a good girl. While swooning over how good she smells, our girl hears the witch lament about her own unrequited love. Without thinking, our little wolf blurts out, "That's not true, I like you." The witch just laughs, finding her adorable but dismissing the confession. She pats her head, telling her not to worry about it. Soon after, Miss Kinyu had to leave. Our girl gave her cookies as a goodbye gift. She was heartbroken, not fully understanding her own feelings back then. But looking back, she realizes it was definitely love. Now in the present, she wonders who Miss Kinyu was talking about. She aches with the desire to see her again. And just like that, it hits her. She knows exactly what to give her roommate. She slams her hands on the desk, a determined look on her face. A poor girl is forced into a humiliating cat-tier waitress outfit. Her chaotic friend insists that if you want to be a waitress, you gotta commit to the look. Maria groans, absolutely hating every second of this. Turns out the cafe's anniversary is coming up. The boss has the usual staff practicing a performance, so now our girl is stuck filling in and she is always the butt of the joke. The boss says she can invite her friends on the house. Even if my friend's a witch, she asks, the boss is surprisingly chill about it. Her friend is just relieved to dump Maria on them for a bit. Maria is told to memorize the menu and fast. And don't forget to serve with a smile, yeah, right. She puts on the most pained smile in history to greet the first guests. And of course, it's the sly fox girl. Maria deadpans that she's just training to be a waitress. But the fox girl isn't buying it. Is she trying to seduce her with this outfit? Our girl completely short-circuits at the question. The fox girl leans in whispering, haven't you confessed yet? Maria insists she wasn't planning to, but her friend just calls her an enigma. The little puppy is very confused about what an enigma is. The tension is rising as the fox corners our flustered heroine. This is a whole situation. The other bartenders just watch the drama unfold. One of them, Zio is just glad her sister's not around. She silently vows revenge on the redhead. As Maria goes to change, Zio sees her opportunity. She sneaks up on the silver-haired wolf girl, Zio Lan. This is her chance to cause some chaos. Disguised as Maria, she lays it on thick. I've had a crush on you for a while, wanna go out? She gets right up in her face, selling the fake confession. Zio Lan is completely stunned. But it's all a prank. Zio laughs, threatening to hit her if she doesn't play along. The real Maria is watching from the bar, so over this. She lets out the most tired sigh ever. Maria calls her out on the terrible acting. Then she roasts her, calling her a loach, savage. Zio is furious that her plan was foiled. Maria just smirks, flexing her 500 years of acting experience. Zio Lan is still trying to figure out what just happened. Zio poofs back in a rage, her cover blown. She immediately runs to Zio Lan, complaining that Maria bullied her. Our girl just pats her head like a misbehaving child. The sudden transformation leaves Zio Lan speechless. Meanwhile, a friend arrives asking if Zio is off work yet. And then she sees the snake tail. Do you have some kind of weird hobby? Later that night, Maria and Zio Lan are walking home. Our girl thinks to herself, damn, I almost fell for her tricks. But she wonders what she would do if Zio Lan really confessed. Suddenly, Zio Lan grabs her hand, making her heart skip a beat. She asks what happened with Zio at the bar. She explains the prank, how Zio disguised herself to confess. Maria plays it cool, saying of course she didn't fall for it. She puts on a brave face, but her heart is pounding. Zio Lan looks a little sad and asks about rehearsals. There'll be a part tomorrow since Maria has to leave early. Zio Lan suggests they get breakfast now instead. Maria looks down at their intertwined hands, lost in thought. Why does Zio Lan always have to be the one to take the lead? Zio Lan says this isn't about the promise. She admits that it must hurt Maria every time she has to get bitten. Our heroine is completely stunned by her thoughtfulness. Zio Lan says she doesn't want Maria to just be her blood bag anymore. It's not fair to you, the sudden change of heart is overwhelming. She says she can't bear to hurt her any longer. I'm sorry for biting you, she says, her voice soft. And then she brings Maria's hand to her lips for a gentle kiss. The air is electric as they gaze into each other's eyes. She leans in and kisses her neck right where she usually bites. Then she pulls her into a tender, heart-stopping embrace. Zio Lan watches our sleeping beauty, feeling a little cold herself. She wonders about the strange apology from the night before. Slowly but surely, she feels like they're finally getting closer. Maybe it's time to confess her true feelings. But then she remembers Maria's teasing and the doubt creeps back in. Yay, definitely not the times. Instead, she just whispers that she's heading out for the day. Our girl doesn't even stir. Later, Zio Lan is out on a massive shopping spree with her friend Kian. They decide to find a place to rest their weary feet. Kian knows the perfect cafe with amazing sweets. She starts teasing Zio Lan about her sweet tooth. But she's cut off when she walks straight into a giant, fluffy sheep mascot. Her friend tries to intervene, but Kian is already on the case. The mascot takes off its head, and it's an adorable part-timer. They all sit down for a chat. Turns out this is Yage, a friend of Kian's sister. Kian asks if Zio Lan has met her before. They met briefly years ago when Zio Lan first visited the village. Zio Lan gives her friend some savage side-eye for only visiting once every 5 years. Yage asks how the two of them met, but her break is suddenly over. Before she goes, Kian invites her to a bar event. Yage is totally in. She even asks if she can crash at Kian's place that night. And of course, the answer is yes. Zio Lan just sips her drink, enjoying the show. The second Yage is gone, Kian drops the bomb, is that girl into you? She is dead serious. Kian admits she had a feeling but wasn't sure. She was worried it would be embarrassing to assume Yage saw her as more than an older sister. But Zio Lan lays down the facts. As a girl, she can feel the romantic tension. Kian is spiraling. What will you do if she really does like you? Kian tries to use the age gap as an excuse, but Zio Lan isn't buying it. Then she asks the real question, do you still like her? Kian immediately denies it, saying she gave up on that person a long time ago. In fact, she claims she got over her thanks to a guy named Zio Hai. Zio Lan smirks, telling her to stop joking around and give the new guy a chance. The day of the celebration arrives. Our girl Maria is stuck working as a waitress and it's exhausting. But look who's here, her friends have arrived to support her. Kian is already snapping pics like a proud mom. The group even meets the bar's boss, the legendary first vampire. Kian is geeking out so hard. Maria is just so confused by this chaotic energy. Meanwhile, Zio Hai is chatting up another employee. Maria asks him if he's a barfly, but he just says he was looking for a job. Suura. All this small talk is draining our poor heroine's social battery. She makes a quick escape to the break room, but when she opens the door, she finds Zio Lan looking incredibly distressed. Zio Lan immediately clings to her, confessing she's super nervous. It's her first time performing and the stage fright is real. Maria tries to empathize by imagining herself on stage, which was a terrible idea because now she's panicking too. Zio Lan can't help but laugh at how cute she is. She playfully pinches Maria's cheek to snap her out of it. And just like that, her own nerves magically disappear. Maria notices her tie is crooked and gently straightens it. The air is thick with romantic tension. Good luck out there, she whispers. After the show, Zio Lan runs right back and pulls her into a huge hug. They agree to switch shifts later. Our girl is left completely flustered, wondering how Zio Lan calmed her down so easily. Her mind is an absolute mess. There are no valid images to recap in this chunk. All provided images are ads which must be skipped according to the rules. Our girl opens her locker, lost in thought. Is she holding herself back or has she already let go? She decides to stop overthinking it for now. She heads out into the main bar area. But she stops dead when she sees Zio Lan with some strange fox guy. He's looking at her phone and Mary does not like this one bit. What's going on here, she asks, voice sharp as ice. Zio Lan gets super flustered, blushing like crazy. The new guy casually explains they're just trading numbers. He introduces himself as Xing Lan's best friend, but our girl is not impressed. She just stares at them both, silent and judging. The fox guy gets the hint and makes a quick exit. The second he's gone, Mary turns on Zio Lan, demanding an explanation. Zio Lan just says she wanted to make a new friend, no harm done. Mary is still skeptical, but then she thinks maybe making friends is a good thing for her. But Zio Lan can sense something is wrong. Why do I feel like she's kinda sad, she wonders. She promises Mary she'll be safe and that she remembers her warnings. Then she grabs our girl's hands, full of panic. I'm such a useless idiot, she cries before dramatically face-planting on the counter. The chaos makes Mary check her phone. It's a message from Zio Lan. You've always been my number one, you matter more than a best friend. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Zio Hai is looking utterly heartbroken. The woman with him tells him to be happy. He looks up at her with teary puppy dog eyes, telling her not to frown so much. She just laughs and squishes his adorable face. She offers to get him some water, but he grabs her in a desperate hug, shouting no. He buries his face in her lap, completely overwhelmed. She gently strokes his head, trying to comfort him. His plea for her to be happy triggers a memory. Another boy once told her the same thing, as long as you're happy. But his words were a lie. A painful confession echoes in her mind. I'm sorry for everything else I've done. He's still reeling from the rejection, and now she's hugging him from behind. He realizes with a bitter laugh that he was just being used all along. He tries to push her away, remembering all the times she got on his nerves. But then he recalls that it was always our poor boy, Zio Hai, who cheered her up. Suddenly, she drunkenly whispers that she wants to stay like this forever. Not just like this, but hugging him asterisk. Hold up, what? Our boy is completely malfunctioning. He is panicking hardcore, wondering what on earth he's supposed to do now. He figures she's drunk and this is either a confession or total nonsense. His tale gives him away. He tries to play it cool, telling her it's late and they should sleep. But his chaotic tale whacks her right in the face, smooth. She drags him off to bed, completely oblivious. But then he's suddenly being crushed by her weight. The next morning, our boy wakes up with a massive headache and a sense of impending doom. He vaguely remembers saying a lot of things he absolutely shouldn't have. The biggest shock, waking up with Miss Kinyu sleeping right in his arms. Even worse, he's in strange pajamas, the horror. The little white-haired wolf asks what's wrong, and he gets a weird feeling of déjà vu. He brushes it off, saying he just drank too much. She asks if he remembers what happened. She sighs, noting how they are both messes when they drink. He quickly changes the subject, asking how her new job is going. She explains that at the bar, everyone is special, so she finally feels like she fits in. She's genuinely happy and loves her new workplace. Best of all, she gets to be with Mary, which makes her even happier. He can't help but tease her about using such a familiar nickname. She gets flustered but admits that their relationship has gotten better. Then her whole demeanor changes. She needs to talk to him about Mary. The mood in the room instantly drops. She explains that Mary rejected a female customer, but for reasons other than her gender. She wants to ask Mary about it, so Zio-hai offers his 2 cents. He speculates that it's probably an issue of identity. Mary's family are powerful witches, almost like magical police. He feels an ordinary werewolf like him could never stand by her side. To an immoral vampire, they're probably just flowers that bloom and fade. She listens silently, a sad look on her face. Zio-hai quickly backtracks, telling her not to overthink his wild guesses. She then brings up Kinyu, the girl he woke up with. Apparently, it used to be common for witches and vampires to work together. She reveals she's half vampire, but doesn't feel like she has any of their powers. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. Could her boss know something about her past? Speak of the devil, Mary walks in looking for Kinyu. She heads straight for Kinyu's room without a second thought. The two little werewolves watch her go, curious about the sudden rush. Mary finds Kinyu still passed out in bed. She gently calls out her name, trying to wake her. Kinyu stirs and Mary immediately gets down to business. She asks a deadly serious question: how do you undo a witch's curse? Kinyu, still half asleep, says you need to find the original caster or a witch who's even stronger. But the witch who cursed Mary is a legend in their clan. Beating her is impossible. Kinyu is so confused by the sudden interrogation. She checks Mary's forehead, thinking she must be dreaming. Mary gives up and apologizes for bothering her. As she leaves, the white-haired girl asks if something is wrong. Mary lies, saying it was nothing important. But inside, her heart is breaking. It seems even Kinyu has forgotten her. She feels completely hopeless. Trying to salvage the mood, Mary suggests they all go out on their break. Kinyu bursts in, suggesting next Saturday for her birthday party. Mary reminds her they have work, but Kinyu insists they can go out in the afternoon. Later, Mary meets with another woman. She gets a delivery of blood bags and an update on her investigation. Unfortunately, it's a complete dead end. Her friend asks the tough question, what will she do now? Will she finally leave? Mary admits it's hard to let go of her feelings. She feels like she's on a sinking ship, but she's not giving up. She refuses to leave. She declares that she'll just wait, and when summer comes again, she will meet her again. Our boy spaces out, thinking about something heavy. He can't get his mind off what he just heard. His friend had told him that Zio Lan was asking about eternal life, and she was going to ask her tenants, who are all mythical creatures. Yeah, apparently she's a landlord for non-humans. The world is a wild place. But why would our sweet wolf girl be asking about something so serious? He's so lost in thought, he doesn't even notice her pouting. She calls him out for totally ignoring her. He immediately grabs her hand, apologizing profusely. Say it again, he says. I'll listen this time, I promise. She gets all flustered but holds on tight. With that settled, they continue their walk hand in hand. He can't help but smile, wondering how next year will unfold for them. The weekend arrives and there's a knock at the door. It's Zio-hai here for the birthday celebration. He gives Miss Kinyu a massive celebratory hug. The rest of the gang peeks around the corner, ready to party. They've already given their gifts, much to one little spirit's dismay. So Zio Lan presents her gift to Miss Kinyu. She opens it to find a box of absolutely gorgeous donuts. But plot twist, Zio-hai didn't buy them, he made them. The whole squad is stunned. He even worked at the donut shop just to learn the recipe for her. He shyly promises to make them for her whenever she wants. Overwhelmed with joy, she gives him a quick peck on the cheek. He is absolutely malfunctioning, blushing up a storm. He thinks about the other gift he has for her, deciding to save it for later. Time for a birthday shopping spree. The whole crew hits the mall looking adorable. They try on some stylish matching outfits, then cause a little chaos in the makeup aisle. After a long day, they sit down for a well-deserved snack. Suddenly, Kinyu gets a message on her phone. Her eyes widen in excitement. Sister, she yells, the next stop is confirmed. Their friend is treating them to a horror-themed escape room. They arrive at the building, ready for some spooks. Their friend Kayan is there to greet them. She's super chill, immediately offering to get them into the escape room. But when they ask if there are any other, less terrifying themes, she says nope, only horror. She then drops an absolute bombshell with a smirk. The actors playing the monsters, yeah, they're actual literal monsters. The group is understandably losing their minds. Kayan explains the rules. Open the door to start, find the exit to finish. She wishes them a great time and pushes them towards the creepy entrance. Don't worry, one of them says, there's 4 of us. But the 2 scaredy cats are already bickering over who goes first. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes as shadowy claws slam against the door. They both shriek in terror. Before they can recover, a long-haired ghost drops from the ceiling. It lunges right for them. They cling to each other, screaming their heads off. They scramble away, thinking there's a real ghost after them. Meanwhile, the other two are just confused. They're appearing already. The redhead Maria is completely traumatized, hiding in a corner. Zio Lan rushes over to comfort her. Maria immediately latches onto her, trembling like a leaf. Zio Hai feels a pang of guilt, realizing this was a terrible idea. But Kinyu is confident Zio Lan can handle the situation. She turns to check on Zio Hai, who's still shaking. They press on, only to find a dead end. But there are doors on both sides. This just screams trap. They cautiously decide to check the first door. Inside, it's pitch black. And worse, the room is covered in massive, creepy spiders. Okay, new plan, they say, let's check the other door. But when Zio Hai tries the handle, it's locked. They're trapped in the spider room. He tries to play it cool, telling everyone not to be scared, while flinching from a tiny spider. Kinyu bursts out laughing. You're the one who's more scared. She playfully grabs his face, telling him to focus on finding clues. Our boy is just a blushing, stuttering mess. Our girl finds Mary trembling in a corner. She can feel the poor girl's hands shaking in fear. Trying to be the cool, comforting one, she offers to help. She even offers to escort her back to the main lobby. Mary looks up, completely startled by the offer. She quickly insists she's fine, especially with our girl here. Then she grabs a hand, ready to brave the horrors. And just like that, our heroine's heart absolutely melts. They head out, but something's wrong. Where's everyone? They venture down a creepy, red-lit hallway, spooky. And bam, a gate slams shut, trapping them inside. Mary is about to have a heart attack, but our girl thinks this is awesome. They peek through the bars into the next room. Some weird dragon heads are guarding the gate. Our girl calls it damage of public property. Girl, what? And then she just bends the steel bars with her bare hands. With the gate open, they head on through. But she stops Mary, sensing danger up ahead. A monstrous shadow with glowing eyes emerges from the dark. A giant three-headed dog lunges at them. Mary is screaming her lungs out, but our girl is literally sparkling with excitement. So Mary does the only logical thing. She yeets her protector out of the room. Meanwhile, in another part of the escape room, things are getting tense. Zio Hai is trying to play it cool, but he's so excited to be alone with Kinyu. He can't focus on anything but her, down bad. Luckily, Kinyu finds a lamp to light up the rooms. She points out it's a modern prop with a switch, not a real one. He blushes as she leans in close to find the button. They finally find the switch, ready for some light. They flip it on, smiling at each other in the warm glow, only to reveal a gigantic spider looming over them. Kinyu is just like, oh, a big spider. But Zio Hai is absolutely losing his mind. He lets out a blood-curdling scream for his sister Kinyu. After the traumatic escape room, our girl is taking a victory selfie. She tells the shell-shock survivors that she took pictures with the monsters. The rest of the group is just completely dead inside. On the train ride home, they're all in a stunned silence. Mary leans over to our heroine, who's busy on her phone. She asks if anything happened back there. Zio Lan deflects, saying she was just talking to the white cat customer. Mary doesn't look like she buys it for a second. Our girl quickly changes the subject, saying it's time to go. Their friends confirm it's almost 7, time for work. They walk through the crowded malls. After that whole ordeal, Mary is sticking to her like glue. And our girl is absolutely living for it. She loves this feeling of being relied on. But it also terrifies her. What if she confesses and ruins everything they have now? She's trapped in her own head, completely overthinking. Elsewhere, Zio Hai and Kinyu decide to see a movie. As they're buying tickets, Kinyu gets a phone call. It's an urgent ding ding ding. She answers and a mysterious voice says her name. The voice asks where she is and she says on Earth, what a savage. Then the caller says the 5 scariest words, look behind you. Kinyu turns around to find a girl with a cold expression. She's here to give her a birthday gift, apparently. Zio Hai just stands there confused and a little jealous. He has no idea who this new rival is. And a voice says Zio Lan will be going inside by herself. A man hands our girl her order, along with her favorite chocolate. She thanks him, but her companion looks less than thrilled about this exchange. The cashier's eyes linger for just a moment too long. Suddenly, another person butts in, asking if they're friends. He introduces himself as Yuanyi, an old classmate of our girl, Zio Yu. Turns out this reunion was planned. But back then, our foxy heroine wasn't interested in meeting up at all. Now, Yuanyi is trying to weasel his way into their plans. He asks to join their movie date, and our sweet Zio Hai agrees. But Yuanyi has other ideas, shutting it down with a cold, I mind. Our girl Kinyu confronts him, demanding to know what he's doing. He gets smug, calling her petty for not wanting him around. Then this chaotic man declares he's treating them all and runs off to buy tickets, leaving Kinyu and Zio Hai in an awkward silence. Zio Hai tries to comfort her, but Kinyu is fuming. Our poor heroine knows Kinyu is uncomfortable with this stranger crashing their date. She can tell their relationship is strained, so she makes a quiet promise to always be by her side. Kinyu is floored by how sweet and understanding she is. She feels like she doesn't deserve this pure soul. Yuanyi returns, not just with tickets, but with caramel popcorn. He holds it out like a peace offering, but Kinyu shuts him down hard. I don't like that flavor anymore. Ouch. Zio-hai immediately jumps in, asking what flavor she wants instead. The look on Yuani's face is pure thunder. A silent battle begins between the two rivals. Meanwhile, at a bar somewhere else, this girl is exhausted. She's watching her hopelessly shy friend try to work up the nerve to give a gift. Her demon companion is ruthless, calling him a coward. She tells him to just go for it and wait by the door. So he does, creeping toward the staff-only area. But he's immediately caught by a stern-looking staff member. Busted with the gift in his hands, he stammers out a weak excuse about waiting for someone. He admits he has a cake for a girl named Xinglan. He's so shy, he begs the staff member to deliver it for him. She looks completely done with his drama. As she walks away, she runs right into the silver-haired Xinglan. She hands over the gift and Xinglan's face lights up. But her joy fades when she's told it's from her friend. She sighs, saying they're not even close and it's weird. The red-haired girl notes they seemed pretty close when they were chatting earlier. Xinglan just dismisses the gift, saying she'll give the cake to Kinyu. She walks away, leaving the other girl alone with her thoughts. She looks down, a little hurt by the whole exchange. Back at the theater, the vibe is incredibly tense. Our poor Zio-hai is lost in her insecurities. She compares Yuani's maturity to her own, feeling like a child. Suddenly, a spider on screen makes Kinyu jump, grabbing onto Zio-hai for dear life. They start whispering about a past adventure in an escape room. Zio-hai reminds her how she froze in front of a spider back then, too. It was so distracting, it actually helped them solve the puzzle. The two share a cute private moment, forgetting all about their third wheel. Zio-hai offers her drink, suggesting they swap straws. Kinyu doesn't even hesitate. Our girl thinks about how unbelievably kind this kid is, and she feels something shift inside her. She might actually be falling in love. All while Yuani sits beside them, a storm cloud of pure jealousy. An hour later, the movie ends. Kinyu announces she's heading home with Zio-hai, making it clear they're a package deal. Zio-hai is more than happy with that plan. But just as they're about to leave, Yuani stops them. He wants to talk to Kinyu privately. Our girl is totally spiraling while watching her crush and an ex talk. She doesn't want them to be by themselves, but feels it's not her place to interfere. She wonders if their past relationship is what she thinks it is. A text from her sister pops up, but she's too distracted to even reply. She just stares into space, completely lost in her own head. The texts are just a casual check-in, asking about vampires and her hangout. Meanwhile, her sister looks a little down while texting her back. She sends a secretly observing sticker. This family is so chaotic. Our girl finally cracks a smile, her resolve hardening. She's not giving up, pining is exhausting, and it's time to make a move. Elsewhere, the ex gets straight to the point. He asks if he still has a chance. She just smirks, finding it funny that he's even asking. She apologizes for rejecting him, saying she didn't exactly have no feelings. Girl, what? She pulls the classic, I was focused on my career excuse. But he's not buying this garbage. He tells her she doesn't understand at all. He wasn't mad about the rejection. He was mad because she lied. She's ice cold. Okay, that's that. I've let it go as well. She hits him with the same empty phrase he always hated. Savage. The likes of humans will change, she says, leaving him stunned. He's left wondering if he rushed things or if her feelings are just gone. Later, they finally get home and she's exhausted from the drama. But our girl isn't letting it go. She asks about Yuani, the person she used to like. Kinyu knows exactly where this is going. Do you still like her now? Our girl asks. The answer is a swift no way. But our heroine isn't convinced. She can sense the lingering danger. She gets right in her face. So, Kinyu, do you know that? She's about to confess, but Kinyu covers her mouth. I know, she whispers, the tension is absolutely electric. She asks if our girl has really thought this through. Was it just a childhood crush, a simple dependency? Our girl's answer is a firm no, and she dives right in for a kiss. It lands perfectly, knocking her glasses askew. It's happening. She pulls back, heart pounding out of her chest. She's wanted this for so long. The silence is deafening as their hearts beat like crazy. Suddenly, our girl remembers she has a gift. It's a box of cookies. She explains she knows there are many kinds of like. And after all these years, she's finally sure of what she wants. Will you believe me? She asks, looking so small and hopeful. And inside, Kinyu is having a full-blown gay panic. She's been crushing on me. She's completely losing it, trying desperately to stay calm. The silence after the confession is almost painful. Kinyu tells her she can take her time to think about it. Our girl tries to bolt, but Kinyu grabs her. Hold on. You wanna run after kissing someone? She asks. Our girl is caught. She goes full alpha mode. We're both adults. I'll take the cookies and you as well, an absolute icon. She pulls her in close, it's that simple. Our poor heroine is just stunned into silence, and then she just bursts into tears, a total chibai mess. She was so terrified of being rejected. Kinyu immediately pulls her into a hug. I like you the most, she cries, confessing right back. She pulls away, getting serious for a moment. She admits her past has made her wary of relationships, but our girl is different. She makes her feel safe. Our girl gets bold. Have you been secretly observing my beauty since we were that small? Kinyu is a blushing, short-circuiting mess. She can't handle how straightforward our heroine is being. Later that night, they're in bed and she can't sleep. Today was just too much. She was so close to losing it and her mind is still racing. Our girl teases her, saying she snores. But Kinyu just smiles. I've gotten used to this already. She reveals that the night our girl was drunk, she was cuddling and sleeping soundly. Our heroine is shocked. Kinyu says she felt it. How about we do it again to experiment? This girl is so smooth. Kinyu is a flustered mess, her face bright red. Our girl laughs, admitting she's just teasing. She snuggles in close, promising to try her best to sleep. They're nose to nose, the air thick with love. A sweet memory of them as kids flashes by. Another memory of our girl telling her to be happy forever. She even learned to make cookies just for her. She's thought about her for so long. The next day arrives, and we see the redhead ex looking absolutely miserable. She's at a bakery, realizing she doesn't even know what our girl likes anymore. What do I do? She wonders. Too little too late, sweetie. Our girl stumbles out of her room after hearing a commotion. She finds her friends and asks what's going on. Surprise, it's a mountain of cakes just for her. Maria went full sugar mommy and bought every single flavor. Her friends are salty because Maria wouldn't let them help. They point to a tiny, sad little cake, saying it's the only one she can have. Our girl is confused by this sudden kindness, but it doesn't matter because her heart is doing the flutter thing. Just then Nano shows up looking for her sister. Turns out they were too excited to sleep properly, and then they're hugging right in front of everyone. Our girl, trying to change the subject, offers Maria some cake. She asks when Maria's birthday is, but she doesn't even remember. It's in the winter, which means it's coming up soon. Later, Nano is getting ready to leave. She whines about having to go back to her studies. Her sister promises she'll be waiting right here for her. They share a sweet handhold goodbye. Nano starts to walk away, but then comes back for a surprise kiss on the cheek. Her sister is left a blushing, flustered mess. Her phone buzzes with a new voice message. It's Nano, already saying she misses her. She literally collapses from the cuteness overload. Meanwhile, at the cafe, our girl is spacing out at work. She's trying to think of the perfect birthday gift for Maria. A blood bag girl that is not a romantic gift. Her coworker Meng Meng snaps her out of it. Our girl asks for gift advice for a friend. Meng Meng immediately knows it's for Maria. She suggests making a handmade gift, something from the heart. Suddenly, a customer pipes up saying he knows a place for handicrafts. He seems a little too eager to take her there himself. Our girl is hesitant. He's just standing there waiting for her answer. She tells him she'll think about it. Meng Meng pulls her away, sensing her discomfort. She offers to go with her so it won't be awkward. The fox guy Ian suddenly plops his fox head on Meng Meng. He was just checking if she was busy. He clings to her, insisting he can go too. Our girl agrees and he looks thrilled. But then the security guard shows up, wanting in on the action too. This secret mission is turning into a full-blown party. Our girl can't believe how many people are joining. The whole squad is assembling for Operation Birthday Gift. A week later, Maria is home alone. Her roommate is heading out and tells her Zaya Allen is out with friends. Maria is stunned. She's left all alone in the quiet house, feeling a little hurt. Meanwhile, the gang arrives at a DIY workshop. Ian is in his tiny fox form, too shy to appear human. Our girl looks a bit worried for him, but the manager says it's fine and they all get to work. The fox and the bull become instant crafting buddies. Our sweet girl decides she wants to play too. She needs to think of the perfect animal to make for Maria. A cat is perfect. She gets to work sketching out a design. Little fox Ian jumps on the table, curious about her drawing. He's super impressed with her skills. He then asks if he can have the piece of paper, and she hands it over. And then he tries to draw with the pencil in his mouth. Our girl realizes she was worried for nothing. He's actually pretty fun. Now she's totally pumped to start making the gift. Back at the apartment, Maria is bored out of her mind. She's moping in bed, wondering why Zaya Allen didn't tell her where she was going. Our poor girl feels so lonely and left out. For her, time is just crawling by. Our girl finally finds the basketball court, dressed to impress. But she's feeling the pressure, surrounded by actual college kids. And then she hears it. They think she's a teacher, the ultimate insult. Our poor girl is spiraling. Is it her hair? The existential dread is real. She shakes it off, finally spotting Zayo high on the court. And wow, he's looking like a total snack out there. Look at that focus, that form. Our girl is officially impressed. He goes for the shot, a perfect arc through the air. Her eyes are glued to him, completely captivated by the moment. Another goal, the game breaks for halftime and our girl swoons. But she's not the only one. Another admirer makes her move. He turns her down flat. No thanks, I brought my own. Savage. Our girl just watches from the sidelines, clutching her own offering. He's super polite about the rejection though. What a gentleman. And then their eyes meet. He is completely shocked to see her. He immediately sprints over, all flustered that he couldn't pick her up. She just smiles and offers him the drink she brought just for him. His face lights up like a Christmas tree. He's so happy. He practically snatches it, insisting he's super thirsty. Sewer you are, buddy. She just smirks, knowing she's got him wrapped around her finger. After the game, they head out on their well-deserved date. Meanwhile, Zayalan is at a DIY craft shop looking proud of her creation. Suddenly, her phone starts buzzing with an incoming call. She picks it up, wondering who it could be. It's Maria, and she sounds a little breathless on the other end. Maria demands to know where she is. She wants to come over right now. A little flustered, Zayalan agrees to send the location. The call ends, leaving our girl stunned by the suddenness of it all. Her friends are busy admiring their weird little clay creations. Her little fox companion points out that Maria wants her all to herself. And Zayalan admits she just can't bring herself to say no to Maria. Just then, the door to the shop slams open with a bang. It's Maria, and she looks like she just ran a marathon to get here. She dramatically calls out Zayalan's name. The tension is real. The friends are trying to figure out how to hide their animal features with magic. But wait, she didn't come alone. The silver-haired fox spirit is here too. He casually places a hand on Maria's shoulder, staking his claim. And then he tells Maria to move. He needs to sit next to his girl. Maria is totally confused but shuffles out of the way. Zayalan looks between them, sensing the chaotic energy brewing. He's sulking because she didn't invite him out first. The drama. Then one of the normie friends spots the little fox. The fox talks back. Zayalan panics and pretends she was the one talking. She gives her little companion a grateful look. That was a close one. Her little fox can sense the mood. Maria is definitely pouting. Maria demands to know what they're whispering about. Zayalan quickly lies, saying her hair is just a little messy. She reaches out to fix it, explaining she must have been in a hurry. The air crackles with tension as they get super close. To break the silence, Maria asks if she wants to craft. Meanwhile, their friend notices the little fox is getting sleepy. It snuggles right into her lap for a quick, adorable nap. So cute, but let's jump back to our other couple. Back at the fast food joint, our girl is a little bummed. She wanted to invite her friends, but they already had plans. But she quickly gets over it, laughing with Zayo Hai. She swoons, telling him how charming he was on the court. And just like that, he's a blushing, stuttering mess. Then she notices a bandage on his hand and gets worried. He brushes it off as a simple practice injury, but she's not buying it. To her, it's a big deal. Her protective instincts are kicking in. She orders him to give her his hand, her mom voice fully activated. And she was right, his finger is all swollen and bruised. Her eyes soften. "Let me treat you," she says softly. And then she gently, sweetly kisses his injured finger. The whole world just seems to stop for a moment. Zayo Hai's brain completely short-circuits. He's ascended. She asks how it feels. He blurts out, "That's so sweet." She meant his hand, you dork. He quickly backpedals, stammering that it's all better. Later, Zayalan gets home, only to find Maria waiting for her. Maria grabs her from behind, her voice low and serious. "Are you hiding something from me? The drama is escalating." Our boy is riding the subway, looking a little down. He's on the phone with his brother, admitting his date with our girl didn't go so well. His brother warns him that he might be bullying Xingxian without realizing it. A light bulb goes off. He just needs to get along with her first. It's so simple. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Zayalan is being cornered by our girl. She asks if he's hiding something from her. His ears droop. He confesses he was just lonely at home by himself. But before she can leave, he stops her, grabbing a little pouch. He shyly presents a tiny gift, saying he made it for her birthday. He even went to a workshop with his friends to learn how. Our girl isn't mad at all. In fact, she thinks it's absolutely adorable. She asks if she can carry it with her every single day. She teases him, saying it doesn't really count as a gift. But then she gets serious, asking if he truly doesn't remember his birthday. He doesn't, so she makes a bold proposal: share her birthday, May 27th. His eyes go wide. That date, it's significant. He smiles softly. "That's right, it's the day we met." Our girl freezes, her mind racing. The ancestral spell, it's all connected. He notices her zoning out and asks what's wrong. She snaps out of it, deciding to make the day memorable, and gives his ears a loving pat. He melts into her touch, saying he doesn't want anything else, just her. She tells him he has to promise to tell her if he wants anything from now on. He happily agrees and then bounces off to take a shower. But our girl's expression hardens. She hates being deceived, but she has to see this through. A few peaceful days pass. The two are now hardcore gaming buddies, completely focused on their screens. He's raging at the game while she just looks confused. Suddenly, their friend points out how cold it is. She asks our girl if she's afraid of the cold since she's barely wearing anything. Just a shirt and a vest in the middle of winter, that's insane. The friend calls her over and yelps in shock after touching her. Our poor girl's body is like an ice cube. She panics, worrying that Zayalan will get sick sleeping next to a human popsicle. Our girl just brushes it off, saying she hardly ever gets a cold. Just then her phone rings. It's Zayo Hai. They haven't seen each other in a month. and the first thing Zio-hai says is, "I missed you, my heart." The friend is blushing furiously while Zia-Alan stares, his curiosity piqued. He asks if the two of them are acting a little weird lately. After getting permission, she tells him the big news, they're officially a couple. Later that night, our heroine is having an internal crisis. She's totally overthinking the sleeping arrangements, wondering if she should move to the couch. The next morning, Zia-Alan is humming happily in bed. He's thinking about how awesome and courageous his sister is. He's completely lost in thought when the door suddenly opens and our girl walks in, bundled up like an Eskimo. He's stunned. "Maria, why are you wearing so much?" She says she's afraid he'll catch a cold, and she doesn't want to sleep alone. He tells her to just use a pillow, but she's not taking no for an answer. She climbs right into bed with him. "Isn't that what a pillow is for?" Smooths. She snuggles up close and asks if she can turn off the lights. He quietly agrees and she gets even closer. "The tension is killing me." A few days later, a knock on the door. It's Zio-hai and she's here to visit her sister. Her sister is surprised. She decided to grow her hair out. She says it looks good, just like when she was a kid. Our two lovebirds peek over the couch, totally invested in the drama. The sister turns her attention to our girl. "Want long hair too?" Our girl says her hair won't grow, but Zia-Alan pipes up with a solution: magic. The sister offers to cast a spell for permanent long hair. Our girl agrees, but she doesn't want it to be too much of a hindrance. Meanwhile, Zio-hai looks annoyed, scrolling through her phone. A text from mom warns her about her future, so much family drama. She brushes it off to go check the magic book. Zia-Alan is buzzing with excitement, a real trainee witch. The sister casts the spell, but it just makes our girl's hair curly. Whoops. The next attempt results in a chaotic, fiery mess. Everyone dies laughing. Our girl is so done with this nonsense. The sister promises to be serious this time. She casts the spell one last time, and boom, our girl now has stunning, long, beautiful red hair. The girls are all gathered around someone named Kinyu, and she is absolutely losing it on our poor girl with the glasses. Maria, now a tiny demon child, is having a tantrum. The magic spell was a success, but Maria is convinced it was sabotage. Turns out the magic user doesn't have enough juice to change her back. Oh, Maria is about to throw hands. Suddenly, a gentle touch calms the scene. It's the wolf girl, and she thinks tiny Maria is just the cutest thing ever. Our girl is baffled by this chaotic energy, but the wolf girl doesn't care. She just wants to keep hugging the little gremlins. Maria is not having it. "No," she screeches. She demands to be changed back this instant. The wolf girl's ears droop. She looks so sad as she apologizes. The glasses girl quickly backtracks, saying it was all just a joke. With the chaos momentarily paused, the other two sneak off to the kitchen for coffee. They whisper about Maria, guessing she might have some childhood trauma. Kinyu admits she really doesn't know anything about her past. Our other heroine wants to ask, but she doesn't know how to approach it. Instead, she gets real close. And then bam, a surprise back hug. She asks if Kinyu is tired, who admits she's been unwell and overworked. She then leans in close, whispering that they should come with her. Back in the living room, the wolf girl is comforting tiny Maria. A dark memory surfaces, a vision of Maria as a child, chained and alone. The wolf girl shakes it off, deciding she can't be blamed for what she didn't know. Suddenly, a light bulb. She offers to comb Maria's hair. She gently brushes her red locks, saying it reminds her of her own sister. She gets closer, checking if she's being too aggressive. The new point of view is interesting. She knows how much smaller Maria is now. Then she gets a little bold, telling Maria to call her sister. But the moment is broken. Kinyu announces it's time to change her back. They get Maria ready for the spell. "But wait, put your pants on." Kinyu asks if Maria is satisfied with the results. She tells her to turn around. Maria turns and her hair is long and luscious again. The wolf girl is absolutely stunned. "You look so good," she gushes. She thinks the new look makes both of them seem milder. Kinyu checks on Maria, who's being a total tsundere about it. She apologizes for scaring her earlier. The little familiars can't handle the wholesomeness and make a quick exit. Maria is still a little grumpy, though. She notices the wolf girl is still staring at her intensely. So the wolf girl asks if she can keep brushing her hair, and Maria actually agrees. She gets close, holding the brush to Maria's head. "Okay, don't move for now," she whispers. The air crackles with tension as they get closer and closer. Maria is a blushing mess, her heart hammering in her chest. It feels like the world is fading away. Something is about to fly out of control. Their lips are about to meet, but the wolf girl pulls back. "Huh, are you sleepy?" she asks, completely oblivious. Maria stammers, trying to play it cool. She tries to laugh it off, but inside she's having a full-blown gay panic. Meanwhile, our other girl is bored out of her mind. She's been trying to get a moment alone with Kinyu for a week. Just as she's about to give up, the phone rings. Kinyu answers and her whole mood shifts. Her voice is cold and impatient as she quickly hangs up. Our girl wonders who could be upsetting her so much. She pops up to ask what's wrong. Suddenly, Kinyu just collapses right on top of her. "Why is everything so complicated?" she groans. She explains that the chief is pressuring her to go back home. The chief, turns out that's her mom. Our poor girl is shook, she had no idea. Kinyu just wants to relax and not go back to that stressful place. Our girl realizes Kinyu isn't secretive, she just doesn't talk about herself. She starts to worry, is she being called back because she's not good enough? But before she can ask, Kinyu has already passed out from exhaustion. She must be really tired. Our girl decides to let her rest, even if it means losing feeling in her arm. He gives his cute coworker a pat on the head. While he's chilling at the bar, he spots Maria talking to her wolf friend. He lights up a cigarette, wondering what those two are up to. Maria cuts straight to the chase, asking if our girl is dating the fox. Our girl absolutely denies it, flustered beyond belief. The fox man just sighs. "You're really hopeless," he mutters. Maria says she's over the whole lifespan issue, she has a new problem now. The fox man smirks, asking if she's afraid of other suitors moving in. Maria brings up the white cat, Bai Lin, who's been eyeing Zio Lan. The fox man points out that Zio Lan didn't seem to care. Speak of the devil, Zio Lan pops up asking what they're gossiping about. Maria immediately panics, a mess of pure chaotic energy. The fox man just chuckles to himself. Teasing them is the perfect way to kill time. Meanwhile, our heroine and her date are having a romantic evening. It's a bit cold, but her date quickly warms her hands. The cute blush and warm hands are just too much for our hearts. She's got a surprise for our girl. Suddenly, the air is filled with magical, glowing butterflies. She just wanted to thank our girl for taking her out for the night. She admits she would have been home alone otherwise. The moment is perfect as a butterfly lands right on our heroine's lips. Her date completely short-circuits, hiding her betrayed face. But their perfect moment is shattered by a voice. What a coincidence. And of course, it's the ex, looking smug as ever. Our girl demands to know why she's here, and the ex claims she was just on a mission. She starts reminiscing about teaching our girl that butterfly magic. But our girl's date is not having any of this nostalgia trip. The ex quickly backtracks, saying it's her own problem. Just then, a message comes in about a target, perfect timing. Before leaving, she slips something into our girl's pocket. Our heroine is completely bewildered as she walks away. But her date grabs her arm, eyes blazing. "What did she give you?" "Oh, the jealousy is thick in the air tonight." Our girl pulls out a wristband from her pocket. She can feel a powerful magic pulsing from it. Her internal monologue is just one long scream of panic. Her date can feel it too, and she does not look pleased. She demands to know what happened between our girl and her ex. Our girl tries to brush it off as some stupid things from when they were young. But inside, she knows her date is absolutely jealous. Realizing she pushed too hard, her date apologizes for asking. She suggests they go home, but our girl is clearly still troubled. Yep, she's definitely screwed up. The next evening, our girl is trying to work, but she can't focus. Her mug is empty, and so is her heart. She's worried sick. Her date went for a run and still hasn't come back. She's spiraling, blaming herself for making things awkward. Zio Lan interrupts her pity party, asking what's for dinner. She wants her sister to bring pizza. Our girl decides to ask for some advice on how to make up after a fight. Zio Lan is shocked, and our girl is dying of embarrassment. Zio Lan's advice involves a childhood story about a broken unicorn doll. It's cute, but not exactly helpful for this situation. Just then the doorbell rings, she's back. She brought milk tea and pizza, but the atmosphere is ice cold. She brushes past our girl to hang up her coat. The look she gives is absolutely freezing. Our poor heroine is terrified. What does that look even mean? Later, her date is lying in bed, lost in her own thoughts. She's worried that if she keeps asking questions, she'll just make our girl uncomfortable. So our girl decides to break the tension with a surprise poke attack. It startles her date, who is definitely not expecting it. Our girl gently says she doesn't have to say anything if she doesn't want to. But her date sits up looking serious. She's going to be angry if our girl keeps secrets again. She asks directly about the ex, Yuan. Finally, our heroine confesses she used to like Yuan. But Yuan only used her to get close to her powerful mother. Her date is enraged. She lied to you. Our girl explains that everyone was fake, only seeing her for her power. Her own mother just saw her as a successor, and her best friend betrayed her. She breaks down, admitting she felt like nothing more than a symbol. So to escape the pain, she used a forbidden art. A terrifying flashback shows her activating a massive, blood-red magic circle. This forbidden art physically strips away a witch's ability to generate magic. Kinyu asks if the separation affected our girl's body. She admits she fainted, blaming her own impulse. Xiaohai's heart just shatters. Our poor girl immediately pulls her into a hug, saying she never should have asked. But Kinyu just holds her tighter, saying it's okay because they're a couple now. She confesses that after going through so many terrible things in her past, she finally met her. Our girl is absolutely stunned. Kinyu remembers how happy she was when Xiaohai brought her food every day. It was the one thing that gave her hope. She whispers a heartfelt thank you. Zayak Xiaohai is so overcome with emotion she accidentally headbutts her. Total panic mode as Kinyu checks if she's alright. Smooth move, hero. After the chaos, our girl asks why the clan elder monitored her magic training. Kinyu admits it's because she used to hate her own witch heritage. Apparently, the witch race is full of drama and they just wanted to use her for missions. But she doesn't care about them anymore. She's finally living her own life. She tells our girl not to worry about her past struggles. Then she flips the script, saying Zayak Xiaohai is the one who's stressed out now. She pins her down, demanding she speak her mind because a relationship is a two-way street. Our girl finally cracks, her voice trembling as she admits she was jealous. Jealous of the bracelet and the magic taught by that other woman. Kinyu immediately offers her the bracelet, but Zayak Xiaohai says no. She's so flustered she even declares she hates glowing butterflies now. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Kinyu's head. She has an idea. She gets up and turns off the lights, leaving our girl completely confused. Then a soft light appears in the darkness. It's a tiny glowing winged unicorn. Kinyu made it herself. She asks if she likes it, proudly stating this is magic no one else taught her. Our girl is completely mesmerized. She reaches out and touches it. I like it, she whispers, and they lean in for a kiss. The magical unicorn flutters around them as things get more intense. The air is thick with tension as they get closer. Even the little magic pet is blushing. The room is getting steamy. Zayak Xiaohai breathes Kinyu's name, lost in the moment. Then she whispers, I still want. Kinyu's eyes widen, a smirk playing on her lips. She leans in close to her ear, then she says, we'll do it until. The next morning, snow is gently falling outside. A little redhead wakes up, absolutely thrilled to see the winter wonderland. But Mary, our silver-haired wolf girl, is totally unimpressed. They decide to go out since they have nothing to do. The redhead is already yawning. Mary casually mentions she usually sleeps through the entire winter. The redhead asks if she means hibernation. Yup, it's just easier than hunting. They spot a food stall and decide to check it out. They grab some snacks and sit down for a cute little winter date. The redhead sweetly feeds Mary a biscuit. My heart is melting. She tells Mary that being with her is soothing. Mary swallows, clearly flustered by the compliment. Then the redhead gets serious. Mary, have you ever had any friends before? Mary looks away, asking why she'd bring that up now. She quietly admits she's always been alone. Then the redhead goes for the kill shot. Have you ever had special feelings for anyone? The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The redhead leans in, asking if Mary is having a relationship problem, or if she's fallen in love with someone. Mary completely short-circuits, sputtering and blushing like crazy. The redhead just shrugs, saying she has no romance experience so she can't help anyway. Mary panics, realizing this was a massive misunderstanding. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, our girl Zayak Xiaohai returns with a package. It's a tiny little oven. She's going to bake for everyone. The redhead Yage wanders into the kitchen, offering to help. She stops dead in her tracks when she sees Kinyu is there too. Yage asks why she's there, but Kinyu just smiles. They get the ingredients ready, and the atmosphere is a little tense. They start talking about their little pet, Zio Lan. Yage mentions she used to be reclusive. Kinyu explains that Zio Lan's parents abandoned her, and the village wouldn't let them visit. Yage finally understands why she ran away. Kinyu starts giving instructions, but Yage is looking at her with pure suspicion. She decides to ask another question. Has Zio Lan fallen for someone? She goes straight for the jugular. Kinyu plays it cool, asking why she's so curious. Then she drops the bomb with a sly smile. That's right, she's like someone for a while. Yage is so shocked, she crushes the egg in her hand. The shell shatters as she stares in disbelief. This is pure chaos. The meal is finally ready. Zio Yu is giving Zio Lan her portion. How sweet. Meanwhile, Maria is deep in thought, hoping for some romantic development. She decides to check on her girlfriend, the writer. And she finds her face planted on the desk. Classic writer's block. But Maria comes prepared with freshly baked cookies. The cookies work like a charm. Zio Yu is instantly revived and happy. They share a sweet, cuddly moment. But then Maria drops some serious news. She's going home for 2 weeks to talk to her parents about them. And apparently the first conversation didn't go so great. Zio Yu is now officially panicking. She's terrified the leader will force them to break up. But Maria reassures her, saying her mom wouldn't do that. She promises to bring back some of her mom's famous milk candy. On the other side of town, our girl Maria is chilling with Zio Lan. Zio Lan explains she was trying to test her out yesterday, but she just doesn't seem to get romance at all. She's watching some chaotic zombie drama for advice. Maria is just sitting there wondering who Zio Lan even likes. Her mind runs through all the possible candidates. Then she scolds herself for caring so much. Just then, a text message dings. It's from Bai Ling asking them to go to karaoke. Our wolf girl immediately asks if Maria wants to go. Maria agrees, looking less than thrilled about it. Zio Lan sees this as a perfect opportunity to confess. Maria, however, is on high alert. This guy has been making moves. She is determined to figure out his true intentions. They arrive at the very cool-looking KTV. It's a bit awkward since 2 of their friends couldn't make it. And surprise, Bai Ling brought a friend along. Maria immediately recognizes him from the bar. Her suspicion levels are rising. They all head into the private booths. Maria is already on guard as they're told to order snacks. The new guy immediately sits right next to her, personal space dude. He just stares at her asking what? Our girl is practically radiating don't touch me vibes. Zio Lan is totally confused by how hostile Maria is being. She tries to brush it off, focusing on her own problems. The sheer thought of confessing is making her so nervous. She's practically screaming internally for Maria to just raid her mind. The karaoke party is in full swing, everyone is singing their hearts out. But their time is almost up. Maria's expression is getting more serious by the second. Our poor wolf girl is literally being crushed by the pressure of her confession. She makes a quick escape to the washroom to gather her courage. She leans against the door, trying to breathe. She texts her sister, begging for a confidence boost. And her sister comes through with the ultimate pep talk. She reminds Zio Lan how brave she is just for trying. Filled with newfound determination, she heads back. But she stops when she realizes the music is off. Turns out 2 minutes ago, the boys were scheming. Bai Ling's friend points out how badly he's failing to connect with Maria. Her defenses are way too high. He tells Bai Ling to just be direct and tell her his intentions. So he asked for the music to be turned down to talk to Maria. He stammers, trying to ask for her help with something. His friend jumps in, playing the ultimate bad wingman. He says his brother has no ill intentions, he just really likes the wolf girl. Maria's face turns to ice. Oh really, what a coincidence. She drops the most savage line ever, we're in the same situation. Then she clarifies for him, what I mean is we're rivals in love. And who's standing in the doorway having heard everything? Our girl Zio Lan. The guy is just confused. What good does two girls being together have? Maria completely shuts him down. It's none of your business. Zio Lan can't handle it and bolts from the room. Maria grabs their things and runs after her. She grabs Zio Lan's arm, demanding to know what she thinks. She asks if Zio Lan's questions were because she likes Bai Ling. Maria instantly regrets being so blunt. But Zio Lan blurts out the truth, it's you. And with a sudden burst of courage, she slams Maria against the wall. The person I like has always been you. The confession has officially been dropped. She slams Maria against the door, dropping the biggest bombshell of her life. The person I like has always been you. Our poor girl is completely overwhelmed, tears in her eyes. The confession is just too much. Maria is frozen solid, a blush creeping up her neck as our girl looks on desperately. Not waiting for an answer, she grabs Maria's jacket. She yanks it over both their heads, creating a tiny, private world. She whispers, pretend that it's just us two. Taking her hand, she begs, do you feel it? I'm being serious. Their faces are inches apart as she says, I'm not joking with you. But the peanut gallery is completely lost. Bro, you should have explained yourself. Yeah, these guys have no idea what just went down. Overwhelmed by her own chaotic confession, our girl just starts spouting gibberish. Then she shoves the coat back at a stunned Maria and bolts out of there. And just like that, the shippers' hearts are shattered. What a disaster. Later that night, our girl is hiding from the world under her blankets. Her phone buzzes. It's her sister asking for a progress report. She immediately starts crying into her phone. Wah, help me sis. She explains she confessed, but Maria didn't respond on the way home. Her sister is trying to piece this chaotic story together, but the silence from Maria is definitely a bad sign. Our girl is spiraling into a pit of despair. Why would she respond like this? Yeah, no one is getting any sleep tonight. The drama is too high. Meanwhile, Maria is in her living room, completely short-circuiting. She clutches her head, her mind totally blank after that confession. The words just keep echoing in her head. She said, she always liked me. A highlight reel of all their sweet, intimate moments starts playing. Every glance, every touch suddenly makes so much sense. She covers her mouth, trying to contain her exploding heart. The shock finally wears off, replaced by pure, giddy happiness. She knows she needs to tell her how she feels, too. But a dark thought stops her cold. Right, the curse, it always comes back to the stupid curse. How is she supposed to face her now, knowing this secret could ruin everything? The next day, our girl finally drags herself out of bed, looking absolutely wrecked. She finds Maria on the couch, looking just as awkward and small. The air is so thick with tension you could cut it with a knife. Desperate to break the silence, she asks where the sisters are. They went shopping, great, now they're alone together. Our girl panics, confessing my feelings really did change everything. Maria feels the same way, the comfortable dynamic they had is gone. She decides to turn on the TV for a distraction, and immediately gets jump-scared by a ghost face on the screen. Classic, our girl is humming to herself when she hears a sudden noise. She turns just in time to see a terrified Maria launching herself at her. Without a second thought, Maria clings to her for dear life. Our girl is confused but also not complaining. What's wrong? Maria stammers out a weak excuse about the ghost on TV. Our girl plays it cool. Oh my bad, I probably left it on that channel. But inside, she's celebrating. Maria ran to her for protection. She holds her a little tighter, don't be scared. And she whispers the 3 magic words every romance fan wants to hear, I'm here. Maria just melts, her heart doing backflips. This is it, this is the moment. She has to tell her about the curse. But she's terrified of losing this, of hurting the girl in her arms. She opens her mouth to speak, and is immediately interrupted by the oven timer. The universe has terrible timing. Maria deflects, asking about a loud noise she heard earlier. Our girl suddenly looks extremely guilty. Maria leads her to the living room to find the TV screen completely smashed. Looks like someone's buying a new TV, oops. At the electronics store, Maria is getting an earful from her sister. They move on to snack shopping to lighten the mood. Our girl happily fills the cart, the TV incident forgotten, but the sister isn't done. She pulls Maria aside and asks point blank, "You like my sister, right?" Maria sputters, but the sister is ruthless. "It's written all over your face." She presses on, "So why haven't you told her? Are you just shy?" Maria insists it's more complicated than that. The sister drops some truth bombs. You have to give her a response. It's better than leading her on, she's not wrong. Then she lays down the law, "But if you hurt her, I will never forgive you." The other sister calls her away, leaving Maria with her thoughts. She watches our girl from a distance, her heart heavy. She knows her sister is right, hiding the curse will only cause more pain. She just wishes she knew what the right thing to do was. She sees our girl looking at some drinks. Taking a deep breath, Maria walks over. She wordlessly hands her a bottle, a small peace offering. It's time to face the music. Zio-lan, our girl's eyes light up with hope as Maria says about last night. But it's not a confession. Could you give me a bit of time to think it over? It's almost New Year's Eve and our girl feels a bit lonely. She's been helping Kinyu around the house, which has been nice. But ever since Mary's words at the supermarket, she's been super uneasy. It feels like a passive rejection and now she doesn't know what to talk about. On New Year's Eve, everyone is just bored out of their minds. Someone brilliant suggests playing with sparklers on the roof. The little ones are instantly hyped, though one has no clue what a sparkler is. Turns out they are mini fireworks and they are indeed very cool. Their friend gets a little emotional, grateful for their company. Our girl says she's the lucky one for meeting her, Owa. They all have a blast under the exploding sky. Suddenly it's midnight, Happy New Year everyone. Our girl immediately remembers she needs to call Zio hi. Her sparkler dies out, but Zio-lan offers hers to help light a new one. When they touch, the flame burns so much brighter. Zio-lan suggests they should make a wish together. Our poor girl just sighs, her heart heavy with secrets. But they both make the exact same wish, to always be together. They lock eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. And then it hits them both at the same time. Meanwhile, their friend is on the phone, totally oblivious to the romantic tension. The girls get an idea and light a whole bundle of sparklers at once. Zio-hai is on the other end of the lines, laughing at their chaotic energy. He tells her to have fun and hangs up, a soft smile on his face. He watches the fireworks alone, lost in thought. His mom sneaks up, asking who made him so happy. He admits it was Kinyu, looking nervous. He tells his mom he's made his decision and he's willing to face any challenge for her. His mom is surprisingly understanding, she just wants him to be sure. She reminds him that parents are meant to guide, not control. What a good mom. Sometime later, our girl arrives at a very unique apartment building. Apparently her boss lives here, guarded by a literal dragon, casual. She just stares, completely baffled by the situation. Back home, she explains what happened to her friends. The conversation quickly turns serious. Will Maria forget her after a year? Maria absolutely loses it, demanding to know why she kept such a huge secret. Their friend has to hold her back before she smashes something. She explains that our girl is just being cautious because she cares so much. Our heroine admits she doesn't know how to tell Zio-lan without breaking her heart. Maria gives some surprisingly solid advice. Express your love first. Confess your feelings before you drop the curse bomb on her. It might soften the blow. Our girl realizes it makes perfect sense. But she's terrified. If Zio-lan can't handle it, she'll have ruined her life. Maria calls her out for being so timid. Her friends cheer her on, telling her to be brave. They suggest giving her gifts, things that will help her remember. Even the little fluff ball wants to help by making a craft together. Later that day, our girl walks in and finds Zio-lan working. Zio-lan pouts, complaining that she went to visit her boss without her. The guilt is just eating our girl alive. She steals her resolve, remembering their advice. She approaches the completely clueless Zio-lan and pulls her into a sudden, desperate hug. Sorry to keep you waiting, she whispers. This is my reply. She gives her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Zio-lan is so flustered, she literally short-circuits. She panics and dives straight into bed to hide. A girl joins her under the covers and they share a tender moment. But now comes the hard part. She has something important to tell her. She braces her, warning that it's bad news. It's about the instructions on the coffin. It was all a lie. There's a curse attached to that piece. After 1 year, the curse will erase all of Zio-lan's memories of her. Our girl apologizes, her voice trembling. She just didn't know how to say it. Zio-lan is completely frozen in shock. She pushes her away, her eyes wide with disbelief and horror. After 3 months, I'll forget about you, right? Our poor girl tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Her mind is a chaotic mess, wondering how everything went so wrong. Did Maria never trust her? Was she just going to let her forget? She remembers the kiss, the confession, all of it. But nothing makes sense anymore. Suddenly, a knock at the door breaks the silence. It's Maria. But Zio Lan just wants to be alone right now. Maria looks absolutely heartbroken but agrees to leave. Our girl just stares into the darkness. Maria stands outside the door, clutching a small charm. She realizes this isn't the right time to ask for forgiveness. For now, she decides it's best to stop bothering her. Days pass and she explains to a friend how Zio Lan keeps ignoring her. The cold shoulder is real. So she's at a bar venting her frustrations. Her friend asks how things are and Maria just facebombs. Things are not good. Her friend says it's normal and to just take it slow. She tells her to wait in the break room for a bit. But Maria is done waiting. She says no way. She's going to try again right now. She storms into the break room, slamming the door open. She grabs Zio Lan's sleeve, desperate for an answer. I want to tell you, she starts, her voice trembling. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She finally asks why Zio Lan keeps ignoring her. And our girl snaps back, because I'm still mad at you. She turns and leaves, slamming the door shut behind her. Zio Lan immediately regrets her outburst. Suddenly, a tiny ghost bonks right into her head. She apologizes, not realizing what just hit her. The little ghost is confused. It floats right up to Maria's face, asking who she is. The ghost says she looks familiar, but Maria doesn't recognize it. She's totally confused by this tiny floating creature. The ghost decides to leave, but not before noticing their energy. It's bored out of its mind. It realizes its business has something to do with these two. So it floats right up to our girl, asking for a favor. Zio Lan recognizes the little drunk ghost from before. The ghost claims it's still dizzy and asks to crash at her place for the night. But Zio Lan says she's staying at a friend's house. The ghost looks at Maria, realizing she's just a resident, and decides to find another place. But then it changes its mind, deciding to just follow them quietly. As they walk home, the silence is heavy. Maria thinks they've made some progress and decides to seize the moment. She stops Zio Lan, asking if they can finally talk. Zio Lan agrees but says they should talk at home. She admits to herself she can't stay angry anymore. Maria grabs her hand, shocked by how cold it is. The gesture leaves them both blushing. They head up to the roof to get some fresh air. Maria cuts right to the chase, asking about the curse. She confesses she struggled with it for a long time. Zio Lan asks when it all started. Maria explains she selfishly planned to let her forget, just so she could meet her again. Zio Lan is floored. You liked me before, Maria replies, I like it now too. Maria says the confession overwhelmed her. She doesn't want Zio Lan to be alone with these painful feelings. They should face their problems together so she can feel trusted. Zio Lan admits she has something to tell her too. She gets flustered, finding it hard to speak. Maria tells her not to be angry, and our girl just pouts and says, I hate you. Maria leans in close, a soft smile on her face. She whispers her name, Zinglin, and our girl is captivated. I like your name very much, she says, her voice like velvet. For me, she continues, their faces inches apart. Your presence is the end of my dark life, a new beginning. She pulls her closer and asks, are you willing to love me again? On a rooftop overlooking the city, Zia Lan holds our girl in a tight embrace. The air is thick with unspoken feelings. Suddenly, Zia Lan giggles, breaking the silence. Our poor heroine is flustered, admitting she's been trying to figure out how to confess. Zia Lan looks at her with so much affection. Look at me, she says, is there a sun in my eyes? Maria is completely lost, bless her heart. Zia Lan just pulls her in closer, calling her an adorable idiot. The world fades away as they get lost in the moment. And then she goes in for the kill. Who else would it be but you? Zia Lan whispers, and our girl's brain completely short-circuits. Steam literally starts pouring out of her head. She is a flustered, blushing mess in Zia Lan's arms. The hug is just too much for her little vampire heart to handle. But oh, they have a little stalker. A tiny green spirit watches them, completely unimpressed by their romantic moment. It has a mission to complete and flies off to find its target. Phasing through a wall, it finds a woman sleeping soundly. The woman wakes up startled as the little guy pops in with a casual hi Tilda. She freaks out and the spirit apologizes for the scare. It reveals they are from the same race and that it followed her vampire friend here. The woman Kinyu immediately panics, begging it not to snitch about Maria. The spirit shrugs, saying it doesn't care, but the patriarch sent it with a message. Kinyu tenses up, thinking it's here to drag her back home. Meanwhile, back with our lovebirds, Maria has a surprise for Zia Lan. She pulls out a little gift. It's a tiny, adorable wolf-felt version of Zia Lan. Maria admits she struggled to make it at a friend's house. The memory of our girl being a chaotic mess at crafting makes Zia Lan burst out laughing. But their cute moment is interrupted by the little green spirit popping up again. Before Maria can demand answers, Kinyu appears, explaining the little guy is with her. She scoops up the tiny creature as Maria gives her the side eye. The spirit just wants to find a plant to chill on. It settles on a succulent, looking perfectly content. The messenger then drops a bomb. Kinyu can do what she wants, it won't interfere. And with a casual goodnight, it leaves Kinyu completely stunned. Maria just watches this chaotic scene unfold, feeling totally overwhelmed. She just wants to hold her girlfriend in peace. The next morning, the two are cuddling in bed. They look so peaceful sleeping together. Maria gently strokes Xiolin's hair, just soaking it all in. Xiolin is already awake, swooning over her girlfriend's face. But when Maria's eyes snap open, she completely panics and jolts up. Xiolin pouts, asking if she's that scary. Our girl quickly apologizes, trying to calm down her adorable wolf girl with some head pats. A tiny creature's stomach rumbles, announcing it's time for breakfast. The domestic bliss is off the charts as they brush their teeth side by side. Later, they're all just chilling on the couch. Xiolin is browsing on her phone when she gets an idea. "I want a couple sweater with you," she declares. Maria is taken aback, but Xiolin doubles down, "Yes, we're a couple." This sends our girl into another gay panic, and she tries to flee for work. But Kinyu stops her, giving a cryptic warning not to do anything too far. Maria's mind immediately goes to the gutter, and she turns beet red. With that awkward exchange over, the new couple heads out. Xiolin immediately asks what that was all about. Maria just says Kinyu told her to take care of her. She then tells Xiolin not to mention her curse to the others. But Xiolin still has questions. "Why can you use curse magic?" she asks. "Vampires can't do that." Maria starts to explain a story from her past about a dark and stormy night. She took shelter in an abandoned hut and found a badly wounded witch inside. The witch was in terrible shape. Maria decided to wait out the storm with her. Surprisingly, the witch asked for her help to find an herb. Maria knew it was strange for a witch to ask a vampire for help, since they're natural enemies. But she couldn't just leave her to die. After she helped, the witch healed herself and repaid the favor. She stored some of her magic into Maria's hairpin. Xiolin realizes that's the magic she used for the amnesia curse. She then asks if Maria knows how to break it. Maria explains that the witch became incredibly powerful. She said that the curse came from the strongest witch in centuries, and it's basically unbreakable. Xiolin's heart sinks. Is there really no way to save her? Our girl is totally shipping her friends, thinking how incredible it is that her ship is sailing. Her little spirit friend Maria suddenly pops up, asking what she's thinking. She explains the others went to work, and Maria's first thought is, "Let's go drinking." This chaotic puffball wants to teleport straight to the bar. He's way too lazy to recharge. Our girl is confused, but Maria reminds her about a magic bracelet in her room. She's like, "Oh, that old thing." She casually offers to just give it to him. But he doesn't want it, he just needs to borrow its dark, swirling magic. With a quick bye, he poofs away, leaving our heroine all alone. Suddenly, her phone starts buzzing. Could it be Zio-hai? A flicker of hope dies when she sees the caller ID. It's Yunyi. She nervously picks up the phone. Yunyi is on the other end, asking what happened. Our girl is completely lost. Turns out the bracelet she gave her has a tracker. Yunyi can sense its energy fluctuations. She claims it's for her safety, so she's noticed as soon as there's movement. Not creepy at all. Our girl is speechless and just has to accept this overbearing kindness. Yunyi says she'll come over to get the bracelet after she's done with work. And just like that, she hangs up, leaving our girl to process this invasion of privacy. Later that night, she's in bed but can't sleep. Her mind is racing, replaying the day's events. Suddenly, Maria is back, revealing a secret. He says it was her own mother who invited him to come out. Our girl is shocked. What could her mother possibly want? Maria drops a heavy truth bomb. Her mother has put their entire clan in danger. Twice. He needs her to understand the serious consequences of her actions. She confesses she just wanted to be free, but now realizes she doesn't deserve to return. Maria hits her with some cold, hard philosophy about how freedom isn't free. His words pierce right through her, leaving her stunned and silent. Meanwhile, at a bar, the rest of the gang is having a serious discussion. Xiolin thinks the strongest witch is the most likely suspect in their case, but her friend is ready for a drinking contest, bragging about her new tolerance. She reveals that she couldn't drink before, but after receiving magic from the boss, she became super strong. A light bulb goes off. Xiolin has a sudden realization. She asks Maria a critical question about the witch's age at the time. Wasn't she the strongest when she gave you magic? The pieces are all clicking into place. Could it be that powerful witches today can actually lift the curse? Her friend is absolutely floored by this genius deduction. They decide to message their boss, but she's out of the country, a dead end. Finding the current patriarch seems like an impossible task. But wait, they remember someone else, a strong girl they've met before. Of course, it's the cool and powerful Yunyi. Back in her lonely room, our heroine is still spiraling. She desperately needs to talk things over with Zio-hai. It's all so overwhelming, and she misses him so much. She imagines a tiny, adorable fox version of him to comfort herself. What the hell am I doing? She laughs, trying to shake off the sadness. Her spirit companion takes matters into his own paws, sending a text for her. He wishes her sweet dreams of Zio-hai as she finally drifts off to sleep. The little fox spirit transforms and flies out the window. He soars through the night sky, a magical messenger of love. He finds Zio-hai sleeping peacefully. A little buzz from his phone wakes him from his slumber. He groggily checks the notification, wondering what it could be. It's the cutest message ever, saying, "Here is a letter called Miss, please check it." His heart stops. He stares at the adorable message, completely speechless. The next morning, our girl is woken up by her phone. It's Zio-hai. She answers it in a flash. He tells her he ordered her some takeaway and it's waiting at the door. She hurries to the door, excited for her surprise breakfast. But when she opens it, she finds the best delivery ever. It's him. He's standing right there, gently taking her hand in his. "Take out for you," he says with a heart-stopping smile. He asks for good reviews and she just blushes furiously. She pulls him in for a tight hug, so happy she could burst. Getting bold, she whispers, "Want good reviews? Let me taste and then evaluate." He's a flustered mess but agrees, he is just too cute. The whole crew enjoys a happy meal together. It's pure domestic bliss. After eating, Zio-ellen offers to help with the dishes. The girls discuss their next move, finding the brunette witch for information. But their boss hasn't replied yet, so for now they have to wait. Zio-ellen admits there are too many unknown factors when it comes to witch magic. Besides, she knows her friend gets stressed out dealing with the witches. But her friend is determined to see this through for Zio-ellen's sake. "Take it easy," she says, leaning in to comfort her. "We can face what happens together." It's such a sweet and supportive moment between them. She gets even closer, making Zio-ellen blush from ear to ear. Our boy Zio-hai has something important to tell our girl. He reveals the pharmacist has upgraded the werewolf medicine. It's no longer just for pain relief. Now it can be used for self-defense, letting them transform on demand. She asks about side effects, but he says it's perfectly stable. They've already tested it during the new year and there are no drawbacks. He's so proud, saying he'll feel more confident when he reports this to the patriarch. He even starts talking about the future, making our girl get all pensive. She worries that her own identity is putting too much pressure on him, but he just smiles and says, "What if it can be realized?" This boy is serious. To lighten the mood, he suggests they go clothes shopping. He even cheekily suggests they get a couple's outfit. She wants white, but he wants black. A classic dilemma, so they agree to just get all black. Problem solved. They head into the changing rooms together. Our girl gives him a sly little smile. Oh, she's up to something. He gets all flustered, asking if she doesn't want to change together. She whips off her glasses, going into full-on seduction mode. He is not ready. Our boy is blushing furiously, trying to remind himself that they're lovers. He starts to undress, looking a little shy. But our girl is anything but shy. She grabs him immediately. She goes straight for the abs, shamelessly complimenting his physique. Meanwhile, across town, things are a little less romantic. A phone rings in a dimly lit bar. A woman with fiery red hair answers a call from her boss. The boss says there's hope and asks about the injury she got. She's confused, saying she was no match for her opponent. But the boss reveals that despite his size, his strength was incredible. He hangs up, leaving the crew totally baffled by the secret conversation. Back at the bar, the party is still going. A little too hard, in fact. This little white blob creature is absolutely wasted. It gets mad for being called a slug and demands to see the boss. And speak of the devil, a mysterious man appears. He tells the orange-haired kid he's been out playing for too long. The kid gets a condescending pat on the head and he is not having it. Just then the bill arrives. What a chaotic coincidence. The redhead and the white-haired wolf girl lock eyes. They know each other. The mysterious man tries to leave, but our redhead isn't letting them go. She unleashes her ice powers and things get serious fast. He counters with some kind of wood magic, blocking her attack. It's a full-on supernatural standoff in the middle of a bar. His creepy wood vines grab her arm. The wolf girl is shocked. Why is a vampire looking for them? The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, another vampire appears and grabs the redhead's hand. He gives a chaotic thumbs up, saying, "Don't be shy, sister's got you." The leader of this whole operation looks completely unimpressed, and the little slug creature has just passed out on someone's head. The chaotic vampire bursts out laughing at the orange-haired boy. The poor staff just wants this weirdness to end. The man finally breaks the tension. Cut, he recognizes her. He apologizes, blaming his overly vigilant red-haired vampire. He then smoothly asks to talk to her alone and get her contact info. He's all business, telling her to send her questions for him to review. His bull-headed minion questions his methods, but he's confident. Maria rushes to check on her friend's hand. She insists she's fine because the mission was a success. She got the number. Later that night, back in their room, Maria is clearly worried. She can't stop thinking about the witches they ran into. Suddenly, her friend launches herself forward for a surprise hug. Maria is completely stunned by the sudden show of affection. She asks what's wrong, assuming she's still shaken from the bar incident. Her friend whispers that she's found her out, clutching her tightly. She admits she's been getting more vulnerable, but Maria makes her brave. She confesses she never would have dared approach 3 witches alone before. Then she drops a bomb. If lifting her curse means putting Maria in danger, then she will decisively choose to give up on it entirely. Our poor wolf girl is just speechless. She'd rather enjoy her life with Maria than worry about a cure. She pulls her in closer, holding her tight, and also, but we haven't officially dated yet, the ultimate confession. Our poor girl wakes up to find her little wolf peeking over the covers. Lanlin sleepily asks what she's doing. She's texting the witch, who says she needs to see the situation in person. Lanlin doesn't want her to worry and suggests they go play on their day off. Maria immediately starts listing off all the places she wants to take her on a date. Zoos, aquariums, amusement parks, the list is endless and adorable. She asks if Lanlin wants to go to the zoo, but our little wolf gets sad, thinking about all the animals locked in cages. Maria quickly reassures her, saying they have plenty of time for dates. Then her sister calls her to get ready for work. She finds her friend, the writer, sighing over her phone. Zio-hai asks if something happened. Her friend gets serious. She has something very important to tell her. She's decided to go back home. She confesses that running away wasn't true freedom after all. All this time, she's just been avoiding her responsibilities. But now she's ready to face her mother and make their future more stable. Zio-hai supports her but wonders what she'll do while she's gone. Her friend promises it's not for long, just a week or two. Zio-hai's eyes well up with tears, but she puts on a brave face. The writer promises she'll wait forever and encourages her to call her mom. With her girlfriend by her side, Zio-hai agrees to face her fears. She nervously makes the call. Her mother's voice is ice cold, demanding to know why she's calling. She just replies that she's still dealing with a bunch of stuff, so cold. The writer reads the text from the mom, demanding she return to headquarters. The mom goes full savage, lecturing her about her responsibilities. Zio-hai is about to lose it, but her girlfriend whispers for her to calm down. She takes a breath and agrees to her mother's terms, but then she drops a bombshell. She'll bring someone back with her. She glances at her girlfriend, calling her a very important person. The writer absolutely swoons as Zio-hai ends the call. Meanwhile, the matriarch hangs up, a small smile on her face. What a worrying daughter. Sometime later, the writer is slaving away at her desk, completely exhausted. She's just glad her little angel went to school. But as she grabs some coffee, she finds Maria brooding on the couch. Maria needs help picking out a gift for Ziolan, but she shoots down every normal suggestion. It has to be special. The writer teases her for being so girlish all of a sudden. Maria gets adorably flustered and demands she take this seriously. So the writer gets an idea, the monster market. She explains it's where she got the medicine for Maria before. Maria is immediately sold. Take me there now. They meet up with their friend Kian to open the portal. Kian smirks, ready to help for a price. A friendship price of 8,000 yuan. This girl is a menace. The writer has her own shopping list, wanting to buy herbs for Zio-hai. Thinking about seeing her girlfriend again, she agrees to the ridiculous price. Maria is furious, accusing Kian of blatant robbery. Kian just laughs, admitting that bullying Maria is just too much fun. Our poor girl is just lost in all this chaos. The next day, she arrives at Zio-hai's dorm. She's brought a gift and is impressed by how clean the room is. Zio-hai greets her with a warm hug, asking about her roommates. Turns out they all cleared out to give the lovebirds some privacy. How sweet. It's time to try the special cake she made. She admits the color is a little weird, but she tasted it and it's fine. She offers Zio-hai the first bite. Zio-hai playfully teases her, saying the chaotic color matches her personality. The writer demands she eat it all, puffing her chest out with pride. And with a sweet kiss on the cheek, Zio-hai happily digs in. Our girl gets flustered, realizing she's the shy one now. But her phone buzzes with a terrifying message. The shopkeeper accidentally sold her a hallucinogenic herb. Hallucinogenic, she panics, wondering why she feels fine. She looks up and realizes with horror Zio-hai is eating the whole thing. Zio-hai slowly approaches her, a strange look in her eyes. She leans in close, invading her personal space. Then she pulls her into a tight hug, purring, it's a big cat. Our heroine freezes in terror, it's over, the drugs have kicked in. Our girl is living the dream, hugging a giant fluffy cat. She wonders how her little Zioyu got so big and fluffy, but decides those glasses have got to go, a total fashion crime. She takes them off and wow, he's so cute. He lets out a little meow and our girl absolutely melts. She can't resist and gives him a big smooch on the cheek. This is the best day ever, cuddles for days. But just as she's in heaven, the dream shatters. She opens her eyes to find not a giant cat, but a very human-looking girl with cat ears. Our girl is panicking, what did you do and where did those ears come from? But the cat girl just smirks, touching her own lips. She teases that if she wore lipstick, there'd be proof, then totally gaslights her about the ears. Our heroine feels awful, thinking some herbs she bought caused this strange transformation. The cat girl leans in, saying she's always been so gentle, and then asks her to do it a few more times. Girl, what? Our heroine is blushing furiously. This girl is getting bolder by the second. Meanwhile, at the witch clan headquarters, a tiny spirit is feeling its power return. It floats over to Zaya-Akin, who's busy working late. The spirit offers to help restore her daughter's health, but there's a catch. It wants freedom for 6 months, a little vacation from being a magical blob. Zaya-Akin worries about safety, but the spirit is confident. A mysterious man arrives. The spirit pushes, asking if she's ready to take her place as patriarch again. Zaya-Akin wants her daughter to stay, but admits her personality is difficult. The spirit calls her stubborn, reminding her their system isn't based on bloodlines. But she's a mom first and doesn't want her daughter to be disrespected. The spirit goes quiet as someone knocks on the door. It's the man from before, delivering a report to Patriarch Kin. He excuses himself, leaving the two to talk. He secretly wonders if she is coming back. Inside, the spirit has a request. It has enough power to return to its original form and wants to try it out. In a flash of light, the tiny spirit transforms into a stunning blonde woman. She's serving looks in that suit for about 5 seconds. Then she shrinks down, complaining that her hat is out of style, priorities. She announces she's going for a walk to test how long the form lasts. But before she leaves, she drops some savage advice. Listen to your daughter's wishes. Zaya-Akin is left to ponder this, clearly torn. In another part of town, our other girl wakes up. It's date day. She finds an adorable note waiting for her on the bed. She practically flies out of bed, buzzing with excitement. She opens the door, her heart pounding, and is greeted by the most amazing crocheted sunflower bouquet. Her date, the silver-haired wolf girl, peeks out looking absolutely precious. Our girl has never received flowers before, and she is over the moon. She pulls her in for a huge hug. Her date teases her about a secret gift for later tonight. Ooh, the curiosity is killing her. She rushes to get ready. The wolf girl waits, looking so sweet and patient. Their destination, a massive amusement park. The wolf girl is vibrating with excitement, wanting to ride everything in sight. Our girl is ready for the best date ever. Just look at these two, absolutely adorable. She puts some cute ears on her date before they hit the roller coaster. Woo-oh. Our girl is surprised at how calm she is, then remembers, oh yeah, she can fly. Next up is the classic carousel date moment, so cute. They even win a prize at the dart games, a cafe coupon. But the wolf girl isn't done with the rides yet. Big mistake, the pendulum ride leaves her feeling sick. Our girl immediately suggests they take a break and get something to eat. They find the cafe they won the coupon for. She asks her date if she brought her own food, which is a bit weird. But when she checks her bag, the bottle is gone, panic sets in. Her date sweetly offers to help her find it. Our girl is really worried, the sun is out and she needs to eat. An entire hour later and they've found nothing. They give up the search. Our girl tries to comfort her clearly disappointed date. She can see her energy is draining fast. She cups her face, insisting they go home so she doesn't starve. The wolf girl looks so sad they didn't get to do everything. But then her eyes land on the giant Ferris wheel, one last ride. Our girl knows it's a long ride, but her date is desperate. She leans in close and whispers, I want to be alone with you. And with a face like that, who could possibly say no? Our girl caves immediately. They're both blushing, excited for some private time. The wolf girl has a plan, get to the top, be affectionate, and finally get her food. On the Ferris wheel, Mary asks how our wolf girl is feeling. Zio Lan admits it's better without other people around. But then Mary grabs her hand, asking what's wrong. Our poor girl is struggling to keep her predator instincts in check. She pulls Mary into a desperate hug. Mary gets dangerously close, whispering that food is right here. She's getting more and more frustrated with her own hunger. The struggle is too much, and she bites her own lip, drawing blood. Mary sees this and gives a simple, insane command, open your mouth. Our girl's eyes glow, the hunger taking over. Mary points out the blood on her lip, a clear invitation. Zio Lan lies, saying she just bit it by accident. Mary isn't having it. She promised not to hurt her, but this is a special situation. Zio Lan can only stare, wondering if Mary is angry. The mood turns awkward as they get off the ride. Our poor wolf girl feels like she's messed everything up. She looks absolutely heartbroken. Mary quickly reassures her she's not angry at her. She's just angry at herself for losing control like that. Zio Lan is shocked by this confession. She then shyly thanks Mary for the snack. Mary realizes Zio Lan is like a warm little son. Our girl perks up, asking to go home to see her gift. Meanwhile, at the university gym, someone else is exhausted. Zio Hai is completely drained from training. She's trying her best to maximize her own strengths. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with a new message. A picture from her girlfriend, Zio Yu, is loading. She wonders what kind of photo takes so long. And she's greeted by a terrifying glow-in-the-dark face mask. Zio Yu just laughs it off, then shows off a cute bunny headband. She says the bunny one is for Zio Hai, so pretty. Then she asks if she can come visit over the weekend. Before Zio Hai can answer, a video pops up. It's Zio Yu pouting seductively into the camera. She complains that she didn't even get to see her last week. It only takes 3 seconds for Zio Hai to cave. She tells her to close her eyes. When she opens them, she sees a beautiful glowing object. She thinks it's a nightlight, but it's so much more. Mary explains it's a living, magical plant. It grows using moonlight magic and has a very long lifespan. She says the plant reminded her of Zio Lan. Our wolf girl is completely touched by the gesture. They agree to take care of the magical plant together. Zio Lan is so happy she starts rubbing against Mary like a cat. She purrs Mary's name. She confesses she's happiest when she's with her. But even in this perfect moment, Zio Lan is worried. She can't stop thinking about their future. And the fact that the dangerous month of May is getting closer. The next day, it's finally the weekend. Zio Hai is on her way to see Zio Yu. She decides to just show up with donuts instead of calling first. She quietly heads up to the apartments. She just hopes she isn't interrupting anything. But at the top of the stairs, a man blocks her path. They have an immediate, silent standoff. He asks her if she has something against him. Yes, she replies without hesitation. And then she drops the bomb, "She's my girlfriend." The guy is absolutely stunned into silence. The tension is insane as they just stare at each other. Just then the door opens, it's Zio Yu. She's surprised to see Zio Hai there. She's totally oblivious, explaining they just bumped into each other. She turns to her girlfriend and teasingly asks, "Are you jealous?" Zio Hai just pouts, demanding a kiss to feel better. And of course, she gets one immediately. Zio Yu asks if that helped and our girl is all better now. Plus, she brought donuts, a perfect girlfriend. Later that night, someone else is getting ready for a meeting. It's Maria, and she's meeting with someone about the thing from last time. And who does she meet? The rival from the staircase. The plot thickens. The meeting begins with a man introducing himself as Xinglan, but he quickly clarifies his last name is Yuan, getting straight to business. He asks about a werewolf friend, and our girl confirms it's her sister. He probes deeper, asking if she lives with Kinyu. Yuan notes how close they seem, making our poor heroine a little nervous. Then he drops a savage observation. She doesn't look much like her sister. He asks if she's hiding her ears and tail, which leaves her speechless. He gets down to it, asking to check the curse on her hand. A moment later, he understands everything. The news is bad. The curse is active until May 27th, and disarming it early is nearly impossible. He explains this isn't a simple curse, it's a memory loss spell from his own clan. It's a banned, advanced magic that can even erase non-human memories. Using it is a serious crime done to protect monster rights. Undoing it requires a complicated process only their leader knows. He admits he can't help them any further. Then he gets curious, asking why they didn't just go to their friend Kinyu for help. The werewolf girl gets flustered, saying she didn't want to be a bother. Yuan suggests she tell Kinyu anyway, revealing that she's far more powerful than him. This bombshell leaves our girls completely stunned. Later that night, someone sneaks into a bedroom. It's Kinyu, and she finds Zio Hai already snuggled in her bed. She happily joins her, inviting her to cuddle closer. Zio Hai melts into the warmth. She asks about the bracelet incident from earlier. Kinyu is still confused why the redhead would suddenly grab it. Zio Hai reveals the horrifying truth. You can sense her whenever she uses the bracelet. Kinyu is absolutely floored by this revelation. Zio Hai then starts pouting, accusing Kinyu of lying about a kiss making things better. Kinyu gets flustered but smirks, admitting it was good. She tries to change the subject with some cute headbands. The werewolf girl Lan is still shaken after meeting Yuan. She admits he felt incredibly strong. It seems their friend Kinyu has been keeping some major secrets from them. They decide to confront her tomorrow. Lan is overcome with guilt, wishing she had confessed her feelings sooner. "Maybe we would have had time," she cries. Mary pulls her into a tight, comforting hug. Lan declares that she'd love her again and again, no matter what. "So stop blaming yourself," she pleads. Mary is touched, apologizing for her earlier anger. It's a truly sweet and heartbreaking moment. She says they don't need pictures to remember their love. It would just feel like a prank if their memories were gone anyway. "These memories are the most precious," she says. "I want to spend every second with you." Lan is just a blushing, flustered mess. Back in her apartment, Yuan is deep in thought. She knows those girls will ask their friend for help soon. But she's cynical, thinking their young love is doomed to fail. Suddenly, a tiny ghost spirit pops out of a portal, calling her an evil thing. The spirit asks if she noticed the silver-haired girl at the bar seems to be a werewolf-vampire mix. Yuan is shocked by this news. The spirit didn't pay much attention but is now concerned. Yuan sighs, worried that history is about to repeat itself. She tells the spirit not to mention any of this to their leader, because Kinyu wants to hide the redhead's existence. The next day, Lan goes to see Kinyu. She's about to confess everything, but Kinyu spots the hickey on her neck. Kinyu immediately calls her out, knowing it's her sister's handiwork. The room descends into chaos as Zio Hai tries to defend her honor. Mary finally steps in, getting everyone's attention. It's something very important. A few minutes later, the truth is out, and Kinyu is losing her mind. "It's already April, why did you wait so long?" Our poor girls can only look on in silence. Kinyu turns to Mary, demanding to know if she's serious. But before Mary can answer, Zio Hai steps forward, her expression deadly serious. I have a few questions I must ask. The protective big sister has been activated. Uni lays down the hard questions, asking if Maria is truly serious. She calls our girl's love nothing more than a search for food. The immortal witch reminds her that everyone she loves will die. She asks Maria what she'll do when she's all alone, but Zayo Hai isn't having any of it. She steps in to defend her love. She knows what it's like to be alone for 500 years. It was a boring, pointless existence where she lost all track of time. But now things are different and she wants everyone to know it. She declares Maria has given her life meaning and grabs her hand. Getting right in our girl's face, she vows to never let go. The little wolf girl in the back is absolutely shook by this confession. Zayo Hai says watching Maria change and grow old would be her true happiness. She promises to never leave her side, no matter what. And Zayo Lan is completely swooning over this dramatic declaration of love. But the romantic moment is shattered by Kinyu's awkward coughing. She tries to break up the tension, sending Zayo Hai to make coffee. Zayo Hai agrees, but not before telling her to stop babysitting them. Kinyu gets down to business, asking if they trust her to solve the amnesia problem. Their answer is a swift and brutal no. Maria flat out says she doesn't trust her abilities, so Kinyu drops a massive bombshell. The leader of the entire witch clan is her mother. Maria and Zayo Lan are completely floored, jaws on the ground. Zayo Lan immediately starts fangirling over how cool Kinyu is. Kinyu admits she lost her powers for personal reasons. It's complicated. She gives them two options to fix the memory curse. Option 1, a 2-month magic crash course. Option 2, find her mom, which is faster but way more dangerous. Zayo Lan thinks the risk is too high and suggests they forget it, but Kinyu says that's impossible. Memories erased by magic are gone forever. Zayo Lan immediately volunteers them for the dangerous mission to find her mom. They all share a massive group hug, putting their faith in Kinyu. And of course, Zayo Hai walks in at the most confusing moment. She just wants to know what kind of weird ritual is going on. It's just a thank you. The little blob monster even brings coffee and biscuits. Later in the kitchen, Zayo Lan asks her sister if she's still angry. Zayo Hai admits she's still fuming over Maria being treated as food. She can't get the thought out of her head and it pisses her off. She asks if Maria has been drinking her blood, worried she might lose control. Zayo Lan promises her that Maria has always been in perfect control. This makes her happy, realizing how much Zayo Hai cares for her sister. Zayo Hai seems relieved to hear it, but the look in her eyes says otherwise. She decides she needs to test Maria's control herself. This is a terrible idea. After work, the whole crew is ready to head home. Maria tells Zayo Lan it's time for them to change out of their uniforms. The other employees are being all cute and cuddly. Zayo Hai is in a great mood, but the snake girl is judging them from afar. Suddenly, the boss gathers everyone around. It's payday, the mood in the room instantly lifts. But there's a new rule this time, salaries are cash only. Zayo Hai immediately screams in protest. She's pointing right at our girl. She demands a salary deduction for Maria. The reason? She gave her a mean nickname. Maria is speechless as she's handed a tiny wage. Zayo Hai then offers to buy her a snack. But our girl tells her to save it up for something important. She's already thinking about their future. And it's a good thing because Kinyu drops some horrible news. When she leaves, they'll lose the house. The witches are taking it back. They are going to have to move out. But it gets worse. Kinyu says going back means going to an old jail. There's no guarantee she'll ever be able to leave again. Maria is left completely stunned by this terrible secret. So she makes a decision. She's going to save up and buy a house for her and Zayo Lan. She explains they can't rely on Kinyu forever and need their own place. She gives Zayo Lan a reassuring head pat. She's going to make this happen. Meanwhile, the snake girl tries to give her money to her sister for safekeeping. Big mistake, her sister snatches the money immediately. She tries to say she was kidding, but it's too late. The money is gone. And just like that, she's completely broke. This place is chaotic. The whole house is full of these adorable, cuddly weirdos. Later that night, Zayo Hai slams a door open, startling Kinyu. She's shocked to see her still here, thinking she had already left. She explains she fell asleep and panicked when she woke up alone. She's so relieved that Kinyu is still safe. But she has one more thing to ask her before she goes. Zayo Hai gets all pouty, worried about Kinyu meeting that awful Yuan-yi. She announces she told Yuan-yi about their relationship. Then she leans in and kisses Kinyu. Wait, what? A full-blown passionate kiss. Kinyu snaps back to reality, realizing what she was about to do. She shoves Zayo Hai away, flustered and embarrassed. You're too forceful, she stammers. Girl, you were the one getting all handsy. She almost crossed a line. Mortified, she just bolts for her room, leaving our poor heroine utterly confused. Zayo Hai stands there, wondering if she was the one being too forceful. She has no idea what Kinyu was planning to do just then. A few days later, it's time for Kinyu to go home. All her friends gather to see her off with her luggage packed. It's a bittersweet farewell with lots of hugs. Kinyu explains her mom is sending a car for her. Her friend gives her some savage advice about her family. If it's a cage, then tear it down. Kinyu is stunned but touched by the fierce loyalty. Her friend throws an arm around her. Don't worry, we're friends. Plus, you're the leader's daughter, so I'm less scared. Now that's a true ride or die. After some final goodbyes, Kinyu is feeling the sadness kick in. She's going to miss Hi so much. Just then, her phone buzzes. It's the person her mom sent to pick her up. And surprise, he's already at the door. He asks if she needs help, but she says she's waiting for someone. He looks at her skeptically, wondering what the holdup is. Kinyu anxiously looks out the window. She's getting worried, hoping Zio is okay. But nope, our poor heroine is stuck in the worst traffic jam of her life. She couldn't even get out of class, and now this. Back at the apartment, the tension is thick. Kinyu is pacing, explaining Zio is stuck in traffic. She can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Her escort is getting impatient. He just coldly tells her to drink some water. The clock keeps ticking. Finally, there's a knock at the door. Zio made it. The guy, Yuanyi, is not impressed. You did delay us. Zio ignores him and gives Kinyu a bag of homemade candy. But Yuanyi immediately starts criticizing her gift. What a buzzkill. Zio claps back, promising to make a huge feast when Kinyu returns. Kinyu is absolutely living for this savage energy. She beams, telling Zio she'll love anything she makes. Yuanyi has had enough of this lovey-dovey stuff and asks if they can finally go. He goes to grab the luggage, thinking it's over. But Kinyu turns and pulls Zio into one last desperate hug. Yuanyi can only watch this drama unfold. I'll miss you, Zio she whispers. They hold hands, not wanting to let go. The goodbye is so tender and heartbreaking. And then their hands finally slip apart. Zio is left standing alone in the now empty room. Kinyu is just going home, so why does she feel so incredibly uneasy? A little while later, our heartbroken heroine is at a bar. She's moping on the counter, telling the bartender her lover went home. The bartender offers some sage advice. He says a drink might help ease the pain. Zio gratefully accepts. Just then, her sister Zio shows up to check on her. She immediately knows this is all because Kinyu left. She gives her big sister a comforting hug. Zio then decides she needs to talk to Maria. She finds her working in the back, but as Zio watches them talk, a sudden shock goes through her. Her head is pounding. Is she about to transform? She watches them, completely bewildered by this sudden pain. Meanwhile, Zio is making a proposal to Maria. Maria looks serious but seems to agree to the plan. She wakes up with a massive yawn, already exhausted. She didn't sleep well, and now her mom wants to see her in the basement. With a heavy sigh, she trudges down the stairs. This is the last place she wants to be, remembering the trouble she got into here. Her mother is waiting, her expression as stern as ever. She lays out the plan for Yuan to get reacquainted with the family rules. But Mom says it's not necessary to burden her too much. Before she can finish, a tiny ghost spirit phases into the room. It's the ancestor who found her. Mom introduces the ancient spirit, Christine Lunit Anderson. Our girl is internally screaming, "What a long name, this is karma for napping in history class." Her mom cuts right to the chase, demanding to know Yuan's plans. She finally confesses she's back to fix her mistakes and restore her magical core. Her mom is shocked she's finally being sensible, but Yuan isn't ready to talk about the family business. The tiny ancestor, Christine, explains how to restore the core. The fragments are scattered, and she'll need to borrow power from her mother's core to sense them. Yuan panics, knowing that's forbidden magic. She cries out, realizing her mom would have to endure the agonizing pain of having her core peeled. But her mother is stone cold, revealing she's been prepared for this all along. In fact, that's why Leader Anderson is here. She knows the forbidden technique. Christine just tells her to get ready. Meanwhile, our other heroine, Maria, is on her phone. Her sister suddenly appears, freaking out about Maria's dangerous plan. Maria quickly shushes her, pointing out that little Zio is still asleep. Her sister says she's being too cruel to herself, but Maria is determined to test her own limits. Her sister proposes a new, safer plan, starting with a shopping trip with Zio. They can't just leave the poor girl home alone after all. The final step of the plan is extremely risky, though. It would require Maria to be able to escape at a moment's notice. Her sister even has a werewolf potion ready, just in case. After a moment, Maria agrees and decides to wake up the little wolf pup. She peeks into the room and finds Zio snoring adorably. The cuteness is overwhelming. She scoops the sleepy girl into a hug. Zio drowsily asks if they were fighting. Maria says no, and Zio immediately demands noodles and refuses to let go. She's clinging to Maria like a tiny koala. When Maria mentions the weekend shopping trip, Zio eyes light up with excitement. The other clan members are already gossiping about the leader's daughter returning. She sighs, wondering why everyone is so afraid of her. The ancestor spirit explains that this place is half office, which is why Yuan always hated coming back. Christine asks if she's made her decision about the core restoration. Yuan agrees to her mother's plan, but she has questions, starting with what Christine gets out of this deal. The ghost excitedly explains she just wants to go out and play in the modern world. The spirit realm is full of old witches playing mahjong and it's so boring. The ghost is so chaotic its spiritabacus falls on Yuan's head. Yuan thinks this ancestor is a bit much. She then worries about who will run the clan while she recovers. Right on cue, Xiao Yuan appears, offering to manage everything for her. She thanks him for his trouble. He tells her not to worry, admitting he's also at fault for the situation. He gently pats her head and for a moment everything is soft. But she quickly pulls away to find her mom, leaving him watching her go with a pained look. He looks on sadly as she walks away. Yuan finds her mother and declares, "I'm ready." Days later at the bar, Maria is struggling. She's been without food for days, and the smell of blood from the customers is making her dizzy. Just then, Xiao Lan shows up in a tiny waiter uniform. Maria panics, she still hasn't told her about the plan. Plus, she needs to sleep beside Xiao Lan to resist the urge to drink blood bags. Suddenly, Xiao Lan starts changing right in front of her. Maria is absolutely frozen, staring at her bare back. Xiao Lan catches her and gets completely flustered, asking why she's staring. Maria feels like a total creep and tells her to turn around. But Xiao Lan grabs her collar, demanding to know what she meant earlier by holding it in. She slams Maria against the lockers, their faces inches apart. Our poor heroine is about to short-circuit from the intensity. Xiao Lan worries about what to bring Mary to the mall tomorrow. Then she remembers what Mary told her about testing her limits. Starving for a week while surrounded by food? That sounds like actual torture. Mary asks why she's pushing herself so hard. Our girl declares she wants to control her hunger, not be controlled by it. Xiao Lan smiles, she's determined to support her no matter what. While tidying up her desk, she notices something strange. Why are there two little felt figures in the glass? She immediately recognizes the little gray wolf, it's her. But suddenly, a wave of dizziness hits her again. It's not transformation season, so what is going on with her body? Mary calls her to bed, her voice a cute little blob. Xiao Lan heads over to the glowing star plant. She reminds Mary to grab a blood bag when they wake up. They say they're good nights, and the little stars slowly dim. The next day, they arrive at the mall. Xiao Yu is waiting for them, looking cool as ever. He apologizes for being even a second late. He immediately asks why Mary is wearing a face mask. Xiao Lan explains it was her idea to block her vampire pheromones. But Mary complains she can't smell any humans, only suffocating perfumes. Xiao Yu gives a thumbs up. Perfect. They can use fragrances as a weapon if she loses control. The test begins. They tell Mary to take off the mask. She slowly reaches for it, her heart pounding. She takes a deep, shaky breath. Xiao Lan holds her arm for support as they start moving into the crowd. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, a couple of rowdy kids run past them, nearly knocking them over. Mary's eyes flash with a dangerous light. The hunger is kicking in. Xiao Lan immediately tries to calm her down. Mary is struggling, covering her face as her demon wings appear. But Xiao Lan's voice cuts through the haze, full of warmth and belief. Mary freezes, her eyes wide with shock. The red glow of hunger returns with a vengeance. But she refuses to give in. She will not betray Xiao Lan's trust. The boys watch from a distance, relieved. Bringing Xiao Lan was definitely the right move. But our poor heroine just looks incredibly worried. Xiao Lan hands her a well-deserved blood bag. A girl transforms into an adorable bat cat and chugs it down. They discuss the next step of her training. 2 weeks of starvation, possibly even 3. This is insane. Xiao Lan is absolutely floored by the idea. Xiao Yu admits they haven't actually planned that far ahead. Mary agrees to the plan, but she looks distant. She knows the last starvation period nearly broke her. Can she really keep going with this brutal training? Just then, she gets a text message. It's their friend Xiao Yu, who is busy repairing her magic but promises to bring back yummy food. Mary decides she'll message her back later. Meanwhile, their friends are busy with their own lives. Some are working at cafes, others are training hard. And one is out in a field, using her powers to detect a magic shard. She's found it hidden under a giant mushroom. The shard's energy is what made the mushroom grow so big. She lets out a sigh. These shards are scattered all over the place. She sends a picture of the gorgeous view to the group chat. Everyone is immediately jealous and wants to have a barbecue. She asks how Mary and Xiao Lan are doing and gets a picture of them snuggling. Her friend calls Mary a strange creature, and our girl looks like a grumpy potato. She can't help but laugh at their chaotic energy. But a tiny ghost suddenly appears right behind her. She jumps out of her skin. It's Leader Anderson. He claims he's bored and decided to find her since everyone else is busy. He invites himself along on her shard hunting quest. Then he gets serious, asking about the silver-haired wolf girl. He senses something special about Xiao Lan, suspecting she's a hybrid. She wonders what the clan would even do if that were true. The leader casually mentions that back in his day, hybrids were secretly disposed of. She's horrified, such brutal things happened in the past. He admits he let one hybrid go once and has no idea if they survived. She calls him out for being just as impulsive as the others. That night, Mary is in a dark alley facing off against a new opponent. Her eyes are glowing red, the hunger completely taking over. Her sparring partner smirks, ready for a fight. Let's test your limits and mine. It's late and our boy Yage is ready for this dangerous test. He's worried about our girl Maria coming to the test on a school night, 5122, but he's got a secret agenda. He didn't tell his friend Zai Alin about this little experiment. 5123, he's terrified that his growing hunger will cause him to hurt Maria. They walk into a deserted area, the tension thick in the air. He tells her to leave, afraid he can't control himself around her. But our girl isn't backing down. Yage explains he wants to fight her to test his new werewolf-like skills. He's been training hard to match their power. He figures one real battle is worth 100 boring exercises. Maria asks him what he's planning to do, and then he reveals those glorious abs. This just got serious. He takes a steak and slices his own hand open. The absolute madman challenges her bloodlust directly. He tells her they'll see whose limits break first, and this is chaotic. His eyes glow as the fresh blood drips from his hand. Maria's vampiric instincts kick in immediately. 5117, the smell is driving her absolutely insane. He asks why she doesn't just ask him for blood normally. She tells him he has no idea how terrifying a mad vampire can be. Maria screams at him to run, her control slipping fast. The curse is taking over, her veins turning black. He just stands there, calling this a level-enhancing test. 5122, she sprouts her wings and lunges at him with blinding speed. He barely dodges the attack. She tackles him to the ground, pinning him easily. He's completely at her mercy, her face inches from his neck. He tries to push her away, but she tells him the test isn't over. 5127, she fights the urge to bite, popping a pill to restrain herself. But Yage transforms, his werewolf claws slashing her arm. He pins her down, now a full-fledged werewolf. She kicks him square in the chest, sending him flying. He's stunned by her raw power, but as he stares at her corrupted hand, he's completely shocked. Another werewolf, Zai Alin, has appeared and is holding Maria. She looks absolutely furious. "What are you two doing?" she screams. Zai Alin is bewildered, holding Maria close. She asks if this fight is just another one of their tests. 5139, Yage screams at her to get away, warning her that Maria is dangerous. Maria is completely lost to her bloodlust now. Zai Alin looks on in horror, not understanding what's happening. "What are you two doing?" she demands again, completely panicked. The two werewolves just stare, confused and scared. Yage asks his sister what's wrong with Maria. Maria snarls at them to stay back, her fangs fully extended. 5146, she begs for just a few minutes to get herself under control. She can't believe Zai Alin is here. This is the worst possible timing. 5148, if this continues, she might kill them both. She has to resist the urge no matter what. She lunges forward, but not at them. The werewolves have no idea what she's doing. Her hand, which was black and veiny, suddenly recovers. She stands up dazed, with blood dripping from her mouth. Yage asks how she regained her consciousness. She bit herself and licked the blood. Savage. 5155, she's shaking, but she's back. Zai Alin rushes to her side, checking if she's okay. She pulls Maria into a tight, worried hug. She sees the wound on Maria's arm is still bleeding. 5159, Yage offers her a blood bag, saying her own blood is useless for healing. He insists his wounds heal faster anyway. Maria absolutely loses it, calling him an idiot for risking his life. She tells him to lower his head, and then bonks him right on the noggin. He deserved that. 5164, she scolds them both for their chaotic plan. And just when things couldn't get weirder, their Chibai friends show up demanding answers. One of them tries to distract everyone by asking about supper. The other is not falling for the subject change. 5168, but the hunger is real. After returning home, the mood is still incredibly awkward. Yage quietly retreats to his room, leaving the girls alone. Zai Alin notes how extreme Maria was, suspecting it has to do with another witch. Maria just hugs her friend, trying to distress from the ordeal. Yage collapses onto his bed, realizing how close he came to disaster. He knows he has to get stronger to control his transformation. He clutches his pillow, wishing a certain someone was there with him. The pillow doesn't smell like her anymore, and the loneliness is crushing him. 5177, he remembers a promise not to run away. He holds her hand in his memories, feeling like she's slipping away. Elsewhere, a young woman wakes from a dream. She was dreaming about someone named Ziohai. She can't remember the details, but she knows she has to find all the pieces. A glowing fox spirit floats over her as she hopes to get back to her soon. At the witch clan headquarters, our girl's mom is doing some last-minute prep. She is still disguised as a man, asking if Kin is ready for the basement. She's warned that there are things to pay attention to. The flamboyant patriarch Anderson agrees to give them some space. The two stand in an awkward silence. Mom asks her daughter if she's scared. Kin tries to play it cool, mentioning a friend she has to get things for. But Mom is immediately suspicious. She starts grilling her about this so-called friend. Is it a boy, a girl, human, or demon? The interrogation is intense. She finally opens a portal, telling her to stop hanging out with monsters. A little ironic, no, but she softens, telling her not to be afraid. She promises to wait for her right outside. Anderson welcomes little Kin in, telling her to collect the pieces. Her mom gives one last warning to be respectful to the elders. Inside the portal, Anderson casually mentions how much her mother cares for her. But Kin isn't so sure, complaining that her mom is cold and just gives orders. They finally arrive at their destination, a stunning magical landscape. It's time to head to the magic circle. Anderson sees our girl clutching the jar tightly. He just laughs, telling her to relax and communicate with the soul fragments. Suddenly, a cute little spirit wolf appears. It's time for the fusion to begin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Maria is cuddling with a sleeping Lan. She gets a devastating text from her mother. The werewolves are being displaced. This is happening way too fast. She looks down at her precious wolf girl, realizing they are about to be homeless. She decides not to wake her, but she's worried. Lan has been sleeping so much lately, and it's getting harder to wake her up. She can't help but wonder what's going on. We then see Lan's dream. She has wings and is flying free. But the dream takes a turn. She's at an amusement park, looking so excited. But as she looks around, she realizes she's searching for someone who isn't there. The happy place suddenly feels empty. She's completely and utterly alone. Back at the ritual, Anderson explains that this sacred space is exclusive to their clan. Kin feels amazing just being here, but Anderson warns her it's not a place for the living. She can't stay for long or she'll feel uncomfortable. He then drops the real bomb. This process is going to be more painful than being stripped alive. He asks if she's ready, and the other patriarchs are nowhere in sight. Turns out they're busy and will say hi later. Classic. 2 hours pass and Kin's mom is getting anxious. Just then, the stoic patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan arrives. He's all business, but she tells him to hold on. Suddenly, Anderson bursts from the portal in a panic. The situation is bad, Ziokin is too weak, and the integration isn't working. They need a living person to lend their core to support her. But there's a catch, whoever does it will be seriously injured. Without a single moment of hesitation, the Black Tortoise patriarch steps up. I come. He immediately passes off his meeting duties, a king with his priorities straight. He strides toward the portal, ready to face the danger. Inside, our poor Kin is on the floor, convulsing in agony. The Black Tortoise patriarch enters the chamber, but Kin is determined, holding the jar and gritting her teeth. Bring it on. The pain becomes too much and she collapses right into someone's arms. It's her mother. She dropped the disguise. The warmth of her hug makes the pain fade. Her mom holds her close, promising to help her through it. She gently whispers her daughter's name. You can do it, hold on. Elsewhere, Maria and Lan finally arrive late at the bar. They're told their boss is back early and brought gifts. This boss is clearly chaotic, coming and going as she pleases. They head to her office to see what's up. They find their ridiculously cool, pink-haired boss chilling on the couch. She offers them some presents, but then she smirks, dropping a casual bombshell. She has some news about whether mixed bloods like them can even be immoral. The boss reveals a dark secret about mixed-race experiments, and apparently they were a massive success, but then she drops the bombshell. The witches who created them tried to wipe them all out. Our girl is shook. Why would they destroy their own creations? The boss calls it a stain on their race. How cold. She's planning to investigate this cover-up herself. What a legend. But she's got more tea to spill. She heard that half-bloods might have a vampire's immortal body. Xiaolin is surprised, but the boss points out she's still growing. This means her vampire powers haven't awakened yet. She suggests asking their witch friends for more clues. Then the topic changes to finding a place to live. The boss casually offers a room in her monster apartment building, but she warns them the tenants are a chaotic bunch. Our poor heroine Mary looks absolutely terrified. They arrive at the building and a cheerful girl greets them. This is Meng Meng and she's giving them the tour. Xiaolin is already asking about the important stuff like food stalls. Meng Meng is super friendly and promises to show them around. As they head to the elevator, a shady figure is watching them. It's a dude with some serious eyeliner peeking from behind a wall. Meng Meng leads them down the hall, offering them a discount on rent. They ask about the other tenants and the price, but when they hear the number, our girl is floored. So expensive. Suddenly, Mary feels a deathly chill run down her spine. She realizes something is right behind her. A ghost girl with a smile straight out of a nightmare appears. Meng Meng just casually says, oh, it's Pio Pio. She asks why the ghost didn't just take the elevator. Pio Pio just floats there silently. So creepy. Mary is losing her mind, clinging to Xiaolin for dear life. The stalker from before pops out, laughing his head off. Mary is about to throw hands. She is not amused. He quickly begs for mercy, worried she'll break the wall. She just looks out the window in stunned silence, because she just yeeted that dude right out of the building. Savage. Just then, Xiaolin's ears perk up. Her little spirit phone is ringing. She checks her messages and her face falls. Her sister hasn't replied in 2 days. Meanwhile, at the witch headquarters, we see her sister, Kinyu, unconscious in bed. The doctor says he's done all he can. He warns Patriarch Anderson not to let the little soul spirit wander too far. Anderson agrees to stay by her side. He tells his subordinate to mute her phone. He's hiding her condition. As his people leave, he gets a notification. It's a message from Xiolin's group asking if Kinyu is okay. He just stares at the message, completely silent. Back at the cafe, our girls are worried sick. Mary tried calling multiple times with no answer. Xiolin is feeling super uneasy, but then a message arrives. It's from Anderson saying Kinyu is just resting and not to bother her. They all breathe a sigh of relief, totally fooled by his lie. The conversation shifts back to Mary staying in the monster apartment. He asks why she's so afraid of monsters anyway. He brings up a time they played in an escape room. Mary gets a serious look on her face. She looks down, clearly embarrassed to talk about it. Xiolin is immediately supportive, saying she'll protect her, my heart. But then Mary feels a strange pulse of magic. She realizes her memory is being erased and she never even noticed. A few days later, our girls are cleaning their new place. Xiolin shows off a little gift she got for Mary. It's a beautiful nightlight, but Mary looks a little confused. She points out that one of the star lights seems to be broken. But Xiolin reveals it's a magical plant that's fading from lack of care. She asks Mary if she wants to raise the living plant with her, and she gets right up in her personal space to say it needs love to shine. Mary is blushing so hard she can barely speak. She gives in and gives Xiolin a little kiss on her fluffy ear. Look at that adorable little heart effect. Our girls are all packed and ready for their new life together. They stand at the door, ready to leave. Mary smiles, thinking she needs to cherish this happy moment. He corners her, wanting to know what she has to tell him. He needs to know about Xiolin. Is she really starting to forget things? She confirms it and he's shaken. This is bad. She explains the amnesia is irregular, not from the start. The only one who might know why is Kinyu. Speaking of Kinyu, there's been no news. He decides to risk a call. But a man answers, telling him she's being cared for and to stop calling. He hangs up, feeling completely helpless. He wishes he was the one by her side. He tries to convince himself it's fine as long as she gets better. But he's still worried sick. The whole mood is completely ruined. Maria senses the heavy atmosphere and suggests they get some air. He agrees. They've both lost their fighting spirit for now. They get to the roof and she asks if he still wants to work for the witch clan. He tells her she needs to train. All her martial arts are useless if she has no reaction power. But then he admits what he really admires is her courage against impossible odds. Our girl is completely caught off guard by the sudden heartfelt compliment. Suddenly a tiny spirit bonks him on the head. See, bad reflexes. The chaotic creature mocks him for not being able to dodge. A whole squad of spirits appear, ready to be his personal trainers from hell. They all laugh at his slow reaction time. This is gonna be rough. He gets absolutely pummeled in their prejudgment training. Finally, it's over. A little pink spirit kindly offers him a bottle of water. He's suddenly on high alert. When did all these other monsters show up? He's had enough chaos for one day and decides to just leave. The little cat spirit desperately calls after him, take me with you, but he's gone. Later that night, our girl is staring into space, completely zoned out. Maria snaps her out of it, demanding to know why she's been so absent-minded. Our girl panics and lies, saying she was just thinking about what to buy for the empty house. Maria loves the idea. They can buy kitchen utensils and cook together. She lists off new dishes, new appliances, and then leans in real close. What about me? Maria corners her against the counter, her intentions crystal clear. Do you understand it? She whispers, and our poor heroine's brain short-circuits. What is happening today? Her heart is about to explode. Maria just smiles, putting a finger to her lips to silence any protests. She gently takes our girl's hand, lacing their fingers together in a silent promise. Looking deep into her eyes, she asks if she means it. And then she closes the distance, capturing her lips in a breathtaking kiss. Our girl melts completely into the moment. The kiss breaks into playful giggles and little nips. Ha ha ha, it tickles, and Maria laughs, and the mood is just pure fluff. Our heroine clings to her, a blushing, happy mess. Maria complains that her face is going numb from all the pecking. It's cuteness overload. Meanwhile, at the witch headquarters, another one of our girls finally wakes up. Xiaokin's eyes flutter open, her whole body feels stiff. A tiny green spirit is there to greet her. You finally woke up. She asks how long she's been unconscious. The answer, about a week. She does a full-on spit take, a week. She immediately panics and starts looking for her phone. She spots it on the nightstand across the room. She tries to use her magic to summon it. But her control is completely off and the phone flies right into her face. The spirit chuckles. Her core has recovered well, but her control needs work. He tells her to test her power by creating her fluorescent wolf. She concentrates and a massive glowing wolf materializes, filling the entire room. She's stunned by its size. Her power has grown. She finally checks her phone and is horrified by the number of missed calls. The spirit urges her to call Zio Hai first. The phone starts to ring. On the other end, Zio Hai's heart leaps into his throat when he sees who's calling. He picks up and it's a waterfall of pure emotion. Zayoyo, you're finally okay? He's a sobbing, worried mess, asking if she's hungry or in pain. She reassures him that she's fine, just resting. I miss you so much, he whispers, his voice thick with tears. She blushes. I miss you too. He passes the phone around so she can talk to everyone. Zayaolin is thrilled to hear from her, asking about her new house. Everyone is just so happy and relieved that she's finally awake and safe. But their sweet reunion is interrupted by a cold voice. You just woke up, who are you calling? A stern woman in a business suit is standing in the doorway and she does not look happy. Busted, our girl is immediately confronted by her mother. Her mom connects the dots from a recent phone call. She looks our heroine dead in the eye and asks the forbidden question, are you in love? The matriarch wants to know all the details about this mysterious person. She squints suspiciously. It's not a monster, is it? She decides it's too soon for introductions and checks on our girl's health. Seeing her daughter is hungry, she offers to cook. She also orders a full medical checkup for the next day. She might be intense, but she clearly cares. Mom gives her a comforting pat on the head. Alone at last, our girl realizes she never hung up the phone. Zio Yu heard the entire chaotic conversation. Later that night, Lanlin wakes up screaming from a nightmare. Maria is instantly by her side, holding her close. Lanlin recounts a strange dream about being carried by a giant bird. Suddenly, the bird disappeared and she was falling through the sky. She trembles, wondering why her dreams are so bizarre lately. Maria is quiet, a million thoughts racing through her mind. Lanlin notices Maria is awake and asks what's wrong. Maria finally brings up the amnesia magic. Lanlin panics, thinking she's already forgetting things, but then clarifies the big bird in her dream was Ayan. We see a flashback of Ayan flying her home with bat wings. Maria is completely floored by this accidental confession. Lanlin is left wondering how to deal with Maria's strange reactions now. The next day, our other heroine meets with her mother. Mom reminds her she's abdicating the patriarch position in 2 years. But there's a catch, of course. Mom has already hired tutors and is pushing her into the practice stage. Our girl is so done with her mother's high-handedness. But Mom isn't backing down, wanting her to start with the basics immediately. A patriarch pre-selection is in a month, so there's no time to waste. Mom dismisses her business as usual. But our girl stops, turns, and offers a quiet thank you. Her mother is completely stunned into silence. Meanwhile, a rival interrupts our girl's study session. He sees she's on a call and gets incredibly petty about it. He snidely asks if he interrupted her chat with her little girlfriend. Our girl's response is pure savagery. Yeah, I did get disturbed. She tells him it's none of his business. Then she delivers the final blow. My girlfriend is younger than you, but please don't call her little. He's absolutely crushed. He can't believe she'd choose someone else over him. He apologizes, but the damage is done. He's losing her and he knows it. Just then, our girl gets a message from Zayaolin. The rival looks completely defeated. They're planning to meet up for more training. Back at the apartment, Maria is packing. Lanlin asks her about the gradual memory loss. She spots a cute doodle Maria made a long time ago. This triggers a serious question. After I forget you, how can I make me love you again? Maria's heart melts on the spot. She gives Lanlin the sweetest little kiss on the head. Lanlin suggests that maybe being around each other all the time is the answer. But Maria has a better idea. Just be yourself. You don't have to do anything, just your presence is enough to attract me. Lanlin blushes, admitting that at first it was her hair. But now her like for Maria has no reason, it just is. Maria is a flustered mess as Lanlin teases her. Lanlin realizes it's easy to say, but how can she get that message to her future self? Yuanyi is on the phone with his mom, but his tone is ice cold. His eyes narrow as he hangs up, clearly annoyed. He flashes back to his conversation with another girl, regretting his harsh words. He decides he has to go apologize for losing control of his emotions. He tracks her down, finding her in some kind of magic lab. Our girl is practicing but accidentally unleashes a massive fireball. Whoops. He calmly tells her to try again, but with only 10% of her power this time. She's confused but gives it another shot. He's impressed by how quickly she learns. She then apologizes for what happened yesterday. She admits she has some personal feelings that are causing issues. He accepts her apology, but he's got questions of his own. He asks if she has a problem with Zayohai. Then she fires back, asking if he's actually serious about her. He dodges the question, saying he has his own plans for the future. She declares that from now on they're rivals. He gives her a cold warning about her attitude. He wonders if this is really how people see him. He looks down, lost in thought for a moment, but then a small smile appears. At least his relationship with her has eased a bit. Meanwhile, our girl Sayo Lan is riding the elevator. She's just thinking to herself when the doors suddenly ding open. Her friends are waiting to greet her. It's a happy reunion, complete with a super cute kitty. She asks if she can pet the adorable little fluffball. Her friend introduces her to the cat's owner, Chloe, who is their new downstairs neighbor. They shake hands to introduce themselves. There's a strange look on Chloe's face for a second. Chloe introduces herself and her cat, Towsy. The The whole group squeezes into the elevator. Chloe says she has to go meet a friend, but her friend seems a little confused. Chloe gives our girl one last, mysterious look before leaving. Elsewhere, Maria is teaching a friend how to bake. Her friend is absolutely exhausted, calling her a devil. The savage comeback, I am a vampire. Turns out she's learning to bake a birthday cake for Zayalin, Owa. It's her first birthday with her and she wants to make it special. Her friend agrees to help her out. The chaotic baking lesson begins. An hour later, Zayalin walks in the door. Something smells good, she says, just in time for fresh cupcakes. They offer her one, warning that it's a first attempt. She takes a bite and her whole face lights up. It's a huge success, the cupcake is delicious. The baker friend smirks, proud of her work. But then she gets a text from Zayoyu demanding no sugar. She completely melts into a puddle of goo over how cute the message is. A few days later, Zayalin is walking down the street. She's scrolling on her phone when she spots a familiar cat. It's Taozi, Chloe's cat, just vibing on a table. The lazy cat nearly tumbles off the edge. Taozi meows, asking our girl to carry her home. Of course, our kind heroine agrees, knowing the poor cat can't use the elevator. She carries the cat all the way up to the 11th floor and knocks. But just as she's about to leave, the cat latches on her leg. The door opens, revealing Chloe, and the situation is super awkward. Chloe just laughs it off, saying she made the fat pig walk for exercise. She invites Zayalin inside for a moment, but our girl politely declines. That's a pity, Chloe says with a smile. As Zayalin turns to go, the cat suddenly digs its claws into her leg. Ouch, that looks deep. Chloe immediately grabs the cat and scolds it. She rushes over to our girl, apologizing profusely for Taozi's behavior. She dabs the wound with a tissue, then she takes her naughty cat back inside. The second the door closes, a sinister smile spreads across her face as she examines the blood. The cat is furious, yelling at her for her evil plan. But Chloe just bribes the traitor with a can of food. And of course, the cat immediately starts eating. Chloe stares at the bloody tissue, a calculating look in her eyes. She's minding her own business, having a drink. When Zayalin sneaks up on her in the bathroom, she wraps her arms around her, asking about lunch. But Zayalin gets shoved away, completely startled. Maria, what are you doing? Maria is genuinely confused. Why the sudden back hug? Zayalin stammers that it scared her. Maria just apologizes for the jump scare. Suddenly, a little meow comes from outside. Someone's at the door. It's a neighbor with a little cat. Zayalin introduces her friend Maria to the little fluffball Taozi. The word friend echoes in Maria's mind. Ouch. The neighbor explains Taozi is here to apologize for scratching Zayalin. But Maria notices something strange. The cat seems way too interested in her blood pack. Zayalin asks if she dislikes animals, but Maria just brushes it off. This is no ordinary cat. Taozi asks telepathically if that's the blood she just sucked. Zayalin panics and calls it jam, but the cat exposes her. You lied. The cat spills all the tea, saying another girl, Zayoyi, drinks it too. Zayalin is completely frozen. This gossip cat knows way too much. Later, Taozi's owner finds her mischievous cat has returned, and she is not happy. Where are the shiitake mushrooms from my fridge? The cat admits he gave them to Zinglin. The owner is fuming, but she quickly forgives the little furball, hugging him tight. Taozi then drops a bombshell. He mentions Zayalin's roommate drinks blood too. His owner is shocked. A vampire? This is getting complicated. She confronts the cat, asking if he told them about her. She plays it cool though. Well, it's not that bad. In fact, this might be a good thing. Now Maria might come to her for answers. Meanwhile, Maria is at a bar looking completely miserable. Her friend asks what's wrong. Maria doesn't even remember being in a relationship with Zayalin. Her friend Ningmeng asks why Zayalin has been visiting so often. Turns out Zayalin is preparing a Zing project for her 17-year-old self. And apparently our poor Maria is part of this grand plan. Ningmeng thinks it's a great chance for Maria to get closer to her witch friends. Just then, Zayalin arrives, looking sleepy but happy to see them. As they get ready to leave, Ningmeng asks Maria if she has a place to live. Maria admits she doesn't, since her sister is kicking her out soon. So Zayalin offers her a place to stay and Maria agrees. But her mind is racing. If she moves out, Zayalin will just treat her like a stranger. Back at the apartment, Zayalin is blow-drying her hair, thinking about the blood. Could Maria be a mixed-race creature like her? Her head is spinning. The more she thinks, the dizzier she gets. This is too much. Just then, she sees Maria walk into the living room. Maria walks right over and gently hugs the sleeping Zayalin. She looks so tired. Maria thinks it must be from deleting memories. Her phone dings. It's a reply from her boss. She asks to move out, but her boss is savage. Amnesia magic works. You have no money. The boss tells her to just live at her house for now. Maria looks at Zayalin, worried she's getting suspicious. She has to move out soon. She holds her a little tighter, feeling conflicted. When you wake up tomorrow, what will you forget? A few days pass, and we see a montage of their happy, chaotic life together. From birthday cakes to walking a cat dog at the grocery store, and dealing with some interesting friends, all while trying to keep up with school. We cut to the witch headquarters where another girl is talking to her mom. She's passed her intermediate exam and wants to learn advanced magic, but her mom shuts her down. She's not qualified yet. She insists, but her mom questions why she's in such a hurry. She panics, realizing it's almost May 24th, a birthday perhaps. She quickly changes the subject, asking for permission for a trip. Her mom gets suspicious, asking about the friends she's made. She specifically asks about her roommates, but our girl dodges the question and runs. Why do you keep avoiding me? Her mom wonders. Elsewhere, another girl sits in a cafe looking at her phone. She sees a new product she knows someone will like. I'll try it for her. She wonders what her crush is doing right now, and then she sees her walking outside in the rain. She immediately bolts out of the cafe to catch her. But when she gets outside, the street is empty, she's gone. Maybe it's a mistake, how did she get here? A tiny, magical Pegasus floats by, leading her gaze. And there she is, right behind her, the girl from the rain. With a kind smile, she asks, would you like to hold an umbrella with me? In the pouring rain, two little birds take shelter on a lamppost. One of them takes flight, leaving the other behind. Our girl is sharing her umbrella, but her friend is still getting soaked. She offers him a spot under her umbrella because she's a total sweetheart. He looks up and his eyes are practically glowing. He suddenly grabs the umbrella and our girl is totally confused. And then he pulls her in close, all smooth and dramatic. He gently brushes her hair back. The tension is palpable, people. He leans in for a classic rainy day kiss. He whispers, long time no see Zayoyo, my heart just swooned. But their magical unicorn is not having it, complaining about getting wet. So they escape the rain and hit up a cafe for some snacks. She's enjoying her donut when she realizes he's just staring. She asks why, and this Casanova says he missed her and wants to look more. He even brought her a little gift. This man is too good. It's a pair of bracers for her training. How thoughtful. She looks at the cute little unicorn logo she added. He's a little confused by the magical pony art. She explains she strengthened them a bit for protection. And of course, added the custom unicorn logo. He absolutely loves it. The scene shifts and we're at the bar. They find their friend Maria, who's working behind the counter. Maria is completely stunned to see them back so suddenly. Our girl asks about Zayo Lan and Maria tells her she's in the lounge. Maria feels guilty, saying the situation is her fault. Our girl can only listen, knowing how much this hurts her friend. She asks Maria what she's going to do next. Maria is losing hope, unsure if she can ever get close to Zayo Lan again. But her friends won't let her give up. This ship cannot sink. Our girl is absolutely fired up, vowing to restore Zayo Lan's memory. She declares victory will be swift, it won't take long at all. But just then, another worker rushes in, looking panicked. She screams that Zayo Lan won't wake up. Maria's world shatters. They rush to the staff lounge to find Zayo Lan unconscious. Our girl explains this is a normal side effect of amnesia magic. Her brain is in a temporary coma while it erases the memories. But when she wakes up, she'll have completely forgotten Maria. Heartbreaking. Everyone rallies to help, but Maria insists on carrying her. She gently lifts her beloved, her face a mask of sorrow. Later, our girl asks her boy not to leave just yet. He agrees to stay, and she asks if the memory spell can even be undone. It can, but it has to be done within a year, or the memories are lost forever. He asks how long she's staying. She can only be here for 2 days. He's worried about her classes, but it's internship season, so she's free. He asks what she's planning, and her eyes light up with an idea. She asks if his family's which group is hiring any interns. He realizes she wants to come work with him. The boy is ecstatic. He pulls her into a hug, promising to help her get a spot. That night, a winged figure soars through the sky. It's Maria, flying Zayo Lan back to her room and tucking her into bed. She briefly wonders if she should change her pajamas, but immediately gets beet red and apologizes for the thought. She settles for just making sure she's warm and comfortable. She watches over her, her heart aching with unspoken feelings. She can't believe how quickly everything changed. She recalls all their happy moments together, from shopping to playing games. The more she remembers, the more painful it becomes. Then she spots Zayo Lan's phone, knowing there's one last thing she must do. She picks it up, her hand trembling slightly. She scrolls to her own contact, her heart heavy with what comes next. With one last promise to find her again, she presses delete friend. She has to erase herself completely for the memory spell to work. She leans down and whispers happy birthday to the sleeping girl. A final bittersweet kiss on the cheek, a goodbye. The film reel of their memories begins to play in her mind. All of these precious moments about to be wiped clean. The memories shatter into nothingness, lost to the magic. The next morning, Zayo Lan's eyes flutter open. She sits up, finding herself alone in the quiet apartment. She spots her folded clothes and wonders how she even got changed. She tries her best to remember what happened last night. She's a bit confused about her clothes, though. Her memories of last night are a total blur. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing, pulling her from her thoughts. It's her friend wishing her a happy birthday. They make plans to celebrate later today. Meanwhile, her other friends are already scheming. Kinyu wakes up her sleepy girlfriend, Zio-hai. Zio-hai is adorably confused. They wonder what happened to their friend Maria, who ghosted them. But Zio-hai gets easily distracted by the mention of cake. She's more interested in getting baking lessons from her girlfriend. And by lessons, she means getting extra cozy. Things get a little heated under the covers. Elsewhere, a certain redhead is waiting for the elevator. This is Maria, and she's a nervous wreck about meeting new people. She's trying to hype herself up for a good first impression. But guess who's already in the elevator? Our birthday girl, Zaiholin. The elevator doors open and their eyes meet. There's a spark of something. Maria completely panics inside. Not her, not now, she thinks, hoping she won't be recognized. Zaiholin just gives her a questioning look. She asks if Maria is getting on, breaking the tension. The ride down is pure, unadulterated awkwardness. Maria is practically vibrating with anxiety. The atmosphere is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, a terrifying ghost emerges from the wall. Maria lets out a blood-curdling scream. She instinctively dodges and latches onto our poor, startled girl. She quickly apologizes, and Zaiholin asks if she's afraid of ghosts. Maria admits she is, and Zaiholin offers her protection. Maria's heart just melts, she still cares. The elevator dings and Maria rushes out. She is absolutely mortified, so much for good first impression. She meets up with her friend, too embarrassed to deliver the gift herself. But her friend is having none of that. She shoves Maria right towards the table. Hey, it's the girl who's afraid of ghosts, busted. It turns out Maria is the new vampire employee from the bar. Zaiholin gives her a friendly greeting, but Maria is still a blushing mess. She shyly presents the handmade cake she brought. But when she speaks, Zaiholin freezes that voice. She heard it last night, whispering, "Happy birthday, Lan Lan." The friend declares mission, make new friends a success. Time for a celebratory photo. Kinyu literally throws Zio-hai into the picture. They shove a flustered Maria right next to our girl. Maria looks like she's about to spontaneously combust. Kinyu snaps the chaotic picture. Then she pulls out a magical instant camera. It's a special gift for Zaiholin from her clan. Zaiholin is overwhelmed with joy from all the presents. The birthday party is a massive success. They hit up karaoke and sing their hearts out, and maybe get a little *2* into the celebration. Afterwards, a very tipsy Zaiholin is being walked home by Maria. A girl drunkenly points at a butterfly, convinced she's sober. Maria is not convinced. When Zaiholin asks if a bird can take her flying, Maria offers a better solution. She unfurls her massive bat wings and takes to the sky. They land on a rooftop overlooking the city. Zaiholin confesses it's the most special birthday she's ever had. She's never felt so happy in her life. She's so overwhelmed with emotion. Maria asks how long she'll be staying in town. Zaiholin explains she's just saving up money for now. Exhausted from the day, she leans her head on Maria's shoulder. Maria's heart skips a beat, looking down at the sleeping girl. The two of them sit together under the beautiful night sky. They've finally reached the hotel, but Zio-hai isn't tired. She just wants one thing, a massive hug from her girl. But Kinyu, ever the smooth operator, has a better idea. She suggests they shower together, and our girl immediately agrees. She tells Zio-hai not to regret it. Why would she ever regret this? But a moment later in the shower, our girl feels something soft on her back. She lets out a blood-curdling scream. It's just Kinyu asking if this kind of hug is okay. The little animal versions of them are absolutely losing their minds. Oh, she understands now, and emerges from the bathroom looking very, very satisfied. Kinyu asks if she's feeling more awake now. You could say that. She even dares Kinyu to try that again next time. Our girl has gotten so much more courageous. Since she's not sleepy, they decide to chat. Kinyu has something she wants to ask. She wants to know what Zio-hai has been up to at school. Our girl has been training hard, even taking special combat training. She's trying to get a clan internship. Kinyu worries she's putting too much pressure on herself, but Zio-hai is determined to catch up. Kinyu tells her not to change her life just for her. She asks if her identity has put pressure on Zio-hai. Of course it has a little, but that gap is exactly what motivates her to cross it. Becoming a werewolf warrior is her own goal. She wants to stand by Kinyu's side with her own strength. Kinyu is absolutely speechless. Our poor heroine is just so mature. They promise to go through this entire process together. They decide it's late and finally head to bed. The next morning, a different silver-haired girl wakes up confused. She has no idea how she got back or why she isn't wearing clothes. Downstairs, she finds the redhead Maria. Maria explains she fell asleep on the roof, so she brought her back. The silver-haired girl apologizes for the trouble. Maria says she was just worried and turns to leave. But our silver-haired girl stops her. She asks if they can go to work together. Maria agrees, and they plan to meet after dinner. After she leaves, the girl is lost in thought. She wonders why she feels so comfortable and natural with Maria. She didn't even mind her staying over. She decides they'll definitely become good friends. Later, Maria is waiting outside. She's thinking there might be a chance to take things further today. Suddenly, a voice asks how her cat Peach has been doing. Maria turns around looking serious and sees a blonde girl holding a very familiar-looking cat. Maria is completely stunned. The cat Peach seems to recognize Maria immediately. It leaps from its owner's shoulder right into Maria's arms. The blonde girl is shocked, asking what it's doing. Peach just meows happily in Maria's embrace. The blonde explains that the cat is asking to hang out with Maria and Xinglan. She introduces herself as Peach's family. Maria just gives her an intense, unblinking stare. The blonde girl asks what's wrong, but Maria says it's nothing. Peach announces they have a new job and it's time to go. As they walk away, the blonde thinks about that redhead vampire. She didn't expect to meet her again so soon. Maria also feels like she's seen this person before. The wound on her ear and her hair color, it's also familiar. Later at a bar, Maria is confiding in a foxwoman named Ayuni. She explains that her witch clan has many rules. She doesn't want to pressure Xiaolin, so she's waiting for the right moment. She's decided to be patient and honest with her when the time is right. Ayuni is impressed, teasing her for becoming a thoughtful introvert. Just then, Xiaolin arrives. She shyly asks for Maria's contact number. Maria is blushing, thinking how cute she is. Of course, she'll give her the number. Ayuni, the chaotic wingman, immediately chimes in. She suggests Xiaolin just move in with Maria. Problem solved. Maria tells her to stop kidding, but Ayuni thinks it's a great idea. Xiaolin is just standing there confused. Why does everyone seem so familiar with this new colleague? The next day, Kinyu sends a group message that she's ready to go. Xiaolin and Maria are texting each other. Kinyu gives Xiao Hai one last hug before stepping through a portal. She arrives at witch headquarters and is immediately buried under a mountain of problems. She's so stressed her head feels like it's going to explode. Suddenly, a little ghost pops up. It's Chief Anderson. Kinyu asks him about a specific magic that gradually erases memories. Could she remove it with her current abilities? Anderson says it depends on how powerful the original caster was. He then correctly guesses that she has a friend who's been affected by this magic. He says the only magic from ancient times that fits the description belongs to the red-haired vampire. And he drops one final bombshell. Right after Kinyu left, her mother already started investigating that very friend. One day after work, our girl and her new friend are walking home. They decide to wait for the others in a quiet back alley. Xiaolin has a question, but Maria is busy replying to a text. She asks if Maria has known Kinyu for a long time. But before Maria can answer, Xiaolin notices their matching phone cases. Maria tries to play it off as a simple coincidence. But inside, she's freaking out. She noticed so fast. Suddenly, her vampire senses start tingling. She looks up and realizes they're being watched by witches. Without a word, she grabs Xiaolin's hand and bolts. She yanks her behind a dumpster, much to Xiaolin's confusion. "Don't move," she whispers. "We've attracted the attention of the witches." So that's why Kinyu told her to be careful. Xiaolin is completely amazed, asking how she can sense them. Maria explains it's just experience, and they're probably here because of her connection to Kinyu. But she knows they aren't friendly, or they would have approached directly. The coast seems clear for now. Just as they relax, a rustling sound comes from the trash. A massive rat appears, and Xiaolin completely loses it. Maria, ever the cool-headed queen, just pats her head to calm her down. The sudden affection leaves Xiaolin totally stunned and blushing. Their moment is interrupted when their friends finally find them, wondering what they're doing. Later that night, Maria gets a sweet text from Xiaolin telling her to call if anything happens. They exchange cute goodnight messages. Maria gets home to find her roommate, the chaotic vampire boss, waiting for her. She asks why Maria is so late, and our girl casually drops that she was targeted by witches. Her boss just jokes they were probably there to capture her. She then changes the subject, suggesting they check out some bars for a renovation. Oh, and she's also taking the entire staff on a vacation to her private island. Maria's first thought, unpaid leave, our girl is broke. Her boss is genuinely baffled by how she survives on so little money. Maria mumbles something about hiding in the forest a lot. The vampire just sighs, deciding it's better not to ask. Maria says she's going out for a bit. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the two witches are reporting back about their target. They confirm the opponent is a formidable red-haired vampire, hundreds of years old. As one nervously tries to pull up more data, she remembers something important. The owners of these apartments are two little sisters. A chilling voice echoes from above them, "Is my home nice?" It's the vampire. She's perched on the roof, looking absolutely terrifying. She gives them one simple warning: don't do anything boring on her territory. Or else. Over at the witch headquarters, things are getting serious. The Qin clan leader summons Yuan Yi for a little chat. She knows that one of Kinyu's friends is a red-haired vampire, and she is not happy that Yuni has been letting Kinyu run wild. He takes full responsibility, willing to accept any punishment. The leader gives him a direct order: bring the vampire here for investigation. He agrees but advises caution. The investigation team already tipped off the powerful vampire, so it's best to wait until their guard is down. But just as he's about to leave, another clan leader, Anderson, asks to join the mission. The kin leader immediately calls him out, knowing he just wants to go out and have fun. Back at their apartment, Xiaolin is journaling about her new life. She's documenting everything in her Star Wish plan notebook. She swoons over Maria's beautiful red hair and their matching phone cases. This reminds her to look up the store online. She thinks it'd be cute to share new products with Maria. To find the store, she checks her previous orders, but she freezes in shock. The receipt says she bought 2 phone cases, and the other one is the exact same one Maria has. Her phone suddenly rings, making her jump out of her skin. It's Maria asking about a sudden company vacation to the seaside. A vacation? Xiaolin was just planning an amusement park trip, but the mere mention of seafood is enough to change her mind. All thoughts of the park vanish. "I'll go," she yells into the phone. Maria laughs, saying she'll go too, and they make plans to meet later. After the call, Maria lies on her bed, smiling. Messaging and calling someone every day, this is a nice, new feeling for her. Just then her phone rings again, it's Kinyu. Kinyu immediately asks if she's okay after the witch incident last night. Maria says she's fine, but then Kinyu drops a bomb. Her mother has started to suspect Maria's identity and is launching a full investigation. This means surveillance, interrogations, and even tests. The scariest part, her mom doesn't know about Xiaolin yet. If they find out she's a hybrid, it'll be a catastrophe. Maria's voice turns cold. She has only one condition: "I won't trust any witch with Xiaolin's safety other than you." Kinyu, flustered but cornered, has no choice but to agree. The gang is having a very serious meeting. The topic: swimsuits. The girls are asking for fashion advice. They want to look cute and sexy. Even the bull wants to get in on the action with a floral set. But their planning is interrupted by the boss herself, Chloe. She confirms the beach trip is on and the whole crew is hyped. But then Chloe drops a bombshell: she can't make it. Little Jiu is absolutely devastated. His whole world is crumbling. Just kidding, she's already handled all the travel arrangements. Only 1 or 2 guests per room though, no funny business. Chloe gets a text and announces her designer has arrived. Her snake sister gets super clingy, begging her to stay. Chloe is not having it, she's a busy woman. The little snake gives her the cutest face rub, foolish sister indeed. The black snake is ready to throw down with whoever is interrupting their sister time. A familiar pink-haired fox girl walks in, it's the designer. Wait, Chloe knows her, the redhead is confused. Turns out she's the new tenant living downstairs. What a small world. The designer needs to talk to Chloe, so she hands off her cat to our girl. Little Jiu is already hating. What's the designer for? It's never been useful. He's then asked to make a drink for the boss, specifically one that tastes like blood. He immediately asks our girl why it's for the pink-haired girl. He's not feeling it. Oh, he is big mad. If he makes her a drink, they'll be together every day, the horror. The others can smell the jealousy from a mile away. It's a really sour smell. Our poor heroine is just confused. She feels like she's seen the designer before, but her memory is a total blur. She can't even remember getting her phone. Something is definitely not right here. 2 days later, it's trip time. The boss gives them final instructions before they head through the portal. The little fox is leading the way, flag in hand. They arrive in a modern area, not an island. They're a little confused. They're told to find a lighthouse to meet the steward. As they approach, they spot something huge on top of the tower. A massive, majestic bird spreads its wings. This can't be the steward, can it? It lands gracefully. Yup, that's their guy. He introduces himself as Feng Chuan, the island steward. With a gust of wind, he tells them to follow him. He's a little dramatic, and the girls are already annoyed. He even pulls out a monocle. This bird is so extra. They're all thinking the same thing, beautiful bird, but his voice is a dude's. He leads them through a portal, and they arrive at a stunning private island. Welcome to paradise. The steward explains it's a small island with a villa and a cafe. Their boss is already there, waiting by the pool. The steward shows them to the guest rooms. Our girl is freaking out over the villa. He lays down some ground rules, warning them that the sea is still cold. But do they listen? Of course not. The girls make a mad dash for the ocean. He just sighs, reckless folks. Our girl is in her swimsuit and ready to go. But her friend Maria can't swim. The fox girl comes to the rescue, offering her a floaty. The bull is already distracted by a pretty seashell, so pure. Our girl is just vibing in the water, trying to make friends with the local seagulls. She offers them some bread, adorable. Maria decides to join her on a swan floaty. She's happy just floating, no need to actually get wet. Our girl spots the others building sandcastles on the beach. Suddenly, the little red cat slips from the floaty. It lands with a massive thump right next to our girl. She panics, flailing and accidentally grabbing Maria in a very intimate embrace. Our poor girl is blushing so hard, she stammers for Maria to let go. Maria, also flustered, says she was just being cautious since she can touch the bottom here. Our girl is mortified, so embarrassing, she's internally screaming. Why does she always make a fool of herself in front of her? Maria, sensing her distress, suggests they go back to the beach. Our girl can't help but wonder, is she shy? Back on the sand, the fox girl has a mischievous idea. They're digging sand pits, and they invite our girl to join the fun. Just as they're getting into it, the steward announces dinner time. He looks down and is just so confused by what they've done. They've buried Maria up to her neck, and a seagull has made a nest on her head. They promise to dig her out, eventually, as long as they are all happy, right? Later that night, the scene shifts. A lone figure stands before a closed bar. A notice says it's temporarily closed. Our girl is trying to enjoy a late-night snack in peace. The butler brings her an iced drink and some bread. She settles in for a cozy, lonely treat. But of course, her quiet moment is immediately interrupted by Maria. Maria calls her out on the barbecue supper, eyeing the bread suspiciously. Xiaolin insists this doesn't count as more food. Maria asks if she can join her for a bit. The two sit in a very awkward silence. Maria just stares at her with this intense gaze. Our poor girl gets so flustered, wondering why she's being watched so closely. She gets so nervous she chokes on her drink. Maria asks what's wrong, a little panicked. Maria just smiles gently, telling her to eat slowly. And suddenly, Xiaolin's ears are twitching like crazy. Something is definitely different about Maria's attitude. To break the tension, Maria points outside at the sky. It's a school of glowing fish. The fancy bird butler appears to explain what's going on. He says they're the souls of marine creatures, a super rare sight. He then flexes hard, saying his magic purified the sea, which is why they're here. The girls are just in awe of the spectacle. He suggests they go to the rooftop for a better view. And what a view it is. The sky is filled with glowing spirit whales and turtles. Xiaolin feels a bit sad but hopes they can rest in peace. She says it's like fireworks and she loves fireworks. This triggers something in Maria, who says she once watched fireworks with someone important. Xiaolin asks who this important person is. Maria looks directly at her, her eyes soft and full of meaning. She says it's the most important person to her. Our girl is completely stunned, her heart pounding. Maria immediately gets flustered and tells her to forget she said anything. But the damage is done. Xiaolin is reeling. She thinks I'm the one she wants. Her mind is a chaotic mess, everything feels so strange. Maria is also panicking, thinking she just accidentally confessed her feelings. Before Maria can spiral, Xiaolin grabs her shirt. She demands to know, have you seen me before? The two are locked in an intense stare. The next day, our girl is still pouting over last night's cliffhanger. The whole crew is having a feast, but Xiaolin and Maria are in their own world of awkwardness. She just keeps spacing out, unable to focus on her food. She flashes back to the confrontation. Maria just gave her a vague, infuriating answer, you will know later. Her friend notices her sad face and asks what's wrong. Xiaolin tries to play it cool, but she's clearly not okay. Distracted, she takes a big gulp from her cup. And it's blood she drank from the vampire's cup by mistake. Another girl tries to invite them to play volleyball, but Maria's attention is locked on Xiaolin. She can tell something is deeply wrong. The others are completely oblivious to the drama unfolding. Xiaolin gets up to leave and Maria follows right behind her. Back in the room, Xiaolin is finally putting the pieces together. She realizes Maria must have known her for a long time. The problem isn't Maria, it's her own missing memories. She then spots a familiar bat-shaped hairpin. It unlocks a memory of a drawing she did of a red-haired kitten who looks just like Maria. She was drawing Maria before they even met, but she has no memory of it. She starts to panic, thinking she must be sick or crazy. Suddenly, Maria is behind her, telling her it's not her fault. She apologizes for being so evasive. She's finally ready to tell Xiaolin everything. Meanwhile, at witch headquarters, a witch is making some suspicious-looking noodles. Her little ghost friend asks if she's making poison. She forces him to try it. And surprise, it's actually delicious. The witch reveals she's cooking for her mom, which makes the ghost even more suspicious. She admits she wants to ask her mom for help with her friends. Specifically, she needs her mom to take responsibility for a friend she's been hiding. But just then, she gets an emergency call. A witch has been sent to the werewolf village to investigate Xiaolin's affairs. The scene cuts to the witch chief, Qin, being given a report. It's an investigation report about the werewolf village. The chief looks over the documents, ready to listen. But the witch from the kitchen interrupts. She declares that this matter has something to do with her, and it also involves the issue of red-haired vampires. Maria tries to explain why she kept their past a secret from Xiaolan. She leans in close, her voice a whisper. She says telling her so suddenly would have felt like a cruel prank, so she planned to wait until she could break the spell on Xiaolan's memories. A poor girl is still processing all this new information. Maria confesses the whole Wish Star project was just to get close to her again. Xiaolan's heart flutters, but a knock at the door interrupts the moment. It's their friend, ready to drag them out for some volleyball. They agree to go, deciding to talk about serious things later. But Maria stops her for a moment. She gently fixes the little bat wing in our girl's hair. Zio Lan is completely flustered by the tender gesture. She's blushing like crazy, little flowers blooming around her head. She quickly plays it cool, saying she's not angry and it's time to play. But their friend has a chaotic new idea, a competition using their special abilities. A true battle to see who is the most brilliant. The losing team has to wash the dishes for everyone. The stakes are high. Maria is shocked. Does this mean she can fly and use her powers? They draw lots to decide the teams. And what a twist of fate, our girl gets paired with Maria. The other team smirks, telling them not to put all the pressure on Maria. The referee blows the whistle and the game begins. The teams are set for this supernatural showdown. Maria serves the ball with a powerful kick. She's a total powerhouse on the court. The other team uses their own chaotic powers and the game is intense. A firefox unleashes a flaming serve. Maria is getting absolutely wrecked out there. It's match point and things are looking grim for our heroines. The other team is already gloating about their victory. But Zio Lan is not giving up. She refuses to lose like this. Their opponent unleashes a demonic super serve straight at them. She taunts Maria, asking if she can even handle it. Maria digs deep and manages to receive the impossible shot. But it's flying out of bounds. Zio Lan makes a desperate dash. Suddenly, wings burst from her back as she leaps for the ball. Maria can't believe her eyes. The enemy captain, however, looks completely unfazed. Zio Lan dives for the ball, her new wings flapping wildly. She's just as surprised as everyone else. This little bat creature on her back is the source of the magic, and it seems to have a mind of its own. Our poor girl is tumbling through the air, totally out of control. She has no idea how to fly this thing. She's spiraling, accidentally grabbing Maria and taking her along for the ride. They are about to crash into the ground. Maria's eyes widen in alarm. In a split second, she wraps her own dark wings around Zio Lan, shielding her. They hit the sand with a loud thud. Maria cushioned the entire fall, whispering, "You safe landing." She immediately asks if Zio Lan is okay. Maria brushes it off, saying a little shock is nothing. She gives our girl a gentle head pat, just glad she's not hurt. Even without her memories, Zio Lan feels a deep, familiar warmth from Maria's care. She manages a shy thanks. Their friends rush over, demanding to know what just happened. Zio Lan tries to lie, but her friend immediately calls her out on it. The other team argues that using borrowed powers should be a foul. But the team captain puts a stop to the bickering. She tells our two heroines to follow her. This can't be good. Meanwhile, a girl named Kinyu is reporting to her stern-looking boss. She confirms she's been monitoring the group of non-humans for a year. She insists they are a low risk to society. Her boss is skeptical but agrees to trust her judgment for now. However, protocol is protocol. They have to be brought in for testing. The test will be rigorous, including psychological evaluations. The little spirit on Kinyu's shoulder is sweating with anxiety. The boss blames Kinyu for not reporting them sooner and dumps the mess in her lap. Kinyu has no choice but to accept the mission. Her boss gives some cold comfort, telling her to just solve the problem. Kinyu sighs. Her boss is as cold as ever. With a final word about the noodles, the boss leaves her to clean up. Suddenly, Kinyu gets a notification on her phone. Another task, she still has to go to the Human Resources Department. Elsewhere, another one of their friends is studying. She gets a text that gives her a huge boost of confidence. She finally has a clear path forward for her future. She jumps up and cheers, scaring the heck out of her roommate. To unwind after the game, our girl Maria takes a dip in the pool. She glides through the cool water thinking. She remembers a recent conversation about her unique condition. Apparently, her new vampire abilities haven't fully awakened yet. And that comes with a whole set of complicated rules, like a nasty blood addiction. Back in the present, Maria mulls it over. The idea of flying forever sounds pretty sweet, though. But she wonders, why is she caring so much about all this? Meanwhile, Ziolan is poolside getting a weird text. The message makes her feel uneasy. She glances over at Maria, who is just floating there, completely zoned out. A plan starts to form in her head. Suddenly, Maria pops up right in front of her, asking for swimming lessons. And just like that, Ziolan is holding her in the water. Of course, she agrees to teach her. The pets are watching this whole chaotic scene unfold. The fox thinks they should help things along, which can't be good. The next day, it's clear someone's been studying the art of romance. Maria practices her new pickup lines learned from a book. Stars are in the sky and you are in my heart. Smooth. Later, Ziolan feels super sleepy all of a sudden. Maria is tired too, and Ziolan jokes if she's being trapped by her. They chat about the swimming lessons. Maria drops another line, "I will still jump into your love without hesitation." Ziolan is so done, wondering if Maria drank some poisonous blood. Maria heads down the hall, totally confused by her own bizarre behavior lately. She reaches Ziolan's door, but before she can do anything, bam, she's pinned against the wall. Ziolan leans in close, sniffing her hair. "It smells so sweet," she whispers. Our poor Maria is frozen in shock. But then she gets a burst of confidence, purring, "It tastes better when you use it." This completely breaks Xiaolin, who turns beet red. She immediately panics, thinking she made Maria angry. But Maria just sits on the bed looking at her. With a sly smile, she says, "Come over here." Xiaolin is absolutely losing it. She tries to regain control using one of the cheesy lines from the book. The romantic gesture is a success. Maria suddenly gets serious, asking if they can start over. She just wants Xiaolin to like her again, even a little bit. But Xiaolin tells her to just be herself. "You don't have to do anything," she says, "just you is enough to attract me." She admits she liked her straightforward response earlier. Maria is blushing, admitting she was a little happy. "Wait a moment," Xiaolin says, sitting down beside her. She wants Maria to be more direct. Maria leans in close, whispering, "I just like it a little bit." Xiaolin presses closer, and then she closes the distance. Maria asks if she'll choose her again. She promises to make Xiaolin like her even more. The promise hangs in the air between them. Days pass by the sea, but the memory of that moment lingers. Maria is a flustered mess, not knowing how to act around Xiaolin now. On their last day, they say goodbye to their friends at the beach. As they walk home, Maria is still lost in her thoughts. Xiaolin stops her, saying she wants to know more about their shared memories. She asks Maria to move back into the house they rented together. "I want to move back," she insists, even offering to take the sofa. A stunned Maria can only agree. Just as they arrive, a blonde woman spots them. She's holding a cat and decides to pay them a little visit. Back in the apartment, they're just getting settled. Maria mentions her friend Chloe is coming over with souvenirs. The name seems to ring a bell for Xiaolin, but she can't place the face. Just then, the doorbell rings. Xiaolin is already annoyed about having visitors. It's Chloe asking if she can come in. Maria welcomes her, and Chloe immediately hands over the very fluffy cat. The cat spirit invites them in, warning them it might be messy. Asks if they want anything to drink. The cat immediately demands some blood bags from the fridge. Our poor heroine is stunned. Those are the bags Maria brought over. Meanwhile, the redhead stares down the werewolf. "Have we met before?" He smirks, saying it was hundreds of years ago. She doesn't recognize him, but he says it's not her fault. The last time she saw him was in his true form. A terrifying memory flashes through her mind. A bloody werewolf standing over a body. She remembers now he's the one who killed that werewolf hunter. He just smiles and confirms it. Then he casually asks Xinglin if her blood type is O, the absolute nerve. She demands to know what he is. Xinglin stays silent, her eyes wide. The werewolf is impressed, realizing she's testing him. The redhead cuts to the chase, offering to trade information. The cat spirit chimes in, "Aren't you curious?" The werewolf agrees to talk, but before he can say a word, the cat spirit chugs its drink and passes out cold. It was all a setup. He calls it a secret technique. Now it's his turn to ask questions. How does a vampire awaken their powers? By drinking vampire blood, not human blood. Both girls are completely shocked. So she was transformed by drinking another vampire's blood. The werewolf decides that's enough for one day. He pats the sleeping cat spirit and says his goodbyes. After he's gone, our girl is skeptical. Xinglin doesn't know if he's credible either. Later that night, a text comes in. They're meeting at the bar tomorrow, finally a chance to get out. A strange dream haunts Xinglin. A tiny white fox trips and falls. It angrily bites a tree root, but the root suddenly comes to life. The tree monster captures the poor thing. Xinglin wakes up with a gasp, but it's not over. She realizes she's being held tight by Maria. This is way too much for our poor heroine's heart. She panics, thinking they're moving way too fast. Maria just mumbles an apology. She asks why Maria is even in her bed. Turns out she got hungry, had a snack, and just habitually went upstairs to sleep. Maria just brushes it off. She grabs Xinglin's hand, saying she should get used to it. The sofa isn't comfortable anyway. But our girl lays down the laws, "Don't hold me tight anymore." Maria agrees, and they get up to head for the bar. They arrive at a funky-looking bar called Forum. The supervisor is proud he guided her there. Inside, the place has had a serious makeover. It's a big change. A giant white snake tells them the bar is closed. But she's here to see Maria, so they're told to wait. The snake person leads them to a table. The supervisor spirit whines, wanting a drink. Lord Anderson reminds him they are on a mission. A mysterious woman with magenta hair is lounging nearby. The spirit Chris complains about her. He calls her bad stuff, but she just swoops in and snatches him up. She smirks, saying she knew he'd be here. Chris is furious, claiming she should have turned to ashes ages ago. He threatens to turn her to ashes today. Just then Anderson appears. The tension is electric. He calls her an annoying old witch. She just smiles, taking it as a compliment. He unleashes a glowing green chain and snaps it around her neck as a meeting gift. Our girl's coworker walks into the bar, only to find a full-blown supernatural standoff. She immediately smells drama and is here for it. The witch Chris has our girl Mary completely wrapped up in her magic chains and is calling her out on her little act. She's bored of the old tricks and wants to play some new games. Chris yanks her closer, but Mary is completely unfazed. She grins, calling it a reward for not breaking their contract. Oh, Chris is not having it, but Mary just laughs in her face. She leans in close, her voice a low whisper, "How do you feel?" Just then the cavalry arrives and it's Xyolin and the gang. They have no idea what's going on. The other witch points a shaky finger at Mary, outing her as the one who gave her magic. Mary just blinks, completely confused. Turns out the patriarch Anderson they were looking for was our girl Mary all along. She explains she only used the magic power to protect herself. Now the clan wants to take her and Xyolin back to headquarters for questioning. The matriarch has discovered their identities, and they need to undergo a battery of tests. The witch Malia explains they'll start with a physical exam and then decide Xyolin's fate. Mary is asked if she's willing to go. The little spirit calls her out for being overprotective. Mary offers Malia a deal. She'll remove the magic, but on one condition. Malia has to become a sparring partner for their new witches, a little training dummy. Mary then turns to Xyolin, asking if she's scared. She promises she won't give up on her. Xyolin's heart melts and she agrees to face it with her. It's a deal, they'll face the headquarters together. Malia agrees to pick them up tomorrow, feeling pretty good about this new arrangement. She threatens to come drag them out personally if they're not ready in a month. The little spirit calls her out for being a bully and immediately gets snatched. With that, the inspection team takes their leave. Malia smirks, wondering about the new game she mentioned earlier. One of the bar employees just notes that the boss seems unusually happy today. That night, poor Xyolin can't get a wink of sleep. She's terrified about what's going to happen at headquarters. She turns over, only to find Mary wide awake beside her. The sudden closeness makes her heart pound. Our girl is a blushing, flustered mess. Mary holds out a small charm, one that Xyolin had made for her long ago. She tells her to keep it until her memories return, a promise that she believes in her. The gesture makes Xyolin feel safe even as her heart races. She timidly asks if she can hold Mary's hand. And our girl just melts. How can anyone possibly sleep with this much cuteness happening? The next day, Mary places a special bracelet on Xyolin's wrist. It's a pass that will allow her to enter the headquarters. They arrive at the imposing main gate. The process is intense, psychological tests and watching propaganda videos. And the final step, a full-blown interrogation with a lie detector stone. Mary isn't worried for herself, she's been asleep for centuries after all. No, she's worried about what they're going to ask Xyolin. The clan has already investigated her painful past. Inside the room, the questions begin. The interrogator gets straight to the point. Do you seek revenge against the werewolf village? Xyolin hesitates and the stone glows yellow, a warning. The silence is deafening. The interrogator presses her for an answer. Finally, she whispers yes. The stone turns green, it's the truth. She confesses all the hatred she's kept bottled up inside. She hated the villagers, her parents' treatment, and even her own birth. Mary listens from outside, her heart breaking. She never knew the true depth of Xyolin's pain. The clan member explains that human emotions are never simple. The moment the door opens, Xyolin rushes out and collapses into Mary's arms. She's shaken but safe, all she needs now is some therapy. The clan member smiles, everything is going according to plan. Now she reminds Mary it's her turn. Next up is the hypnotic test of her blood control. The girls are shown to their temporary quarters. But before her friend can leave, Xyolin has a critical question. She wants to awaken her vampire abilities and our girl Maria is stunned. Maria just prays the meeting goes well for her sake. Once they're alone, she asks Xyolin if she's tired from the interrogation. The poor wolf girl has been on edge all day. She hangs her head, asking if she's pathetic. She confesses to having dark thoughts, which worries Maria. But then Maria gets a little jealous. Why do the witches know more about Xyolin's village life than she does? Suddenly, she pulls Xyolin into a tight back hug. She whispers that it just means she needs to be more attentive. Xyolin is completely flustered by this sudden affection. She didn't expect that kind of answer at all. Then, a bold move, she gives Maria a little peck on the cheek. The next day, it's time for Maria's big vampire test. They arrive at the facility where a floating orb is waiting. The test uses illusions to simulate situations that would drive a vampire crazy. Phase 1 begins and they put some high-tech goggles on our girl. The illusion kicks in, surrounding her with people. It also makes her feel intensely hungry. But she smirks, she's already trained for this. 15 minutes later, she's passed phase 1 without breaking a sweat. But the next illusion hits her hard. She's at a sunny beach surrounded by happy, splashing children. The observers notice her distress immediately. The scenario is designed to give her a sunburn and make her irritable. And then they drop the ultimate temptation, the delicious blood of human infants. They give her 20 minutes to see if she'll crack. To resist, she literally bites her own hand. What a queen. Now it's time for the final, most difficult stage. But wait, something's not right. Our girl has suddenly become completely calm in the testing chamber. The observers are baffled. The chief peers into the crystal ball to see what's happening, and his little ghost form is absolutely scandalized. Just what in the world did Maria see in that illusion? Meanwhile, the clan leaders are meeting to discuss Xiolin's fate. They need to decide what to do until her next transformation. Kinyu proposes a radical idea. What if they let Xinglan awaken willingly? She reminds them that Xiolin briefly regained sanity after biting Maria. The memory of that feral bite is still fresh. Kinyu argues that blood might be the key to restraining her frenzy. Another member confirms Xiolin's frenzy is likely tied to her dormant vampire genes. But the council is skeptical. If the awakening fails, who will bear the consequences? Kinyu fiercely declares that she will take full responsibility. She believes their department can handle it. Besides, they can't detain her when she hasn't actually harmed anyone. The chief asks for final thoughts. The head of the clan agrees it's a risk worth taking. It's decided. Back in their room, Xiolin is desperate to know what Maria saw in the final stage. She begs her to spill the tea, but our girl is blushing and refusing. Xiolin is so curious how she passed so easily, but Maria is staying completely silent. Fine then, Xiolin whips out her phone, threatening to ask Kinyu instead. That gets Maria's attention real fast. A few days later, our poor girl is completely drained from work. She's stressing about a big negotiation tomorrow. Suddenly, she realizes she hasn't spoken to her girl Zio Hai in ages. She figures she must be busy with graduation stuff. Right on cue, her phone buzzes. It's Zio Hai. Our girl is overjoyed and immediately starts typing back. Zio Hai says everything is going well and asks for video call. Absolute panic, she looks like a mess right now. A minute later, the call comes through. Xiaoyu immediately freaks out, yelling about her dress being exposed in public. Our girl just smirks, totally teasing her. But then Xiaoyu points out the little ghost floating on her head. She starts scolding Chief Anderson for being so sneaky. Xiaoyu is totally confused, asking if that's her girlfriend. The little ghost is loving this, saying Xiaokin has good taste. Our girl quickly ends the call, saying her break is over. But before she hangs up, Zio Hai gets real close to the phone and plants a big all kiss right through the speaker. Zio Hai is a blushing mess after that bold move, but her training partner points out the little white dumpling she was just talking to. Her friend is absolutely shook that she called the clan leader by her first name. Zio Hai realizes her tone was way too familiar and starts to panic. Meanwhile, our girl is floating on cloud 9. The little spirit starts teasing her about being in love. She brushes it off, saying she's there to discuss the amnesia spell. She reveals she passed all the difficult pre-selection tests for clan leader. The spirit is impressed but knows their clan sucks at physical tests. Our girl just smiles, saying that's what werewolves are for. The spirit is confused, asking if she wants to take over the entire group. But our girl drops a bombshell. She did all this so she wouldn't have to be the leader. Savage. It was the spirit's own advice, get strong enough to choose your own path. She explains she's proving to her mother that she can protect herself now. The spirit tells her she already knows in her heart what she needs to do. A look of determination crosses her face. The next day, she marches into her mother's office. She has something important to say. Her mother looks up, waiting. And then one of the little creatures gets smacked with a snowball. Meanwhile, at another location, Chloe is taking a blood sample. She says it's not bleeding anymore. This Maria blood is the key to awakening her friend's dormant vampire genes. The little white-haired girl looks on, finally believing her. Just then, there's a knock at the door. It's our girls, ready to go. Chloe stops them, asking for Maria's hairpin. Turns out it's a magic weapon, and to undo the spell, it has to be destroyed. Maria is hesitant since it was a gift, but agrees it's for the best. They get ready to remove the spell, getting real close and personal. Our heroine and Zio Hai are totally flustered by the sudden PDA. Zio Hai gets sent out of the room since there are too many people watching. The two cute animal forms look on worriedly. They're now in a sterile-looking room waiting for the magic to work. But it's been half an hour and nothing's happened. One of the observers is getting seriously impatient. The white-haired girl sits in the center of the circle, feeling a familiar, suffocating pressure. It reminds her of being trapped in an iron cage. She just wants it to end so she can get back to her girl. Suddenly, she feels a jolt. Everyone is on high alert. The observers think it's a normal transformation. But inside, she's not in pain. Her body is just insanely itchy. Her hands morph into claws as she transforms into a werewolf. But strangely, she hasn't lost her mind. She wonders if the Maria blood is a painkiller. But then she feels her heart pounding like a drum, and an overwhelming hunger takes over her senses. Her eyes begin to glow a menacing pink. Elsewhere, Maria clutches a small charm, her face etched with worry. She stares out the window, looking anxious. This single hour of waiting feels longer than an entire. Xiolin is curled up on the floor, her stomach absolutely screaming. She feels like she's going to pass out. If she loses consciousness, she might attack someone. The witches would lock her up for being a dangerous species. And even worse, it would make Maria worry. Her body starts to change against her will, her claws growing long and sharp. But instead of turning into a monster, she poofs into a tiny, fluffy wolf pup. Our girl is completely bewildered by this turn of events. The observers are shocked. A wolf cub with wings, what is this evolution? Okay, but let's be real, this form is ridiculously cute. Just as they're processing the cuteness, she face plants and turns back to normal. The good news is her vitals are finally stabilizing. Sister Kinyu rushes over concerned, are you okay? Our poor girl can barely stand, she's weak and starving. She explains she was awake the whole time, except for a brief faint from hunger. Kinyu brings up a little detail she forgot. She violently bit Maria's neck. They decide to check on Maria later, who's still recovering. Xiaolin has had enough. She demands they remove the amnesia magic. Now, she begs them, and seeing her determination, Kinyu finally agrees. The little spirit helper gets ready to unleash its power. It concentrates, getting its magic ready for the big reveal. But a new witch steps in, telling the little guy to stand down. This one has some serious chaotic energy. She tells Xiaolin to relax as she begins her own spell. A strange magic flows from her fingertips. Instantly, a splitting headache hits our girl. The dark magic swirls around her, breaking the seal on her memories. Fragments of her past begin to flood her mind. She passes out from the sheer mental overload. Back in the room, Maria is pacing nervously, waiting for any news. Suddenly, the blonde witch teleports in, carrying an unconscious Xiaolin. Maria panics, catching her just in time. The spirit explains it's normal to be dizzy after the magic removal. Maria breathes a huge sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. She thanks the little spirit, overcome with emotion. Maria gently holds Xiaolin, promising to take care of her. It's a sweet, tender moment between them. Our girl is finally safe in her arms. A day later, Maria is watching over Xiaolin as she sleeps. Her wolf ears twitch as she slowly wakes up. She opens her eyes and immediately leans in close. Maria is a little flustered, asking what's wrong. Later that night, the blonde witch is relaxing in a luxurious bath. She smirks, planning to tease her little guest. Xiaohei waits nervously on the bed, already regretting her life choices. She hears a call from the bathroom and her heart stops. The blonde witch is waiting for her, looking way too smug. She asks Xiaohei to grab her a towel, but our girl can't even look at her. The witch suddenly yanks her into a hug, soaking her clothes. Oops, she says, not sorry at all. How about we shower together? She's just teasing, thinking Xiaohei is adorable when she's flustered. But Xiaohei doesn't run away, she just stands there. Maria goes to the utility room to coax Xiaolan out. But our little werewolf is refusing, lost in guilt. She can't believe she hurt Maria again. Maria's heart breaks seeing her like this. She reminds her that wallowing in guilt won't solve anything. What happened to facing the future with me? She asks. Maria sits outside the door, refusing to leave. Time for some strategic guilt tripping. Xiaolan can't resist and peeks out the door. She sees Maria waiting patiently for her. Our girl is totally busted, but she doesn't care. Xiaolan softly complains about being left alone, and then wraps her in a warm, apologetic hug. Maria's answer is just too sweet. The pain is gone now that she's here. Kinyu watches the whole chaotic scene unfold. The next morning, things are still a bit tense. Maria tells Xinglin to rest at the dorm for safety. But that night, Xinglin is all alone and worried sick. It's getting late and Maria still isn't back. She shakes off the negativity, trying to be productive. The little spirit gives her a great idea, ask Chloe for help. She sends a text but gets a video call instead. A direct video call, this is unexpected. And it's not even Chloe on the other end. Her friends explain they're covering her shift at a bar. Finally, the phone is passed to the right person. Xinglin nervously asks her big question. Does awakening mean you get addicted to blood? Meanwhile, Maria is busy at the office. Kinyu gets a new assignment from the chief. She's handed a special access bracelet. It's for the training room, she's getting a promotion. But the moment is interrupted by a kid wanting breakfast. The chief, clearly her mom, just rolls with the chaos. Then a new guy enters to discuss business. He's in charge of the werewolf training program. He lays out the schedule, which seems pretty intense. But the chief's team is ready for the challenge. The project leader flashes a confident smile. On the phone, he gets some critical info on how to handle his new situation. He needs a way to curb the bloodlust and fast. The advice is simple, find your own method. Just distract yourself, she says. Our poor boy is totally confused. He needs to find something more attractive than blood, or, use a tranquilizer. But then comes the bad news. Red-haired people are apparently the finest delicacies. He asks to meet her witch friend, hoping for more answers. Meanwhile, at the bar, the red-haired Maria smirks, so she's not a delicacy to him. She quickly figures out he just wants to meet her friend Chris. Our girl Xiaolan is at home, spiraling. How can she distract herself from a finest delicacy? She decides she just can't go out, but then she hears a click at the door. And speak of the devil, the delicacy herself is home. Maria finds Xiaolan hiding under the covers like a scared kitten. She yanks the blanket off, revealing our girl's panicked face. Maria teases her relentlessly, don't hide how happy you are to see me. Xiaolan is a flustered mess, trying to change the subject. But Maria can tell something is seriously wrong. Turns out Maria had a super stressful day being mobbed by witches at school. She's completely exhausted and flops right on top of our girl. Then she gets cheeky, asking if Zio Lan is ready for her lesson on controlling bloodlust. A glint in her eye says it all, the lesson is about to begin. She pins our girl to the bed and the tension is electric. Are you hungry right now? She asks, her voice low. Maria grabs her wrist. To learn control, you must face your own desires. And then she bites, but Maria's blood, it smells different, intoxicating. A strange feeling washes over her, this is not good. A dark fog of desire begins to consume her. Her inner beast awakens and she starts losing control. She struggles against the overwhelming power, trying to hang on. But then she hears Maria's voice, a lifeline in the darkness. Calm down, Zio Lan. Maria guides her back, telling her to focus. Believe in yourself, she whispers, and return to reality. Slowly, the darkness recedes. She starts to relax. Zio Lan snaps back to reality, dazed and confused. Maria just smiles. Seems like the tranquilizer wasn't needed, Maria says, looking smug. Our girl admits it wasn't as bad as she thought. The wound is tiny. But then Maria drops a bombshell. Your smell has changed. You're even more tempting now. Zio Lan leans in, sniffing curiously. Maria panics. Wait, have I become a walking blood bag? A few days later, things have escalated. Zio Lan is now cuddling her delicious food in her sleep. Maria is just trying to survive the clinginess. She has to pry our girl off her. Okay, that's enough, no more biting. Meanwhile, a witch is observing them. She's here to deliver the results. She tells Maria she gave Zio Lan some pointers on how to control her feeding time. The witch asks what it's like being prey. Maria actually smirks. Not bad. The witch is shook. Yo, you're enjoying this. Maria admits she loves it because Zio Lan is so clingy now. The witch delivers her final report. The good news, Zio Lan is no threat to other races. The bad news, she can't control herself around vampires. And especially not around Maria. Her desire for our redhead is off the charts. It's a double whammy, Maria's red hair and the fact that her blood awakens Zio Lan. But the witch says this is actually a good thing. Since she's only a danger to Maria, her social harm level is low. Zio Lan gets her hopes up. Can I go out? But the witch shuts her down, not until the paperwork is filed. Maria comforts the pouting werewolf. She's got training tomorrow. Zio Lan's eyes light up. She asks if she can come watch. Of course, Maria says yes. Elsewhere, another couple is having a heart-to-heart. Zio Hai asks her partner Kinyu a serious question. Will you really stay in the clan from now on? She asks, worried. Kinyu reassures her. She hasn't given up her career, just turned it into a side job. She tells Zio Hai not to have any regrets about her own future. But Zio Hai is confused. Her only goal was to join the witch clan. She confesses she was just afraid Kinyu would sacrifice her own dreams for her. And then the truth comes out, her dream was just wanting to wear the same pretty uniform as Kinyu. Kinyu is absolutely floored, it was all for her. She is speechless and blushing. Overcome with emotion, she pulls Zio Hai into a massive hug. It's just too cute for words. They playfully cuddle before getting ready for the big day tomorrow. The next day, it's time for training. They go over the safety protocols. The instructor warns that if Zio Hai loses control, she'll force a timeout. She's confident she can handle a crazed werewolf, but Kinyu wants her to let Zio Hai push her limits. Don't stop it too early. With the device set, it's time to begin. Kinyu gives her one last look of encouragement. The lights go out, plunging the room into darkness. Zio Hai takes a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. I can do this, she tells herself, steeling her resolve. And under the simulated moonlight, her transformation begins. This is gonna be epic. Our girl stands under a blanket of stars, lost in thought. Zio Hai asks what she's planning to do. With a smirk, she decides to create a little magic for her wolf girl. Luminous butterflies fill the night sky. Pretty awesome, right? She boasts. She's just so proud of herself. But the moment triggers a chaotic jumble of memories. A promise to not get angry, a feeling of deja vu, and a decision to leave. The power surges around her. A silent vow passing between their clasped hands. A small voice cheers her on. Protect yourself, sister. Even her rival admits she admires her courage in the face of the unknown. How she can be so brave when everything is on the line. And it's all because of one person. But suddenly the connection is lost. Zio Hai, answer me. Through the monitor, she sees Zio Hai collapsed on the floor. Our girl panics, demanding they open the door. But the man stops her. The whole test is being recorded. Interfering means instant disqualification. Zio Hai struggles to her feet, whispering that she's fine. But she's clearly not, collapsing against the glass barrier. Our poor heroine presses her hand against the cold surface, her heart shattering. But then Zio Hai is there. I just wanted to see you, she whispers. Our girl can't help but call her a dummy for worrying her so much. Zio Hai just grins, grabbing her hand. See, I woke up, she says, ever the smug wolf. She gives our girl a little squeeze of reassurance. It's a tender moment before the next round begins. But the adrenaline fades and Zio Hai suddenly feels dizzy. She stumbles, her body finally giving out after pushing so hard. Even the stoic observer looks a little concerned. Later they arrive back at a luxurious-looking villa. Turns out Zio Lan is out and about already, and she immediately rushed over to see how things went. They tell her Zio Hai is resting upstairs. Our girl admits that Zio Hai struggled with the test at first. Like 10 times struggled, the girls are absolutely shook. But she eventually figured it out, and little sis is just glad she's okay. It's time for a much-needed hug. With school calling, our girl leaves instructions to make some special medicinal meals for Zio Hai. Little Zio Lan wants to help too, eager to learn the recipes. When they arrive at the school, Zio Lan is completely blown away. This isn't a school, it's a freaking palace. The sheer scale of the place is insane. Inside, the grand hall serves as a classroom for dual training. The students are already gathered. And who is their teacher? None other than Maria, who apparently had the school built to her specs. She gives Zio Lan a little pat before heading down to start class. And wow, is she popular. The girls find a spot on the balcony to watch the chaos unfold. Zio Lan notes how serious Maria is as a teacher, but something about the way she fights feels familiar. It's like a forgotten memory is trying to break through the surface. Suddenly, a stray fire spell goes wide. Before Zio Lan can even blink, Maria appears in front of her. Wings spread to shield her from the blast. Zio Lan is speechless. Maria just plays it off, claiming it was a subconscious barrier. But our little wolf girl is looking at her with total adoration. This woman is just so cool. The memory flashes again, a moment of danger. Maria telling her to hide. A branded mark. She realizes Maria has always protected her. The moment passes and Maria awkwardly tells everyone to get back to class. The students are completely starstruck by their teacher's power. Class is almost over, but then the little spirit creature raises a hand. Me, he squeaks. He wants to be taught too. The entire class just stares in confusion. That night, our girl watches over a sleeping Zio Hai. She still hasn't woken up, the physical toll of the test finally catching up to her. Just then, her phone buzzes, shattering the silence. Her blood runs cold, it's Zio Hai's mother. She scrambles to answer, trying to sound normal. She lies through her teeth, saying Zio Hai is resting after passing her internship with flying colors. The mom is thrilled and invites them to visit soon. Our girl hangs up sighing in relief, only to hear a giggle from the bed. Zio Hai was awake the entire time, just enjoying the show, this cheeky little wolf. Our girl helps her sit up, offering some special porridge. Zio Hai teases her about the weird color, but our heroine insists it's not poisonous. Then Zio Hai pulls her closer. She gently takes off her glasses and leans in for a kiss, whispering that this will help them both feel better. She asks if once is enough. Before pulling them both down onto the bed, our girl just sighs, calling her a greedy little wolf. At the cafeteria, the girls are grabbing a bite to eat. Our heroine plans to meet her friend Bingbing tomorrow to study. But first, it's time to feast. This girl is on a mission. Her friends just find her chaotic energy adorable. She returns with an absolute mountain of food, balancing it all like a pro. While searching for more snacks, something catches her eye. It's a sign for jelly beans that change flavor based on your mood. What is this sorcery? She triumphantly returns to the table. Look at all this fun stuff. She lists off the weirdest dishes, like transparent mushrooms and corn-covered fish. But these mood-changing jelly beans look pretty normal. And they come with a slice of cheese. Okay, this school is wild. Maria is suspicious. She asks if it's poisonous. Our girl says it's totally safe. Maria hesitantly pops one in her mouth. Her eyes go wide, it's so sweet. She gasps, saying she hasn't been able to taste anything in a very long time. Our girl is so happy to see her friend enjoying something again. Later, Maria takes her to a gorgeous indoor garden. She says the flowers aren't the main event tonight. She grabs our girl's hand, leading her forward. Our heroine is completely clueless about what's happening. Maria stops and says she remembered something important. She recalls the night our girl shielded her from a monster's fireball. Our heroine is stunned that Maria's memory is returning. Maria confesses the anxiety and anger she felt seeing her get hurt was suffocating. It felt like she was reliving the entire horrible moment. Now she finally understands what our girl meant about feelings being impossible to capture in words. Recalling this memory has made her feel so much closer to her. Our girl is blushing so hard she might explode. Maria steps closer, trapping her against the railing. "Why are you walking away from me?" she whispers. The tension is electric. Our girl stammers, worried about what Patriarch Anderson said about them dating. But Maria cuts her off with the smoothest line ever, "Can I kiss you?" Our poor heroine is so flustered her wings burst out. She panics, saying it's too sudden, but Maria just smirks. Isn't it nighttime? The air crackles as they stare at each other. Later, the two are practicing flying high in the sky. Our girl is struggling to get her wings to appear. She asks Maria how she learned, and Maria remembers being kicked off a cliff. Savage. Yes, our heroine is gonna pass on that training method. Maria explains that the transformation is tied to subconscious desire. She tells her to stop trying to grow wings and focus on a different goal. For example, she says, "Think I want to touch that cloud." Our girl looks up at the sky and reaches out her hand. And just like that, her wings unfurls. It worked. She's so excited she completely loses control. She starts spiraling out of the sky. Maria screams her name, watching in horror as she plummets. She has to think fast. With no hesitation, she dives, wrapping our girl in a desperate hug. They are falling together. But just before impact, our girl's wings catch the air and they soar upwards. She's flying, she's really flying. They get a little too cuddly in the air, and an eagle gives them some serious side-eye. As night falls, they lie in the grass and watch the stars. Our girl sighs, saying she's going to miss this place when she leaves. Suddenly, her stomach lets out a massive growl. And then Maria's stomach growls right back. The romance is real, folks. They decide it's time to head back for food. But Maria stops her, grabbing her wrist. Do you want to replenish your energy first? Our girl panics, thinking she means blood, and promises not to bite her. But Maria has a different idea. If you bite me again, she suggests, maybe I can remember something. She gently pushes our heroine down onto the grass. The scent is just too alluring. She can't hold back any longer. Her friend offers to walk her to the training room, but our girl insists she can go by herself. Zayoyu gives her a big hug, so happy they are working together. She promises to come back during the break. Good luck. Our heroine watches her go, a little sad. Now it's just her and, well, him. She heads into the training room. And look who's already here, looking broody as ever. He immediately confronts her about her recent attitude change. She plays it cool, saying training is all that matters. He asks if she's really willing to do anything to achieve her goal. Then he goes for the throat, accusing her of choosing her career over their relationship. He warns her that love and work will eventually clash. Did you even consider her feelings when you made your choice? Ouch. He just scoffs, saying she doesn't understand. Anyway, enough chatting, time to train 30 transformations. Now she's stunned. 30 times in a row. He smirks, telling her there's no room for failure on a real mission. Can you do that? He challenges. Of course she can. Meanwhile, in a totally different test, our other girl is deep in a trance. They're trying to figure out her deepest desires. And it looks like things are getting interesting. A hypnosis test is in progress. She's passed the first 2 phases, and now it's time for the third. The observer asks what kind of scene she's seeing. Oh, our girl is blushing hard. But then a realization: people have more than one desire. The desire beast shifts its attention and transforms from a ravenous monster into a pink, fluffy ball of pure love. The chaotic energy is now just chaotic wholesomeness. Back in the real world, the observers are a little concerned. Xinglin is finally released from the trance. She stumbles out, completely flustered, as they ask what she saw. The observer casually mentions that while the scene was the same for both, Xinglin was a little bolder. Our poor girl is absolutely mortified. But hey, she passed the test, and she can make her own arrangements tomorrow. The next day, the gang is celebrating at the canteen. But her sister looks completely wiped out. She's exhausted from all the transformation training. 30 times, she calls out her 2 devil trainers for being so harsh. A friend tries to change the subject, congratulating them for passing. This just confuses the little helper spirit. They get a call, they have to go back to the bar for work. Xinglin immediately wants to go see them off. Her friend teases her, saying she just wants an excuse to go have fun. Before they go, she gives them a list of instructions. They need to monitor Xinglin's blood intake and watch for her transformation period. Xinglin is confused, but is just told to report anything unusual. Basically, her sister is now on full-time babysitting duty. After a big group hug, it's time to say goodbye. They wave as their friends disappear through a portal. Now it's time for our other girls to head to work at the bar. Later that evening, they arrive and check out the new casual work uniforms. They look absolutely adorable. Everyone is happy to see them, but one of the little spirits isn't feeling the good vibes. It senses a nasty smell coming from one of the rooms. It sneaks in to investigate and finds a pink-haired girl completely absorbed in a video game. The spirit has never seen a Nintendo Switch before and is baffled. It floats closer, totally fascinated, but it gets too close, blocking the screen. Suddenly, the gamer girl speaks without looking up. You sent my people back as promised. A mysterious figure appears behind her. It was a trap. The ghost gets right in her face. Don't forget I'm a ghost, she says, her voice dripping with menace. A moment later, the pink-haired girl walks out to the main bar. She announces she's in a great mood, so everyone's salary is getting increased tenfold this month. The entire staff just stares, completely and utterly confused. The boss is in a great mood, announcing a tenfold salary increase for everyone. The entire staff is completely shook. They can't believe what they're hearing. Why does the boss look both smug and totally out of it? As everyone gossips about their sudden wealth, the boss just pieces out. The real manager, a cool white-haired beauty, just lets her go. But surprise, it's not the boss at all. A ghost has possessed her body and is having a grand old time. But his joyride is cut short by a snake coiling around his leg. Suddenly, he can't control the body anymore. The real boss is back and she is pissed. The ghost screams in pain. She literally bit her own leg to get him out. This girl is savage. She gives him a terrifying grin, asking if he enjoyed that. the staff finally realizes she was possessed by Patriarch Anderson, and that 10 times salary suddenly makes a whole lot more sense. She casually thanks her friend for the help holding the now captured ghost. Her friend calmly agrees to deal with the little pest. With a single touch, the ghost is trapped in a bubble. And just like that, he's a pet balloon. This is peak humiliation. The ghost realizes he's been completely played. And to add insult to injury, she confirms the tenfold salary increase is real. What a chaotic queen. The staff now has a new problem. Patriarch Anderson is captured. They wonder if they should report it, but figure it'll be fines. But let's rewind to before the power outage. The chaotic boss and her new ghost balloon are back at her apartment. The ghost asks why a rich woman lives in such a dump. She reveals the balloon is made of powerful magic he can't break. He asks if he's her new pet. She smiles wickedly, or maybe I'll just imprison you again. The ghost scoffs, thinking he can escape. He unleashes a massive blast of dark magic. The energy surges wildly. It explodes out the window. And yup, he just knocked out the power to the entire building. The ghost is free, but his captor is unimpressed. He demands to know what she wants. She just tosses him a video game console. She tells him to play this new game while she gets the power fixed. But his smirk says it all. Her real game has just begun. The next day, our little fox girl wakes up, but her mind is still on last night. She can't stop thinking about that soft touch. She's reminiscing about, well, you know. But our girl wakes up and catches her being a total weirdo. Busted, Xiolan tries to explain she was just comparing reality to fantasy. Our heroine is completely flustered by this chaotic morning energy. Suddenly, her phone rings, saving her from this awkwardness. While she's on the call, Xiolan gets a little spidey. Our girl yelps, asking if she's hungry or something. Turns out the boss needs some green plants, and Xiolan is instantly hyped for a field trip. They share a cute little moment before getting ready to go. Meanwhile, at the boss's place, a sad little blob is complaining about being weak. The boss just roasts him for being addicted to his game console. Savage. Turns out her tribe members are trying to visit but got blocked by a new barrier. She tells them to bring cash for the repairs. Business is business, honey. Just then, there's a knock at the door. It's our girls with the delivery. The boss smirks, saying she was waiting for them. The little blob immediately zaps the plants, sucking out all their magic. Our girl explains that things in nature are the source of a witch's magic. This jogs our girl's memory. She has a special potted plant at her house. The boss tells them to go check it out. Back home, she shows them the magical sleeping grass, but its little star has fallen off. She reassures them it's not dead and will bloom again. It's a very special magical plant, and everyone is fascinated. Our girl asks Xiolan if the plant looks familiar to her. She reminds her it was a gift from their date 3 months ago. Then she suggests they go to the amusement park again. Xiolan gets super excited and invites their friend to tag along. They wonder where their other friend Ayan is, but she's busy with training. A delivery call pulls their friend away, leaving the two of them alone. The atmosphere immediately gets a little cozier. Xiolan shyly asks if they can wear couple outfits to the park. Our girl turns the tables, asking if she wants to wear them. Xiolan whispers, of course. She gets bold, questioning if their love has finally reached couple status. Then she pins her down, teasing that she's still a little bit short. Oof, the tension. She calls the blushing Xiolan a little pervert and starts rubbing her fluffy ears. Xiolan giggles, but they're interrupted by a camera click. Their friend is back and caught them in the act. I saw nothing, she says, please continue. Our girl is mortified, but their friend is just a hardcore shipper. Elsewhere at Witch Headquarters, 2 women monitor a brutal training session. The subject has minor bleeding but is healing at an incredible rate. Inside, a massive wolf is snarling, blood dripping from its mouth. This is clearly an agonizing process. We see it's one of their own friends, transformed and in pain. We flash back to the night before. Her friend was trying to take a cute selfie together. They were just having a normal girls' night with face masks, sending silly pictures to their friends and laughing. It was a moment of pure, simple fun before the storm. But she could tell something was wrong. She admits she's worried about the upcoming training. She's not sure if her body can withstand the most difficult test yet. But her friend holds her tight, promising to be with her the whole time. This gives her the resolve she needs. She can transform without magic now, but the process is way too slow. It's time to push her limits, no matter how much it hurts. And she knew it was going to be painful beyond belief. Now back in the present, she's enduring the transformation. It's a struggle just to remain sane in this powerful wolf form. The observers see that her vitals have finally stabilized. They give her friend the okay to go inside. She rushes to her side, calling out her name. She asks how she feels, but Xiohai can only let out a sad howl. The instructor dryly notes she must have skipped communication magic class. They ask how long her transformation took. The answer, 15 seconds. The instructor says it's way too long. The goal is 1 second. With that, the brutal training session for the day is over. But the instructor is secretly impressed she lasted this long. He admits to himself that he completely underestimated her strength. A few hours later, Xiohai is resting in bed, still in her wolf form. Her friend comes in to check on her. She asks if she's hungry and gives her a gentle hug. Zio-hai just howls again, frustrated that she can't be understood. The wolf snuggles close, looking absolutely pitiful. Her friend's heart melts. "Okay, you win," she cries, and Zio-hai celebrates. She understands. "You want me to stay with you, right?" Zio-hai makes a happy noise, placing a paw on her gently. And then she leans in and gives the wolf a sweet, tender kiss on the snout. In her head, Zio-hai decides she deserves a companion reward for all her hard work. Our girl is fast asleep, cuddling her favorite fluffy pillow. Or at least she thinks it's a pillow. In her dreams, she's snuggling a big, furry wolf. She's just loving the fluffiness. She even gives her dream wolf a little kiss. Meanwhile, at the local supernatural bar, our other white-haired heroine is working her shift. Her friends show up for chat. One of them immediately gets a savage lecture about gaining weight. Even the cat isn't safe from the fat shaming. But the cat just wants more food, having already demolished 3 cans. Just then, their friend Chloe arrives, looking exhausted. Apparently, the cat's diet plan includes making her run for 30 minutes. They get to talking about Chloe's recent awakening. The cat proudly announces its new powers, bloodlust and wings. But it seems she still needs a full moon to fully transform. Chloe asks our wolf girl why she's so obsessed with awakening. Zio-lan admits she doesn't really know, she just feels compelled to. Her friend gets serious, warning her that immortality is more of a punishment. Zio-lan is shocked to hear her say that. Back at home, she's trying to piece together her fragmented memories. But it's no use, she can't remember anything. Maria finds her and asks what's wrong. Zio-lan asks if she was lonely all those years she was alone. Maria smiles, saying all the bad feelings disappeared because she waited for her. She calls finding Zio-lan her reward, and our girl's heart skips a beat. Zio-lan gets flustered and teases her. "So you waited in a coffin for 200 years for me." Maria just gives her a sweet head pat. She asks what Zio-lan plans to do with all these memory-jogging items. Then she gives some questionable medical advice. Instead of relying on objects, she purrs, "Why not take a good look at me?" Our girl freezes on the spot. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. But of course, our heroine ruins it by literally drooling. Maria sighs, "The atmosphere is perfect, but you just want to bite me." Zio-lan is having a full-blown meltdown in the background. Maria calls her out again for wanting to bite her. Internally, Zio-lan panics, "Why am I like this?" She decides she can't keep retreating. It's time to be bold. But first, she needs her candy beans from upstairs. Priorities, I guess. She finds Maria on the bed and immediately apologizes for killing the mood. Then she boldly admits it's because Maria's taste is just too tempting. Maria completely ignores her, playing on her phone. The rejection is brutal. So Zio-lan tries a different tactic, pointing out the jelly beans are almost gone. She gets all clingy, trying to get Maria's attention, and just snuggles right up to her. Maria asks if she's learned to make the jelly beans herself. Zio-lan proudly says yes. And why? Because Maria likes to eat them, she's so whipped. She wants to create new flavors just for her. Maria blushes, touched that Zio-lan did all this just for her. Then our girl gets an idea, a very, very bold idea. What would it taste like, she asks, if 2 people ate it together? And she goes for it. She puts a bean in her mouth and leans in for a kiss. Maria is stunned. Our little wolf is finally making a move. But Maria stops her cold, "I don't want." Zio-lan is crushed, asking why. Maria gives her a sly look because now is not the time. Denied. Later, Zio-lan is busy trying to make the jelly beans from scratch. But Maria has to stop her from eating the questionable-looking ingredients. Elsewhere, a different group is undergoing some intense training. Someone just passed their 1-second transformation test. They've all gathered at a combat simulation site. One of the trainees is a bit nervous, but her friend is there to support her. They share a sweet, encouraging look. Turns out one of the girls, Zio-hai, has gotten taller from her intense werewolf training. The instructor lays out the mission. Their target is the giant buff dude, and they have to observe him for 15 minutes. They've got 5 minutes to plan their strategy. From a distance, 2 higher-ups are watching. They chat about the upcoming final assessment. It's clear they've been working hard and have a lot on their plates. One of them reflects on a past one-sided love. Back with the trainees, everyone is feeling motivated. Zio-hai looks determined and ready for anything. Let's get started. The girls arrive at a huge amusement park. It looks like it's going to be an amazing day. Our girl and her friends are meeting up, waiting for someone named Ayan. They figure she's just running a little late. One of them immediately starts teasing our girl, asking if this is her first date. But then she gets a smug look, realizing pets aren't allowed in the park. Suddenly, a tall, gorgeous fox girl appears behind them. Turns out Ayan can transform into a human, and what a human she is. The dog girl is practically drooling. Maria, our girl's redhead friend, isn't wasting any time. She grabs our heroine's hand and they walk off together. Maria even gives her fluffy tail an appreciative pat. She leans in close with a sly smile and gives the tail a little smooch. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, a serious assessment is underway. The rules are simple: figure out the enemy's weakness on your own. but fail 3 times and you're out for a whole year. The proctor is determined to help her friend Zio Hai pass this thing. The test begins against a massive fire monster. Zio Hai bravely steps up to contain it. Kinyu tries to help with a water attack, but the monster unleashes a huge wave of fire. Zio Hai dodges with slick moves, but he's not fast enough. He gets blasted and sent flying. He hits the ground hard, but this is his chance. He yells for Zio Yu to attack now. She unleashes a storm of water shards, striking the monster dead on. But as the water sizzles against the flames, something is wrong. A strange purple liquid starts to form, its venom. Kinyu realizes in horror that water makes this thing even more dangerous. She needs a new plan fast, and then it hits her sand isn't flammable. She gathers her magic, ready to succeed this time, but she uses way too much force. A massive pillar of rock erupts from the ground. Launching her into the sky, she ends up stranded on top, mortified. I used too much force, she whimpers as the teacher's watching facepalm. The battlefield is an absolute mess. The teachers comment on her lack of control and anxiety issues. One of them even admits he used to be jealous of her raw power. Kinyu is stunned to hear this. The situation is now a complete stalemate. With the monster raining fire down on them, they're stuck defending and their magic is running out. Zio Hai knows they can't keep this up. He suddenly makes a break for it, charging straight for the monster. Kinyu realizes what he's planning. He's going to try and pin the enemy down again. She screams for him to wait, but it's too late. He dodges through the fireballs, agile and determined, but he's not fully adapted to his wolf form yet. He grits his teeth, deciding to just be a distraction. He just needs to buy his team a chance. He thinks he can avoid the attacks, but suddenly his leg gives out. He gets hit square in the back by a fireball. He tries to leap away, but it's no use. He's roasted and crashes to the ground. The monster laughs, seeing one of them eliminated. But just as it moves in for the kill, a massive rock slams down, trapping it. Kinyu succeeded. She tells her teammate to handle the rest. She rushes over to Zio Hai's side. The burn on his back looks absolutely awful. She struggles to carry his heavy body to safety. From a cliff above, the teachers watch the chaos unfold. They decide the test is over and review the results. Yeji was reckless, but he was a team player, so he gets a passing grade. Now it's time to talk to Kinyu. She stands before them, getting chewed out for her poor control. She tearfully admits she was just desperate for Zio Hai to pass. But her teacher tells her she needs to worry more about herself. Hearing this, Zio Hai just glares, hating that she put herself at risk for him. He remains silent, the tension thick in the air. Back in her room that evening, our girl is checking her injuries from the test. The scars are still there, a painful reminder. She can't stop thinking about today's exam. She's so irritated that Zio Yu messed up on purpose just so she could pass. Just then, the devil herself appears, asking about her injury. Before our girl can even answer, Zio Yu grabs her to check the wound. She immediately senses something is wrong. You passed, aren't you happy? She asks, completely missing the point. She even offers to invalidate her own score to make our girl feel better. But that just makes things worse. Zio Hai asks if her presence made Zio Yu mess up. It feels like I dragged you down, she says, her voice trembling. Zio Yu is baffled. I just wanted to help you, is that wrong? But our girl has had enough of being treated like a charity case. She finally snaps. Is it because you don't believe I can pass on my own? Oof, right for the jugular. Zio Yu is stunned, so my efforts are just a lack of trust to you. She tries to explain, but it's too late. Our girl shuts her down completely. I'm tired, I don't want to talk anymore. The silence that follows is absolutely deafening. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a different story is unfolding. A group of friends are having the time of their lives at an amusement park. They're all teasing Maria for being scared of ghosts. Everyone is getting possessive over their partners, even in chibai form. They all agree to go on more rides. Their eyes land on the giant pendulum of doom. But poor Xiaolin is still dizzy from last time. Her girlfriend immediately pulls her into a protective hold. She offers to get ice cream instead while the others go ride. Xiaolin happily agrees and goes to wait on a bench. The rest of the crew heads off for some chaotic fun. But as Xiaolin sits alone, a weird feeling washes over her. She feels like she's been here before, but something, or someone, is missing. Logically, she knows that person must have been there. But no matter how hard she tries, she can't find them in her memory. She scans the crowds, desperately searching for a face she can't remember. Is it pointless to even try? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name. She turns, her ears perked up in surprise. It's her girlfriend back from the ride and ready for more fun. She asks what they should play next. Xiaolin stares at her, a strange look in her eyes. Her girlfriend holds out the ice cream she promised. Why are you just standing there? She asks, confused. And then Xiaolin whispers, I found you, and lunges forward. She pulls her into a desperate, tight hug. Her girlfriend is completely shocked by the sudden affection. I just suddenly wanted to hug you, Xiaolin mumbles into her shoulder. In that moment, flashes of memories return. A long-lost, important memory has finally been found. The ice cream is melting, forgotten in her hand, but right now nothing else matters. Later that night, Zio Hai is still waiting up. She checks her phone, wondering why Zio Yu still isn't home. The guilt is starting to eat her alive. She realizes she was projecting her own insecurities. It was her who didn't believe in herself, not Zio-yu. Now she has no idea how to even begin to apologize. Elsewhere, Zio-yu stands on the terrace staring at her phone. She's disappointed that the text wasn't from Zio Hai. This is their first real fight and she's reeling. Why did she get so angry? She squeezes a tiny, glowing spirit creature in her hand. Zio Hai, you are such an ungrateful guy, she yells at the poor thing. She huffs, declaring she'll ignore her until she gets an apology. Did you hear that? She demands of the little spirit. Just then her phone rings and the little spirit jumps in surprise. It's Maria, let's rewind half an hour. Xiaolin is happily writing in her journal, thinking about her first date, but she realizes she can't remember how their relationship actually started. It's a total blank in her memory. She decides not to stress it and closes her book. She'll just talk to Maria about it later. Feeling sleepy, she curls up for a quick nap. When Maria gets out of the shower, she finds Xiaolin passed out cold on the couch. She tries to wake her up but gets no response. Panicked, she immediately calls for help. Turns out it's almost August, which means one thing. It's time for Xiaolin's transformation period. This is all connected to her awakening. Maria watches over her sleeping form. She strokes her hair, just hoping it won't be too painful this time. Kinyu even brought some tranquilizers just in case things get crazy. Inside her mind, Xiaolin is floating in a dreamscape. She's surrounded by floating puzzle pieces of her memories. Little spirit kittens explain this is her memory bank. She sees that many of the pieces are still dark and unlit. They tell her only she can take the initiative to light up the missing memories of her. She reaches out and touches one of the tiny spirit animals. Suddenly, a memory illuminates. It's an intense, romantic moment with Maria. A light bulb goes off in her head. She looks over to see Maria sleeping by her side. But when she tries to speak, all that comes out is a tiny awu. She can't speak human, total panic. The little fluff ball then proceeds to adorably attack her sleeping friend with licks. The other chibai is startled awake and is promptly smothered in fluffy, chaotic love. Xiaolin is a little confused by this turn of events. Where are you licking? Our poor boy wakes up with a jolt, suddenly remembering everything. But when he looks up, he's trapped in a tiny, fluffy wolf body. He can even speak, sort of. Our girl wakes up and thinks he's just the cutest little wolf baby. He tries to explain, but all that comes out is frantic barking. Suddenly, he's multiplying. It's a chaotic puppy apocalypse. Our girl immediately assumes he's gone rabid and whips out a tranquilizer. He realizes he needs to calm down. This is just his transformation period. The only way out of this is to act cute and make her drop her guard. He nuzzles up against her and she totally falls for it. She drops the syringe, completely relieved he wasn't possessed. Now, how to tell her he's recovered his memory without getting sedated. He remembers the little felted doll she made of him. He bolts for the nightstand to grab it as proof, but our girl thinks he just wants to play with his toy. He's trying to say it's a meaningful gift, you dummy. She's not getting the message at all. Nope, not a single clue in that pretty head of hers. Instead, she starts rubbing his super soft belly, and our boy is absolutely losing his mind over this brand new feeling. Meanwhile, in the patriarch's office, Yaji is getting some bad news. He's been thinking about Zioyo all night. His mom tells him his practical test was good, but his wolf form is lacking, so they're sending him to a ranch for some outdoor training. His mission, should he choose to accept it, herd sheep in his wolf form. He's handed a special uniform and told someone will pick him up. He realizes he has to leave before even talking to Zioyo. Later that afternoon, he arrives at the herder's home. An old couple explains the basics of the ranch. They tell him to ask the dog Bumble if he needs anything. With the humans gone, it's just him and the very serious-looking dog. They exchange a few words before Bumble gets straight to business. Yaji reluctantly agrees, already feeling way out of his depth. This is so not what he signed up for. He's completely uneasy about this whole situation. But then he senses a familiar presence floating by, a wisp of pure magical energy. It reminds him of her and he can't help but smile. He shakes it off, deciding to focus on the training. He transforms, looking ready to take on a whole herd of sheep. Turns out the wisp was a delivery for the chief. She's annoyed it wasted her time, but relieved it arrived safely. Elsewhere, two of our girl's colleagues are raging at video games. The blonde one is getting absolutely destroyed in a racing game. Her pink-haired friend roasts her for being second best in the country. She's been stuck here for a week, and no one from her tribe has come for her. She realizes she's being held here on purpose with addictive games. Savage. Her boss's ghost familiar is not impressed with her deduction skills. Just then there's a knock. It's our girl holding a very familiar fluff ball. She explains his health is unstable and asks them to watch him for a bit. Pink hair happily takes him, leaving our girl to rush off to work. Now that they have a new friend, it's time to play some games. Our poor boy is so confused, he tried to tell Maria everything, but she just thought he was being cute and then dumped him at her boss's house. He is just so tired of this life. The ghost familiar tries to teach him how to play. The girls start arguing about salary and living conditions. The pink-haired girl gets heated, calling the game room a shabby bigger house. Her aura flares up, shocking our poor pup. He has no idea why they suddenly started fighting. He spots the snack Maria packed for him, his only comfort. But as he reaches for it, the psychic energy blast zaps it into oblivion. Not the snack, the ultimate betrayal. He hides under the couch, crying for Maria to save him from these chaotic women. The next morning, our girl finally comes to pick him up. They finally get home after his traumatic sleepover. She notices he's all dirty and has food on his chin. It's decided he needs a bath and she needs special supplies. He does not like the sound of that. 20 minutes later, he's in a basin getting a scrub down. She wants to wash the stains on his belly, and he is not having it, absolutely not. He starts barking and struggling, trying to escape this watery prison. She calls him baby to calm him down, and his entire system short-circuits. He's suddenly hyper-aware of her hands on him. This is way too much for his wolf boy heart to handle. He tries to block his sense of touch, but it's no use. The shielding fails. Suddenly, her phone buzzes and she has to step out. He's left alone, blushing and confused in the tub. What is she up to now? She comes back with bags, announcing she bought him lots of beautiful clothes and bibs. She holds up the cutest, most humiliating outfits imaginable. He puts on his best happy face, but inside he is absolutely dying. The next evening, our girl Yage is absolutely wiped out. She's finally settled all the animals for the night. She's completely exhausted, but hey, at least training was a success. She decides to call it a day and head to her room. But just as she's about to relax, a text message pops up. It's from Zaioyu, and our girl freezes, unsure how to reply. Meanwhile, Zaioyu is getting seriously impatient. She even sent an adorable picture of two horses nuzzling. She paces back and forth, staring at her phone. And she is not happy with the radio silence. Elsewhere, our favorite little fox Spirit is being manhandled. He struggles wildly, calling his captor stupid black. He grumbles about this erratic woman before making a dramatic escape. And with a poof, he vanishes. He reappears right in Yage's bedroom where she's sleeping peacefully. The tiny Spirit watches over her for a moment. Then he starts poking her cheek to wake her up. Our girl groggily opens her eyes, completely lost. She just figures she's hallucinating from exhaustion. Suddenly, our little fox is in a brand new, magical-looking outfit. He's at some kind of pet cafe looking absolutely precious. All the other animals are fawning over how cute he is. A girl is asked to keep an eye on him while her friend changes. She leans in, whispering that she knows he's not just a normal animal. But he's a grumpy little fluffball and waves off her offer to help. So he just sits at the bar, observing the staff. His eyes land on the security guard, Maria. Her boss, a giant minotaur, praises her for her hard work. Maria turns to the little fox, so what now? She scoops him up and carries him to the lounge for a break. But it's a trap. She immediately starts playing with his little clothes. He calls her a pervert as she smushes her face into his fur. But she just thinks his tiny, angry paws are the cutest thing ever. He is absolutely seething. This humiliation will not be forgotten. He's already composing a mental grudge list. You'll pay for this. She keeps poking his little toe beans, totally oblivious to his rage. Then she whispers softly that she wants to hear his real voice again. Awa, he's blushing, but he tries to play it cool with a huff. The list of her crimes grows, but he's already falling asleep in her arms. The next day, it's back to training for our girl. And look who's here. Zaioyu has come all the way to visit. She waits outside, knowing Yage will be out soon. She even took a half day off from work just for this. She starts to worry if she came at a bad time. When she gets to the training building, it's completely empty. It's not like I'm waiting for her, she mutters, but then, bam, a surprise back hug. Yage asks if she came just to see her, but Zaioyu gets flustered and blames her mom. Zaioyu tells her to let go, but Yage just holds on tighter. She finally loosens her grip, but just a tiny bit. Yage apologizes for being harsh about the exam before. She asks what her final decision is about the retest. But of course, their tender moment is interrupted. Yage is not impressed. 2 people checking on me is too many. The guy just asks about the retest again. He decides for her, saying he'll just sign her up. But Zaioyu steps in, arguing that Yage is already qualified. He coldly shuts her down, saying only the clan head can decide. He tries to change the subject back to her training. But Yage's phone rings, saving her from the awkwardness. It's her mom, and they have a sweet conversation. Zaioyu watches them, thinking how nice their relationship is. The guy just stands there looking intense. Later that night, Zaioyu is about to leave. But Yage stops her, grabbing her hat. She gets incredibly close and whispers, I know you're unhappy about the exam. She explains she's willing to risk it all for another chance to stand beside her. "So you agree to retest with me?" she asks, her eyes pleading. Zayoyo has a sudden realization she was forcing her own choices on Yage. But before she can say anything, Yage leans in closer, "Stop talking," and she silences her with a kiss. Inside the Patriarch's office, a serious discussion is underway. They confirm Yage has made up her mind about the retest. The Patriarch then pivots, asking Yuan about the upcoming election. But then he gets personal, asking if her mom is still pressuring her. He bluntly states that their mother-daughter relationship has always been terrible. He tells her not to blame herself and to just keep moving forward. He admits his own choices caused Kinyu to feel defeated. He asks about her, but Yuni says sadly that Kinyu doesn't care anymore. But he confesses that despite everything, he still likes her. He's had a change of heart and plans to talk to her himself. He praises Yuni's progress, hoping she becomes a great leader. Meanwhile, back at the bar, our girl Maria senses something is wrong. The atmosphere is totally depressing and everyone is in a funk. Zio-Jiu is sulking and even the supervisor has a chilling aura around her. She has no idea what's gotten into everybody tonight. It's getting late and it's time to head home. But the little wolf Chloe stops her with a bark. Apparently, awakening affects the ability to turn human and she's stuck. It's been 5 days and she's still a fluffy little wolf. Panic is setting in. Maria overhears them talking about awakening and is completely lost. It could take a week to change back or 5 years. Chloe pulls Zio Lan aside for a serious, private conversation. Maria is stunned. "Wait, were you just communicating with her?" She scoops up the tiny wolf, asking if she's actually conscious. The wolf barks and the translator says she said, "You finally found out." Maria is thrilled. The little wolf then notices a scratch on Maria's hand, so caring. Maria explains she just nicked herself while moving things. The wolf immediately starts licking the wound clean, so precious. But suddenly a wave of hunger hits her, a very strong hunger. They decide to take her to the lounge to get her some food. In private, Maria gets straight to the point. "My blood is what you need, isn't it?" She's put all the clues together from their conversation. Zio Lan wants to become human again, but she's been stuck for days. Zio Lan says she feels a little weak, looking up with those devastating eyes. She leans in close, asking to borrow Maria's shoulder. Our girl's heart is about to explode. Is it just her or has Zio Lan gotten even cuter? But footsteps are approaching. They're going to be in so much trouble. It's Zio Jiu and the supervisor wondering what's going on. They're trapped and have nowhere to hide. They decide to stay hidden for a bit. Zio Lan isn't exactly dressed, and it's way too awkward to go out. She says she just wants to rest a bit more, while clinging to Maria. "I remember everything." Maria is shook to her core. She shushes her, a blushing, panicking mess. This is too much chaos for one night. The memories of them as animals kissing come flooding back. Maria thinks she's going a little overboard. Both of them are completely red-faced and flustered. But they're busted. The supervisor knew they were in there the whole time. They try to apologize, but now they're stuck with overtime as punishment. They promise not to tell anyone what they saw, but the supervisor has a better idea. "Please help me spread rumors." They are both completely floored by this savage request. The next day, Kinyu gets a text from Yage asking for a romantic picnic. She's absolutely beaming and agrees right away. But as she's about to head out, a voice stops her. "It's Yuan Yi, he needs to talk." She's startled by his sudden, gloomy appearance. He doesn't even know where to begin. She points out that his attitude has changed a lot recently. He admits he's been trying to be better since she called him out. He wants to talk about their past one last time and starts with an apology. "By the time I realized you were more than a friend, it was too late." She asks if this is another confession. He says yes, but it's different. He admits his feelings were probably just resentment. She calls it a love-hate relationship, revealing she was jealous of his qualifications. He's shocked. He had to work 10 times harder just to surpass her natural talent. He asks why she's so persistent, why she fights so hard. It all goes back to her mother, who lost her powers giving birth to her. So now, her mother is forcing her own dream onto her daughter. He finally understands. This conversation means a lot to him. He confesses that seeing her with Yage made him realize something important. Even if they had gotten together, he could never have given her what she truly wanted. He's leaving for the final election and this is their goodbye, but she stops him. "Hold on." She leaves him with one final, savage piece of advice. "I'm not the kind of person who will save your ass." He can't help but laugh. That is so hurt. And with that, he walks away, closing this chapter of their lives for good. Elsewhere, a very hungry little wolf waits for someone special, her stomach rumbling. Our girl calls out, searching for her friend in the starry night. She's been waiting on the balcony, looking a little worried. Even their little spirit companions are having a dramatic reunion. Finally, she arrives and they share a much-needed hug. Our girl pouts, pretending to be mad that she's so late. But a surprise peck on the cheek melts all her anger away.